And hello, 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 everybody. Welcome on in to a really fun day of TTRPGs and raising money for Trinity Pride. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We have a full day of content planned for you. We are going to be starting things off with these wonderful folks and playing one of my own personal favorite RPGs, Vampire the Masquerade, which is going to be a very fun, spoopy story about vampires and political intrigue set in the modern times. And then throughout the day, we are going to have some other incredible games with more incredible content creators right alongside us with Call of Cthulhu and Monster Hearts 2. We got kind of a horror themed day for you today for our first day. And all of this is to help raise money for Trinity Pride. Trinity Pride is a local nonprofit, local to my own personal community here in DFW. And they are a newer nonprofit that actually got started up right before the pandemic hit. And then they were unable to host Pride festivals the last 2 years. And they are restarting this year with a updated Pride festival here in the local community. And we are going to be raising money for them today so that they can celebrate the local queer community and actually hire and celebrate local queer artists and musicians for this festival. This $2,500 goal right here, that would pay for all of the entertainment and musicians for this Pride Festival and would completely fund that and allow all of the other support that they receive to go towards the actual festival itself. So that is our goal for today. It is done completely through their own website, so we don't have a tracker, but I will be able to provide updates tomorrow and Monday on how much we actually raised through the weekend. And I just want to say a huge thank you to everybody for stopping in. This is an incredibly important cause to me personally and also to local communities because local impact matters. Being able to actually look at your local community and say, I made a difference and I helped make this happen and I helped celebrate our LGBTQIA2 plus community with these efforts. So thank you all so much for joining us today and tomorrow. We're going to have even more fun tomorrow as well. But thank you all so much for joining on in. Dwayne, thank you so much for your follow as well. Everybody for coming on in. This is going to be such an incredibly fun time. Like I said before, we are going to start off the day with a absolutely fantastic game of Vampire the Masquerade. And I am joined by three lovely individuals who are going to be playing alongside me and in some cases learning right alongside us. And so I'll go ahead and have them introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about where you can find them around on the internet, and then we'll jump into a little bit of a rules explanation and a chance to learn their characters before we hop into the game. So to start us off, I'll start with the top left of my overlay here. Bookish, if you wouldn't mind telling us a little bit about yourself, where we can find you around on the internet, and so forth.
I'm Bookish. You might recognize me from Turf Wars. We played Glitter Hearts together. Um, I go by AKA underscore Bookish on Twitch, AKA Bookish on Twitter. I'm currently team lead for Team Amphibious, a stream team dedicated to gender nonconforming folks. And we have open applications, and you can find a link to the team Twitter in my bio on Twitter. Um, um, Yeah, today I'm going to be playing Evelyn Harlow, um, a vanished Hollywood starlet from
Ooh.
the 1940s.
And we'll have to learn a little bit more about Evelyn Harlow in just a minute, but I'm very excited. And please, please, please definitely go check out the wonderful folks at Team Amphibious. And please apply if you are considering. I love helping support stream teams here on Twitch. It is an absolutely fantastic way to find communities alongside your own selves and your own purposes. I am a stream team lead for a new stream team as well, Team Spark. So definitely check out all these wonderful folks and find wonderful ways that you can support your own communities and all of these lovely content creators. Next in line, we have the absolutely fantastic Synthetic 20.
Hello. I am Matt or Synthetic 20, Synthetic 20 TTV on Twitch and Twitter. I do cozy streams of video games and hopefully TTRPG content in the near future. I also make TTRPG supplements. That is my day job. I am today going to be playing Alex Henry, who was a political leader during the late 1800s when they decided to switch over to the vampire side in order to give them additional power to rip out the throats of slave masters.
Apparently the sound's
Here we.
gone.
Oh, can you hear me now? Oh, there we go. Am I back? Are we good? I'm juggling like multiple microphones. Okay, great. Hi, everyone. Thank you so much there. Juggling multiple microphones as we're going back in and forth. I was saying, definitely check out all of the wonderful RPG supplements that Matt is working on, both Swarms of the Multiverse, as well as a really, really exciting one that's coming up about what if all of the big bads of the Sword Coast actually won and what that would look like. And we're going to be taking a look at some of those very, very soon. So definitely check out all that wonderful work. Uh, and rounding out our absolutely fantastic group, somebody who I had the distinct pleasure of running their very first game of D&D ever and helping introduce them to the world of TTRPGs, the wonderful, fantastic Boy Blue London.
Hey, hey. Boy Blue London, I'm a variety streamer from the UK. You'll catch me playing anything really. My forte though is I love horror games. Totally obsessed with Silent Hill. Bring it back. Other than that, you'll catch me over at the stream team Spark. I just recently joined with the amazing Wes and all the other lovely people. Other than that, you can catch me over on Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok under the name Boy Blue London. And today I'm going to be playing Stephen Blue, who is part of the Tremere clan. I think I'm saying that right. Who has fell into this clan not on his own accord.
Wonderful, wonderful. Give me 2 seconds. For some reason, Discord turned you down. There we go. Perfect. Well, thank you all so, so much for agreeing to come on and join me for some really, really fun storytelling today. Really excited to get to jump into this system. Anybody who is not familiar, we are going to be playing Vampire the Masquerade. Now, you may be familiar with Vampire the Masquerade. There are a number of video games out there that are very, very popular in the Vampire the Masquerade universe. There is, of course, Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. Give us number 2. Give us number 2. I know you have it. I know you have it and you're working on it. Just give us number 2 already. There is also the incredibly popular Battle Royale that has recently fully released, Blood Hunt, that is set in the same world. And through the idea of Vampire the Masquerade has taken the concepts of vampires from all of the different, like, pop culture and cultural references from vampires and kind of said, what if everybody was kind of right and had a little bit of the puzzle but wasn't fully correct in how it all worked? So everything that you've seen, whether it be Nosferatu, Dracula, Interview with a Vampire, all of these stories of vampires through the years are kind of all accurate, just all in kind of different ways. And so that is where we find ourselves in Vampire the Masquerade. Now, Vampire the Masquerade uses the storytelling system from the World of Darkness. So in it, we're actually going to be using D10s today. So just 10-sided dice. There's a lot of different ways that you can play RPGs. There's the standard D20 system that Dungeons and Dragons has made popular. There is the D6s system from Powered by the Apocalypse. We are going to be using D10s today for our storytelling system. Now, what that means is traditionally, players are going to be rolling 10-sided dice, and they want to get a 6 or higher on the dice roll. If they get a 10, it is considered a critical success and is counted as 2 successes towards the result. And the one consideration that plays into that is because we are vampires, we are hungry. We are always hungry. The vampires at the heart of themselves always have to contend with their hunger. So each of our vampires are going to have hunger scores, and they must always roll a special die that is going to be their hunger dice. So anytime they have to make up their dice rolls, they are going to make sure to include a specific number of dice that are their hunger dice. And these are pretty much the same with 2 exceptions. The 10 is considered a messy critical. If they succeed if they get a crit success on their hunger dice, then they succeed in a way that maybe is a breach against the masquerade and reveals their vampiric nature to those around them. Maybe they can't fully control the beast within, and that punch turns into a little bit more than a punch, and you end up sending somebody flying through a wall. These are ways in which the beast inside, the hunger inside, breaks through. And then there is the messy, or the critical fail. If you roll a natural 1 on your hunger dice and you do not succeed at your test, then the beast inside grows stronger and threatens to take control as you fall prey to its hunger and its desire to just feed and feast on the life force around you. So these are the ways in which we are going to be playing today. All of our players are going to have a series of attributes and skills, all of which have scores between 1 and 5. And whenever we are going to be making a dice roll, I will simply ask you to give me, say, 2 attributes or an attribute plus a skill roll. So I might say, Evelyn, if you could give me a intelligence plus academics roll. And Evelyn would take those 2 scores, would roll dice, and would tell me how many successes they get. Does that make sense for everybody so far? Wonderful. So our vampires are going to, of course, have special powers and abilities that tie into their specific bloodlines. So when I have the players introduce themselves, I will ask them to also say a little bit about what clan their vampire is from. And we can get into a little bit about what exactly that means throughout our game today. Today's game is going to be largely about introducing the world of Vampire the Masquerade to those who are unfamiliar with it, learning the system, and having a little bit of fun as we go, telling this very dark and horrifying story in this world. So let's go ahead and meet our actual vampires themselves. So, Bookish, if you wouldn't mind introducing us to Evelyn, please.
My name is Evelyn Harlow. I wanted to be a Hollywood star. Uh, Unfortunately, the studios, oh my god, the studios. The things they demanded from me to change my accent, to change my hair, to change the way I looked. And don't even get me started about the contracts about who I could and could not date. Oh, so restrictive. I do not care for only dating men. They are so boring. Well, I wasn't making it very far, fighting with the studios the whole time. I met someone who, told me he could put my name in headlines. I thought, well, isn't that exactly what I wanted? So, I listened to him. And my name did end up in headlines because I vanished. How am I ever going to be a famous Hollywood star now? Well, that was 1939 when I was turned by a man from the Toreador clan. And now here we are.
Here we are indeed. Next up on our vampires, Sin, if you would introduce us to your vampire.
Yes, my name is Alex Henry. In the 1800s, I was a professor of political philosophy in the South, and I got tired of waiting for change to happen. So I became a vampire of my own volition in order to fight against the oppressors that I saw taking over the South. I have since become a member of the clan Ventru with the powers of presence and dominate. However, I still believe in my consensualist philosophy and shall not ever feed on those who prefer not to be fed on.
We love to see it. So we have Evelyn, Alex, and rounding out our trio, we have one Stephen Blue. Please introduce yourself.
So my name's Stephen Blue. I was first turned in the 1900s. I was working in the factories in London, and I was wishing for more with my life. Literally was going nowhere. I boarded a cruise liner heading to America, wishing for better things. And upon that ship, there was someone who was part of the Tremere clan, and they actually turned me on the way there. So I got on the ship as one person, and I completely got off a different person without a choice of my own.
And upon arriving in America, learned very much so of the mystical abilities of the Tremere clan and their connection directly to blood sorcery.
Yeah.
The three of you, through the years, have found yourselves connected, either through choice or political machination, and find yourselves in the heart of San Francisco. The Camarilla, the organization responsible for keeping the vampire society hidden from mortals, that keeps a tight grip on everyone's lives, notating who shall do what, when they shall do it, and who shall remain in power, has begun to slowly lose their grip on the city of San Francisco, as the upstarts, the anarchs, find themselves more and more in control of territories across the San Francisco Bay. This worries those of the Camarilla, as they sense their power weakening. They fear what the presence of thin bloods, those who no longer can actively tell the connections of their bloodlines, what this means, how they are able to use the powers of alchemy to test the limits of other vampires' blood and grant themselves terrifying abilities. It is this new phenomenon of Thin Bloods that has granted the Anarchs the ability to wrest control from the Camarilla. And our trio here find themselves embroiled in that political landscape. For better or for worse. For once, they find themselves able to actually make a choice together, whether to continue to honor the traditions of the Camarilla, or to join with the Anarchs and make a name for themselves among vampire kind. Now, our three kindred awaken in the early evening in San Francisco. At the start of the evening, I need each of you to give me a hunger roll. At this current time, what is each of you's hunger values at?
One hunger point.
I believe I was starting at 1.
Starting at 1. And Stephen, I believe you started at 2. Is that correct?
Yeah.
Perfect. So each of you, please roll dice equal to your hunger value, and you need at least 1 success.
Success.
Good, Wes.
Critical failure.
Ooh. So Evelyn, you go up 1 hunger. Your hunger rises to 2. Stephen, yours does as well. Your hunger rises to 3. So what that means is, Evelyn, for the session today, until you quell that hunger, you will have to roll 2 hunger dice as a part of your total pool. So anytime you put together a pool of dice to make a roll, you must always roll that many hunger dice and then add in others to equal the total result. Does that make sense?
So it's 2, and then like however many it takes to make the total number that I would have.
You got it. So if you need to roll 5 dice total, you're gonna have 2 hunger dice and 3 regular dice.
3 regular.
And if you would ever roll less than your hunger total, you must just roll your hunger total, because it can have drastic effects based on what you are trying to do, and as you are driven specifically by your hunger. And Stephen, the same with you. You may roll. You must roll 3 hunger dice for those specific tests. And one important thing to note: you may never go below 1 hunger unless you kill. That is the only way in which you are allowed to progress past 1 hunger and go to 0. However, with each kill, that threatens to remove a little bit more of your humanity. Each of you has a specific humanity score, and the lower that score goes, the more that your specific human side and those human morals begin to slowly decay as you truly embrace being a kindred and a creature of the night. So, as each of you awaken in San Francisco, do you all have a home together there in San Francisco, a haven in which your coterie is able to band together, or do you each have your own specific lodgings?
I would at least offer, as I am independently wealthy, to house the members of my coterie as they need. Whether they have taken the offer is, of course, up to them.
I would have taken that offer because I've had to scrimp and get through life on for what I can find. So I've taken that, and I'm here for whatever.
I have managed to find myself a small little flat in a location position, and I like to keep my privacy. You know, I have those stalkers. I need to keep a space for myself.
So, Evelyn, as you awaken, you feel the twinge of hunger inside you. You feel that beast within that exists within all kindred stir. And you just hear that voice echo at the back of your mind. You have always given it the voice of the one that claimed you, the voice of the one that turned you. Whenever you hear that beast stir, it has always taken their voice, and you hear it within. Just give us a little tonight. Surely we can find someone worthy. Just a bite.
You are such a nag. I'll have to find myself some blood bags. That I cannot be seen back at the black market though. Somebody there, for whatever reason, I'm not going to go into it, believes that I owe them money. Could you believe that? Not paying my debts? Well, still, how am I? Well, you know what? I'll figure it out later. And I would like to make my way to see the others in the group.
Perfect. So as you arrive, Stephen is kind of a little antsy. You kind of like sense that stirring of the beast within Stephen as well. It appears that it is a restless evening for the two of you. Alex, you seem to be kind of handling business as usual. You understand that there is to be a peace talk tonight at Elysium. Elysium is the designated area of San Francisco that there is to be no violence. There is to be no feeding. Is kind of like neutral territory where neither the Camarilla nor the Anarchs are to engage in any like warfare or any violence. The masquerade is strictly maintained there. And there in San Francisco, it is actually down by the docks, the dock ward of San Francisco, as it is so heavily prevalent to both travel for vampires to be able to make their way across the seas, as well as a heavy place of commerce. You know that the docks of San Francisco are completely out of bounds and are considered Elysium at this time. But you look on as your two compatriots seem to be a little distracted this evening.
You both seem a bit peckish. Need
What gave it
I
away?
call for the help?
I I am starting to feel like I need something to feed on right now before we venture anywhere.
I wouldn't be opposed to a little sustenance.
Understood. These are times in which we must have more control of ourselves. So I will offer, uh, as I say, the help. There are a number of people who have consented that stay at the manor in order to be fed upon when necessary.
Alex, you have a number of what are referred to as ghouls. Ghouls are humans that have been provided the vitae, or blood, of a kindred, and have some small semblance of ability. Not the full abilities of a vampire, but in that they have been fed upon and fed the blood of vampires. They have a strong connection to their various masters. And in this regard, they all have a sympathetic bond to Alex, who is able to who is able to lead them. Many times this is done in consensual manners, as Alex is a consensualist, and these have all been agreed upon. There are other vampires who tend to view things in more archaic ways and often believe that dominating humans is the way to go, as they are a lesser species than the kindred themselves. Many who believe this are tied specifically to the Camarilla, and it is one of these instances in which the Anarchs actively oppose the Camarilla, as they view this as barbaric, archaic, and an affront to the ideas of consent. So Alex gestures over, and one of the attendants immediately exits, and two individuals step forward. You find that they are dressed in like beautiful modern day attire. One of them has like a little bit of a more flowy button-up shirt with the sleeves kind of like rolled and tied up along there, and another one has a flowy blouse that they undo the necktie of and allow it to be presented.
Such an archaic way to eat. Do you not have something I could maybe a bag to put in a goblet or something? No
Of
offense to you.
course. Of course. We do have blood bags available. As I know, this is your way of feeding. One of them would have been provided to come in with, as I call them, the students, as they are all graduate students studying philosophy under my tutelage in return for their consent.
One of them walks over and takes a blood bag out of a cooler at the bar located nearby, and begins pouring a goblet for you, Evelyn. And as they do, they turn to an array of other beverages and ask if you would like anything mixed in this evening.
A little splash of vermouth. Thank you very much.
They give a sly grin and a nod, and they prepare your goblet and present you with it. And Evelyn, if you would go ahead and mark off one of your hunger, please. Now, Stephen, do you also drink from a blood bag, or would you drink directly from one of the students?
I think I'm going to go up and I'm going to drink directly from them.
Okay, perfect.
I think that...
Stephen, what is your willpower, please?
So my wits, is that the one?
It'll be willpower, so it should be directly underneath your attributes, right next to health.
I've got 6.
Perfect. So, Stephen, you may choose to just release one hunger, or you may roll your willpower and try to cure yourself of both, though you will possibly have to stop yourself should you try to fully quench your hunger.
I'm gonna try to roll for both, I think.
Okay.
I'm standing here, I'm starving. I've been waiting, I've been watching Evelyn get her drink at the bar, dribbling, and now I need to feed.
You managed to do so. You got no messy criticals on your hunger dice, and you got a critical success on one of your others. So, as you go to feed, you feel that voice, that beast inside, say, "More, more. Drain him, take him, feel that last beat of his heart echo and die. And just as you feel that last bit of hunger, you pull yourself up from him. You see the color drained from his face slightly, and you watch as you prick your thumb and run it across the bite mark at the crook of his elbow, and the bite marks slowly disappear from the student before you. And they look upon you with this look of delight and just nod and look over to Alex the professor and nod as well, and make their way out of the room. So, Stephen, you are down to only one hunger now.
Okay. I feel quenched. I feel good now. I feel quite sleepy again, but I'm still fast awake.
I definitely understand the desire to sleep after a big meal. One would swear that mortals have tryptophan in their system.
You
Who's to say they don't?
you hear a little bit of a chuckle from the doorway, and your assistant, Alex, looks on and says, I don't necessarily think that comparing a mortal to a prized turkey is going to earn you any favors, but
This is fair. Thank you, and I do appreciate, at moments like these, the additional clarity that younger kindred as yourself do express. Sometimes I worry as I get older that I might lose touch with who I once was.
you see the assistant kind of like clench her jaw for a second, um, and she stops and says, well, I'm sure there will be plenty of that to discuss this evening. I'm assuming
Yes,
you will
indeed.
be attending the meeting at Elysium?
Of course I shall, and my coterie shall be with me in case anything goes wrong.
The assistant kind of like nods for a second, says, I'll make the arrangements, and steps outside of the office.
Thank you very much. Do either of you have any concerns heading into this meeting that you would like addressed?
Mm.
Uh, you all would know at this time, you are still firmly under the jurisdiction of the Camarilla. Your various clans, the Toreador, the Tremere, and the Ventru, all largely claim allegiance to the Camarilla and align themselves as such. There are those kindred from those clans who do wish to side with the Anarchs and join their side and their movement because of their own personal beliefs in the cause. But largely, your clans and your bloodlines have largely stuck to the beliefs of the Tower.
I think some of the concerns that I've got is that I feel that we're losing ourselves too much to Camilla. I can't say it properly. The Camarilla.
There you go.
I feel like they're taking over too much, and when we go there, I don't want to lose any more of my clan to them.
I can understand that kind of pride that one would have. How about yourself, Evelyn?
I mean, I don't understand what they have against changing our practices from the barbaric domination of others to respecting others. I personally do not wish to put my mouth upon another, and that is frowned upon. I cannot believe that we must stick to these archaic ways.
I definitely agree. With regards to how much we have had to give in to the Camarilla rule, it does feel a bit like tyranny, and my blood boils at the thought of that. However, I have remained politically neutral in order to make sure that we have not had any problems. If you all want to express a more full support of the Anarch movement, I cannot say that I would be against it.
Mm. Let's see what they say tonight when we bring up our concerns about these archaic practices. Um, we can always decide as we go.
Very well, and if a sidebar is necessary, then I have no problems with calling one.
Great.
Thank you both for agreeing to accompany me. It is difficult ground that we are treading tonight.
Indeed, it is.
You receive a knock on the office door, and your assistant pokes her head in and she says, "Sir, the car is ready to take you all to the meeting."
Understood. Thank you very much. And please, since we will be out tonight, feel free to have the night off.
Understood. And she makes her way out and begins letting the rest of the students and the attendants uh, know that the evening will be theirs. You all make your way down and into a nondescript, heavily tinted windowed, like black excursion, like a really large vehicle. Um, and you make your way through the winding streets of San Francisco down to the docks. As you make your way inside, you pull actually into one of the long docks themselves, as a few individuals in beautifully tailored dark suits with heavy sunglasses. And you can notice a bit of like a shoulder harness underneath their suits. They kind of like pull a set of security fencing aside and usher you all forward. And as you make your way through, surrounded on all sides by large shipping crates and containers, you see a number of other various vehicles. There are other kind of like nondescript security vehicles around, and as you all kind of await, eventually a final vehicle arrives. A long, solid white and chrome stretch limousine. And as it pulls up and the attendant opens the back door. All of you exit your vehicles and place yourselves in a low bow as the Prince of San Francisco, Vivian, emerges from her vehicle. Tall, statuesque, her ivory-like skin accented by bright, vibrant red, and you notice just a twinge of blood at the corners of her mouth. The assistant who opened her car door hands her a kerchief, and she lightly dabs at the corners and reaches down, and one heavily heeled foot kicks back a lifeless wrist that was hanging out the car door back into the limousine. She gives a knowing glance over to her assistant, throws the kerchief back inside the vehicle, and slams the car door closed. Her bright, vibrant green dress trailing behind her as she walks forward and raises her hand to have you all no longer bow to her. And far across the way, you can kind of see, not in the grand circle itself, but kind of right outside of it, kind of like posted up on the outskirts along the shipping crates. You see a large grouping of other kindred. You can see a individual, darker skin, half shaved up hair with curls falling down around their left shoulder. You can see this like bright red jacket accented around dark clothing, and you recognize this as Elena, the leader of the Anarch movement in San Francisco. And Vivian, the prince, looks around and says, "It appears we are well met. Please, join us, Elena. These are sacred grounds. We mean you no harm." Elena looks around at the others and nods, and the circle kind of parts a little bit and allows them forward. Elena looks to all of you and says, "We are here tonight to discuss the fate of this city." You hear a little bit of a snide chuckle from Vivian. Elena continues, "No longer should we be shackled by the rules and regulations and archaic guidelines that have been set by those who came before. They do not know how this world goes on. It has changed since their time. They hide and shudder at the mere concept of our thin blood, brothers and sisters and siblings. They call them abominations, freaks. Should we not seek to understand those who are still kindred? You would cast others out simply because you do not know what is going on." Vivian kind of finally scoffs loudly and says, "My dear, I have been around for centuries. I have seen your ilk come and go, and it never lasts. We persist. It is how we survive. Elena stops and looks at the rest of you and says, "Well, what say all of you?"
I will stand forward with my cane in hand as I walk. It's clear that I don't necessarily need it as much as I used to, but it is something that I carry with me as a reminder of my own imperfection. You see, when I hear people say that tyranny is the way forward, something doesn't sit quite right with me. I've seen the will of oppressors, and I have seen that will fall and falter. So, forgive me if I do not believe in absolutes. My 200 years have taught me that nothing lasts forever. As I am sure that our elders know, there must be consent of the governed. And I will step back after my statement is made.
I'm
Vivian looks over at you, and you can see just hatred and fire in her eyes as another of her clan, as Vivian is Ventru as well, would dare speak of others in this way. The Ventru belief that they are the leaders of this world, and they will continue to lead. Hearing such brazen uh, change from those who have come before, you can kind of watch as this very, 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 the assistant that had closed her door, you can watch as a hand kind of like shifts down to his side, and she snatches at his wrist and gives him a look like, "Not here. You know the rules," without saying a word, and he like kind of like stops for a second and backs up. Steven?
I'm literally at the moment. I'm standing here. I'm in shock. I don't understand as well why we've come to an area where there's so much security to keep people out when it's not the people outside that we should be worried about. It's us ourselves inside. So I feel like they're trying to keep us in more than keeping people out from these fences right now. I noticed as we came in.
Steven, you have the ability of Auspex, is that correct?
Yes.
As you stand there, slightly like trying to like understand exactly what it is, like something doesn't feel right.
Yeah.
The choice of location makes sense in one way because it is designed as a instance to be a neutral ground, but such a heavily fortified location doesn't seem to make sense. This could have been done anywhere across the dockside, as every bit of the docks is considered Elysium. Why bring this into this very heavily fortified thing? Um, and as you feel this, and you hear Alex speak, and you are trying to like understand, you feel the blood of the student rush through you. You feel it pour into your mind, and all of a sudden you hear this ringing in your ear, and you realize that it is the sound of a gunshot. and you look on and forward and see a bullet pierce through the shoulder of the prince, Vivian. You watch as her second in command, the sheriff, um, hides and like ducks away and tries to drag her to safety. And immediately your vision returns, and you watch as Alex merely steps back. You weren't sure the direction of where. As you look on, you can look on and see that there is no gunshot. It was merely your powers of premonition through your Auspex ability. So go ahead and mark that down, Stephen. You have the power of premonition through your Auspex ability in your blood. And as you look on, you can see the the prince, Vivian, seems fine. And they haven't been shot yet, which means whatever this is hasn't come to fruition yet.
Okay. Um, so I'm standing there. This has all just gone through. He's just stepped back. I'm kind of shook because obviously this is for me. This is going to be the first time anything like this has happened. So I'm starting to sweat a little bit. But I'm going to turn to my team. I'm going to try to I'm going to warn them. But I'm very quietly. I'm standing here, and you know, we need to get out of here. We need to get back away from the circle that we're standing in. We can't be standing here no longer. Something is about to happen, and I'm trying to explain it, but I'm a bit shook.
I will take this moment. I have another ability of Auspex, heightened senses. I will move in the direction as Steven suggests, and I will activate that to see what I can be aware of.
Perfect, perfect. So go ahead and so that is going to open your senses, and you're going to get to add your Auspex rating to any perception roll to kind of like see around. So go ahead and give me, I'll say, a wits plus awareness roll.
Okay, and do I need to make a rouse check for heightened senses? I forget.
So you will if certain other things happen.
Okay, okay.
So the rouse check will happen if you are brought into other things.
Okay, so that is 3 successes.
More than enough. So as you kind of like lightly help like maneuver Evelyn and Steven just like lightly back, you hear the sound of somebody actually on the, you hear like a very light creak from atop the shipping containers far across the way, directly across from the prince. And you manage to catch it just in time. And do you draw attention to the group, or do you draw attention to everyone?
So, just so I can understand, uh, Stephen suggested that there was a premonition of a shooter of some kind, correct?
Yeah.
Did he say that out loud
To you all.
to us? And what was it that I was able to see?
You were able to hear somebody high above, like you heard like the footstep, the very light footsteps on it, on the shipping containers high above, directly across from the prince.
Then I will choose not to warn the Camarilla, and I will warn my group to stand back as it seems that an attack might take place. They might hear me if they have heightened senses, and I'm not necessarily protecting against that, but my main concern is my coterie.
Evelyn, what is your response?
Um, Okay, I want to check if this is something that I can do. I have Cloak of Shadows, so I would like to step back and sort of blend into the crowd in such a way that, like, I really become just a face in the crowd, unnoticeable.
Absolutely, absolutely. I believe that's through obfuscate. Is that correct?
Yes.
Beautiful, beautiful. So, using the Cloak of Shadows, you are able to kind of like lean in, and so as long as you do not like move or like go around, basically like people kind of pass you over. So as Alex says this, you kind of like step back into the crowd, and uh Steven and Alex, you both have seen Evelyn do this a number of times, where they go from being this like standout figure to like, even if you were like looking in their direction, you can't seem to like place where they are. And immediately you hear bang, that loud gunshot rings out. Alex, as you have your senses heightened, I do need you to actually go ahead and give me a roll and let me find which one that's going to be real fast. So with your heightened senses, I need you to give me a wits plus resolve roll. As since you have opened up your senses, that already incredibly loud sound of like a gunshot rifle firing out is even louder.
And I do not add my auspex to that, right?
You do not. This one is strictly to kind of like dampen your senses in time.
One success.
One success. Your senses are going to be overloaded. So any perception based rolls are going to be made at a -3 penalty for the remainder of the scene until we transition to another scene. And I am now going to go ahead and need you to then give me a rousing check to see if that rouses the blood inside you.
That's a critical success.
Okay, so you are good. So it does not affect your hunger or the drive of your blood in any way. But your senses are kind of like overloaded and overwhelmed. You kind of hear that ringing and tinging in your ear like at all times right now. The colors around you all kind of like heighten and brighten to almost a painful regard. And so you're going to have -3 dice to any perception type rolls that you're going to have. As this gunshot fires out, Stephen, you watch as it happens just as you had seen it before. That gunshot fires into the shoulder of Vivian. You watch as everybody goes into a panic. Those that are Camarilla supporters start crying out against the Anarchs, and the Anarchs take off and go running, and it devolves into a scene of just mass chaos. What would the three of you like to do?
I
Um,
believe we have overstayed our welcome.
we need to get back to the car, like now.
Yeah,
So, yeah.
I step out of the shadows so that my companions know where I am and don't lose me in the crowd.
Evelyn's back.
I will say if
Ta-da.
you've used it enough around us, I would know like to keep the car open for a couple of extra seconds so that you could get in, even though I can't see you since, we know each other. We've been around this.
Mm.
So
Yeah,
if you want to stay in the shadows, you can.
it does when I move, like the camouflage breaks. So
Okay.
It's like camouflage, move, stop, camouflage, move, stop, camouflage.
Okay.
Is it can
Makes
it's
sense.
so quick question. When Evelyn's camouflaged, is it like if when they move, is it gonna be blurry or are they just gonna be there?
They're visible again.
Right.
So Cloak of Shadows,
okay.
basically, like, you're able to, like, it's not quite invisibility, but essentially it allows them that moment where, like, people just don't look. Like it's that
Yeah.
like, for something is keeping folks from, like, looking and focusing.
Right.
And now I'm not sure how this works. I would want to um I have Daunt as a presence ability.
Mm-hmm.
I want to try to like clear the area directly in front of us to make us appear as we are more dangerous than we actually are so that we can get to the car more quickly.
Ooh, okay, okay. So go ahead and um as you do so, give me a I'll say give me a charisma plus intimidation, as you are like kind of like using your force of personality to kind of like, and your supernatural presence to push yourself through.
And can I add my presence to that roll?
Yes, you will. I don't know if that's like really good or like ooh.
7 successes.
7 success. Okay. And just double
I
check
had
it.
8 dice on the roll.
And always let me know if the hunger die turns up something particularly spicy.
Oh,
Um,
crap. Actually, yes, one of it is a messy critical.
Beautiful. So as you kind of like force yourself forward, kind of like with your companions quickly behind you, trying to make your way through the crowd back to your vehicle. You see a number of individuals that have started to like break out into fights. Like Anarch versus Camarilla, like nobody knows what's going on. People have started panicking, and as you do so, you watch as two of the individuals kind of like turn and go to like square up against you, and you full fang out just almost like roar into their direction as the beast inside you roils, and it feels like trapped, confined by all of this. And you absolutely end up squaring off, and you realize that these are two Camarilla that have squared away from you, and they go stumbling away towards the direction of Vivian and the sheriff. So you make your way through, but you have definitely made a lasting impression. Go ahead and give me another rouse check, please.
Understood. That's a fail.
I need you to go ahead and increase your hunger by 1, please, as calling upon the influence of your blood has roused the beast further.
Understood.
So, go ahead, Stephen.
Um, just a quick question, because I've got on my skills is occult. I've got one of my skills is urban legends. I'm not quite sure where to use or what that is.
So, if any considerations of the occult come into play regarding like local stories or superstitions, then you would have an extra dice to apply to those rolls.
Okay. Is this ones that you bring up in the story, not ones that you can just kind of come up with off the top of my head, kind of thing?
Correct. Or if there's like ones that would kind of like fit. It kind of
Okay.
depends on that vibe.
Okay. Thank you.
So the three of you make your way into the car. You can kind of sense that Alex is breathing a little heavier as the three of you get inside, and your driver takes off. Everybody is in a mass panic. Their like cars almost crash into each other. There's a couple times where folks like pound against the window panes. But this is a car that you specifically have, Alex, that has sturdier windows, not full bulletproofing, but allows a little bit of safety and comfort from within. And as you pour off into the streets of San Francisco, peeling out, your driver looks behind and says, "So that didn't go as planned. Is everyone all right?"
Do these things ever go according to plan? Sure, this plan may be a little bit further out of the realm of what we had hoped for, but I feel like anytime you bring these people together, something's bound to go wrong.
I'm genuinely shocked that they would break Elysium like that.
I don't feel
Sometimes,
shocked.
sometimes force is required to keep the necessities that we hold dear. However, I do apologize. Evelyn and Stephen, I did not mean to lose myself like that. They might have even not noticed, but for Alex, it was a big deal to lose control of themselves.
I feel like I did notice, and you don't ever apologize for being yourself. You protected us, you protected yourself, and that was the main thing, getting us back to the car, and we appreciate that.
You are the only ones that I can call family, and family is important where I came from. So, the only question is, what do we do next?
Well, it seems like we might have to pick a side at this point. I don't know if we can remain neutral in the face of what happened, or we find out who
If there's a
took,
side,
yeah,
I
who took this brazen attack.
I may have forced our hand by not warning the Camarilla, and I apologize for that as well.
We all played a part in that. Any one of us could have stepped forward and said something.
I had my premonition, and I just warned you both. That was it.
Yes, but I opened my senses and I heard the footsteps of the shooter right before it happened. I thought that with our ideals, that Vivian would not have been on our side. And I tell this to you in confidence because if it becomes known that I did not act when I had this information, I will become a wanted person.
We'll we'll keep this to ourselves. I'm
Okay.
Okay.
not I'm not a fan of Vivian. From the moment she opened that car door and she kicked in that arm, I can't look up to anyone that doesn't drink from someone that's not consenting and leaves the body just laying there. That's
How
not a leader.
gauche.
Of course, that is why I responded as I did, making an outward statement when I usually would have kept my tongue pierced with my own fangs. I could not stand such a brazen act, and it required a brazen response. I hope you both can understand that.
I understand completely, and I stand beside you.
Thank you.
100%.
Then we might need to find a way through back channels to reach the head of the Anarch movement. Because if I am wanted, they will not stop at killing me.
As you say that, your a driver kind of like rolls down the window, and looks back and says, "Boss, I think they might be one step ahead of you," and tosses back a cell phone to you. And as you kind of like snatch it in the air, you kind of like stop for a second and turn down the brightness because your senses are still a little too heightened. Um, and
Leave
you
it to the autistic player to forget that heightened senses cause sensory overload.
as you, and as you look down at the phone, a text message comes through from a number that you don't recognize, and it's an address, and it gives a time frame of like 30 minutes from now, like a little time date.
Are we set on this path?
I feel like this path's been set for us. I don't feel like we have a choice.
I can't help but agree. I don't know if I believe that it was the uh the Anarchs who did this.
That is a fair question.
Because from where I sit, the Camarilla has reason enough to enforce their power by staging an attack on their own prince.
Very well. I will type back on the text message. See you there, LOL, kissy face.
Heart emoji. Drippy heart emoji.
Making Wes laugh is always my goal.
It was beautiful. As you press send, you get a little error message that says like number not found, like invalid number.
I will hand the phone back to the driver and say, how far out are we from this address?
They look it up and they say probably about 20 minutes. We have to make a stop somewhere beforehand. We easily can, but it should be within the area.
If we can have a blood bag delivered, I would take it on the way. Otherwise, I will do what I can to shelter.
The driver reaches down below the passenger seat and pulls up a small like an Uber Eats bag, like an Uber Eats cooler
Driver has a
bag,
bag of Capri Suns.
but like and pulls it out and starts like rifling through and is like, AB negative. That's your favorite, right? And like hands it back through the window to you.
Yes, thank you. Remind me to give you a raise.
They
And
roll up the window, and you're able to take care of that one point of hunger that you had gathered.
and at first I tear into it with my fangs, like very uh unbecoming of the southern hospitality that I have shown. And then once I start to feed, I actually regain control of myself a bit.
You take a minute and reach into the side uh, like the little like side cubby in the vehicle and pull out like wet naps and like clean up a little bit.
I was about to ask the driver if they had some napkins in that bag.
Wouldn't this is not the first time that this has needed to happen in this vehicle. Just a real quick feed. To also let the two of you know, Alex and Evelyn, feeding from a blood bag and like a stable source like that, you would only ever be able to remove one hunger at a time. So every time you feed, you would be able to remove one hunger, but it would only be one at a time. It's actually feeding from a person in which you are able to like fully quench your hunger. Um, or another vampire, but that's a completely other story.
Don't need to worry about that.
Yes. For those of you watching along, vampires can feed on other vampires, and there is actually a process that they can do called diablerie, in which they consume the immortal soul of the vampire completely and essentially devour them. It removes humanity, it does lots of terrible things to you, but it also increases the power of your blood and grants you a measure of the power of the vampire that you fed on. So diablerie is completely forbidden by the Camarilla, as it is an active way in which those younger than the elder vampires can actively combat the elders by devouring them. It's a great world we live in. Welcome to Vampire the Masquerade, everybody.
Not a
we
process for
are-
among friends.
While we are in a bit of a lull note, I do want to reference the cane because I said it in chat, but this is not, prop. I do have psoriatic arthritis. There are some mornings that I walk with a cane, and I wanted to bring that to this character for representation purposes. So.
Love that. Thank you so much for making that a part of your character and being able to see yourself in your characters. It's a big thing that I
Absolutely.
love, and I'm a huge proponent of, is being able to see ourselves in the characters that we play. So thank you for bringing that alongside you today. As the car eventually rolls up, you find yourselves at an old vintage arcade in the city. Like worn down. There's a number of windows that have boards on them. The rest are kind of like covered in old like band posters and event posters, things like that. Go ahead.
Sorry, arcade in the UK is like where you play computer consoles and
Yeah,
stuff.
yeah.
It's the same
Yeah.
thing. Yeah, I'm just checking.
Yeah. No, you're
Okay.
good. Yeah. So like an
Like in
old
Mr.
school,
Robot.
yeah, like an old
Yeah.
school Mr. Robot video arcade. Thank you for that reference, by the way. I love Mr. Robot. That
Okay,
100%.
awesome.
That's exactly what I was imagining. So yeah, y'all pull up outside a old school like video game arcade, and you don't see anybody at the door, but like as you pull up and you all exit the vehicle, the front door of the arcade slowly opens and just like leaves itself open.
And I will notify the driver. I'm not sure how long we will be in here, but do not stay in one place. I will contact you in the appropriate manner when we are ready to be picked up. Thank you.
I'll make the rounds. I'll make sure that it's not trackable.
Good.
Can I recommend that obviously can we check the front of the building before we go through the door? Because
Yes.
an open door into the middle of nowhere from someone that we haven't met, I do not feel
So
comfortable going in there yet.
as you have seen Alex do, and through your own aspects, you do also have the ability of heightened senses. And so as you open up your senses, you can actually see as you kind of like open up to your surroundings, you actually notice that there is a faint blood trail actually leading from across the front of the building from like one of the alleyways into the front door.
Okay. So it's a bit like if you saw like a trail of sweets on the floor, basically.
Ooh, piece of candy. Exactly.
Part of me is looking at that thinking, but the other part of me is like, do we really want to follow this? Because this is screaming. This is a trap or something, or someone's gone in there injured. So it's going to be one or the other. I feel I'm going to turn to Evelyn and Alex, and I'm going to be stumped to be like, I don't know what to do. What do you recommend?
I think that, from my perspective, we may have to make a leap of faith, as much as I would rather not. But if you want to turn away, we can go back in the car and have out of here, let them come to us.
I
But we don't
feel. Go on,
we
sorry.
don't know who's trying to reach us now. We don't know if it is. We don't know which faction tried to reach out to us and bring us here tonight.
That is
We don't
correct.
know who is trying to meet up with us, so don't know how we would go about rescheduling something like.
There's no number.
They did
However,
not leave a forwarding address.
I will say I do not have. Oh, that's something that I could have done. I did not think to do this earlier. Um, would I be able to roll anything to see if I could get any information out of what was sent? It There was no forwarding number, right?
Whenever you tried to respond to it, the number no longer existed. Like
But there
it
was a
was like the
number
number was
originally
dead.
there.
Yes.
Could I use some sort of intelligence roll to try to figure out if there could be um a message within the information that I have?
I'll just say from what was sent to you, you would have familiarity with like dummy accounts and like
Yeah,
numbers to the sense where like they are designed to basically be throwaway numbers. So
that's what I thought.
this one would be like a specific intention to just like reach out and like be used for like one time. Um, as you like peer down at the message again, Evelyn, a form comes into view right next to you. You would recognize this as somebody stepping out from their cloak of shadows. As a shorter figure, probably about 5'6", 5'7". Um, you can kind of see she's got a nose ring and like a little bit of a chain that connects back to her earring at the side. And you can see there's a little bit of like bruising on her chin from the fight that broke out there. And as she like steps out from the cloak of shadow, she says, "It's fine. Sorry, I didn't want to startle you."
You might have gone
It,
about things in a better way if you didn't plan to startle.
stepping
I've
out of
sat
it.
down on the floor. I'm sitting on the pavement right now with my hands on my head.
Stepping out of a cloak of shadows right next to someone. By golly, if I were human, you would have given me a heart attack.
Well, well, one, we knew you weren't human, and two, we had to make sure that you weren't being followed by the Camarilla.
It was rude either way.
Well, I'm not known for my manners.
The most abhorrent rudeness is assuming that I wouldn't have my affairs in order when it comes to being followed.
whether you were being
Can
followed
understand that.
or you were willingly leading them here. We had to make sure neither was the case.
The latter I am more understanding of.
Inside. And she kind of like picks up her pace a little bit. You can see like large, chunky, almost like Converse like sneakers kind of like poured up and over her like tight jeans as she kind of like holds the rest of the door open. Says, she's being packed up inside. They'll want to talk to you right away.
The occasional please wouldn't hurt you, I say as I start to follow.
I don't say anything. I look at her with a look of just kind of slight annoyance on my face and just walk past into the building.
I
Complete
have
silence.
I've dealt with her ilk before. I do not like them. I do not deal with them twice. But there is no sense trying to change that which refuses to. So I will remain silent as I step forward.
As the three of you step into the old arcade, you can see up on the stage, you see like two animatronic like creatures. One looks like a like some type of like mouse. One looks like some type of like bunny. And like another one has been like heavily like removed, like a bunch of the felt has like worn away, and you can see like bits of it there. And at the front of the stage, you can see Elena actually being tended to. You can see there's like as you come walking in, they actually like rip a dagger out from their chest and like throw it on the ground, and like one of their other attendants is like binding their wounds, and is like pricking their thumbs, and like after they tend to them, like leaning it over so that it closes the wounds again. And Elena looks up and says, "Mighty brave of you all to speak out against the Camarilla tonight. Tell me
Did you
you all
break Elysium?
tell me you don't actually believe that."
I am
Here to
asking the
ask, aren't we?
question,
We don't know
No.
and
what
I
to
am
believe anymore.
expecting an answer. That answer is important for what happens next.
We may not agree with the way that the Camarilla runs things, but some of their traditions allow us a modicum of respect in this community. Elysium is one of them.
Very well. And I don't know, is there like an insight type thing in Vampire?
There is actually insight. So go ahead and give me, we'll say wits plus insight.
Okay.
And I will say, I actually need you to take 3 dice off because I'm still going to consider this a part of the same scene. Once we take a break here in a little bit, we'll move to a new
Okay.
scene. But that overloaded sensory is still kind of like there.
Would I be able to
No,
make a check too?
no critical fail, but no successes.
You may as well, Evelyn.
Okay. Uh, 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 one fail, and a no, hold on. One critical fail, one success, and the rest is also fails.
Okay. You at least rolled 1 success, so you are fine for the critical fail. But you're not able to get like a full read on Elena. You sense that they don't appear to be in any kind of like defensive position. She's still like actively being tended to from her wounds, and as they look on at you, they seem to be just here to like have a conversation.
Can I offer to help heal the wounds with my blood magic? Because obviously I want to show that we're kind of here, amicable, if that makes sense.
Elena kind of like looks forward and kind of like looks over at their attendant, and their attendant just kind of like gives a slight nod and kind of like gestures you over. And Elena looks up at you and they say, I have to say, it's quite intriguing to see members of Tremere, Toreador, the Ventru, all sympathetic to our cause.
Have fought against oppressors for a very long time. And there was a bold breach of etiquette in what Vivian did tonight. That was why I spoke out.
Do you speak to the words she shared? Or do you speak to whatever that performance was with the shooter?
Before that, before the beginning of it, she showed herself as less than honorable from the very start. I do believe that the Anarchs could create a better society, but whatever happens next, it is unfortunate that the tyranny of the Camarilla can overblow the better traditions among kindred. I believe that everyone deserves a chance at life. I believe that all mortals and kindred are created equal. And dumping someone into the back of a car after feeding on them, I will not stand by to see mortals treated like chattel.
You watch as Elena kind of like gives a look over at her attendant, and they kind of smirk for a second. And they turn back to you and say, You know, there's always something to be said about someone who truly knows what it means to live in this world right now. Pay no mind to clan lines and power struggles and feeding grounds. Someone who really knows what goes on the night to night.
Indeed, I have met with great minds of the present and past. I've broken bread with Karl Marx. I've understood the political struggles, been there when Abraham Lincoln spoke, and yet I still live each night as if it has been a gift, because I know that there's no way that I should be alive. So, what do you plan to do? to avoid the sheriff coming down on you.
We have to prove it isn't us. Vivian
Well,
will send Gerard after every single one of us. Gerard will see that we are ousted from this entire city, one by one. We have to prove it wasn't our doing. Even if we can't prove who it was, we have to show that we are innocent.
well, the one thing that we do have in common, I spoke out against Vivian, and you are the leader of the movement. We are two prime suspects. So, if we are in accordance, I believe that our interests are aligned enough that we should work together. If my companions agree. And I will look to Stephen and Evelyn to see uh, what they might say.
Um, I I honestly feel that we need this alliance with them. Um, but I need to know, did they have any information? Did they have any clue anything like this was going to happen for such a big group of people to not see anything other than us having these premonitions? Did they not have any intelligence, or did they not see anything happening other than us?
Where it had happened from was essentially directly above them. So they were stationed at like the far end,
Mm,
right up against the shipping containers, and the shooter was placed above them, atop them, shooting across the way at Vivian. Um, so unless they had individuals that were using aspects to heighten their senses, they would
mm,
have not been able to see anything.
right, okay.
At this point, it seems that Elysium would be a hotbed of activity for the Camarilla. So, what do you propose as far as an investigation?
We're going to have to find our way back there. Either you all or some of my people. We're going to have to investigate the scene. I just don't know how much we can avoid the gaze of Gerard or any of his hounds.
And I'll look again, this time to Evelyn first. What say you? I won't make a decision like this on my own.
I believe we need to get to the bottom of this, but I'm not comfortable agreeing to proving innocence. Just the facts. Whatever information we find is what we find. And I will not
Agre-
pledge allegiance until I know the truth.
Agreed.
Very well. Then, though we are sympathetic to your cause, we must operate independently. Can you accept that?
Elena looks up and gives a nod.
Then I will confront Gerard directly and explain to him the better reason for an independent investigation of this situation. and we will see what happens from there.
You said yourself that you are a prime suspect. Do you think that wise?
I have been under a cloud of suspicion for most of my years. I am used to it.
You're not alone in that regard.
And if there is anything that I bring to the table, it is my ability with words.
She gives a slight nod and looks over and says, "Well, perform your investigation. Do what you must. We shall do the same."
Understood.
The young kindred who had Cloak of Shadowed before kind of like walks over and hands a burner phone to Evelyn. Says, "Sorry, wanted to make sure I was actually seen by you this time." Gives you a little bit of a wink and walks away.
No need to be snippy about it.
She turns back
Yeah.
around as she's starting to like walk back into the back of the arcade. Says, "Who said I was being snippy?" Gives you a second wink and kind of like disappears back into the back. And Elena just kind of like chuckles and she's like, "Youth."
To be young again.
So someone says, "Good luck. I'm sure we're all going to need a good bit of it tonight."
Indeed we shall.
You are escorted from the video arcade. Alex, you're able to ring your driver. As you look at the time, it is well into the evening. You likely would be unable to continue on with the investigation this evening without needing to find some semblance of emergency shelter. So as you ring your driver back, you make arrangements to drop Evelyn off at her own establishment and escort Stephen and yourself back to your estate. And you rest up for the evening before beginning the next day's journey into this investigation. We are going to go ahead and take our 5 or 10 minute break right here. But thank you all so much. This has been so fun so far. We've gotten some great uses of some vampiric abilities. We've gotten to play around a little bit with the hunger mechanics. And we're going to continue on with things as we go into the second half of our game after our break. Thank you all so much, audience, for joining us for today. This has been such an incredibly fun time, and we hope that you have enjoyed this fantastic game as much as we have been enjoying it. You can find more about Vampire the Masquerade at that link there, and of course, don't forget, all of this is so that we can help raise awareness and funds for Trinity Pride Fort Worth for their upcoming Pride Festival. So thank you all so much. We're going to take about a 5 or 10 minute break. We'll be right back after it. Feel free to grab a drink, use the restrooms, take meds, grab snacks, do all the wonderful things, and then come back and join us for the conclusion of this really, really, really fun game. Thank you all so much, and we will be back shortly. Hello, 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 everybody! Welcome on in, Raiders from Scout's channel. Come on in. How's everybody doing? Thank you all so much for joining us today. Scout, thank you so much for trusting your community and bringing them right on over. Hi, everyone. I am Wesselhouse, and if you do not know me, I'm a queer and non-binary content creator here on Twitch. I do tons of D&D and tabletop RPGs, and for today and tomorrow, we are doing all tabletop RPGs that are not Dungeons and Dragons, and doing some different things and trying out some new games. We are all doing this Trinity Pride. This is a local nonprofit organization that is starting back up and is looking to host their first Pride Festival since the start of the pandemic. And they're going to be hosting their first in-person Pride Festival later on in June. And so today and tomorrow we're hanging out. We are trying out some brand new for some people, and new to our channel, RPGs, to help raise awareness and funds for them. We have a donation goal of $2,500. If we raise $2,500 over these 2 days, we actually fully fund hiring queer musicians and artists for the entire festival. So that is kind of our goal there. Since they are a new nonprofit, they are not fully set up through Tiltify and other things, so we are directing folks directly to their website to help donate and raise awareness there, and we'll be getting updates from them each day. So tomorrow you'll be able to stop back by and join us and find out exactly how much we managed to raise through our first day of fundraising. But welcome on in, everybody. I absolutely adore Scout Neon Saline. We had the distinct pleasure of getting to roll some dice together for Turf Wars last year, and I am so excited at the opportunity to get to roll some dice with them again. Hopefully very soon. We'll have to see what we can make happen. But welcome on in, everybody. Right now, we are currently in the middle of Vampire the Masquerade. It is a storytelling game of horror and intrigue set against the backdrop of modern society with vampires. And if you are unfamiliar with the system of Vampire the Masquerade, it is a absolutely fantastic horror RPG setting that kind of postulates the idea of what if everybody was kind of right about vampires, just in a little bit different way. So every single story, whether it is pop culture or cultural references, all are kind of right a little bit. And through our game today, we have Evelyn, Alex, and Steven, who have been coming up with a little bit of an issue. The large part of vampire society is ruled by the Camarilla, who are the kind of like the older generation of vampires that does all of the bad things that vampires do that you expect them to do. And they are continuously coming up against the efforts of the Anarchs, kind of like younger generational upstart vampires who want to see done away with a lot of the older ways of navigating in society. Through today's session, Evelyn, Alex, and Steven attended a meeting at Elysium, what is supposed to be neutral ground, where there is to be no violence and no breaking of any policies or rules regarding this specific city. To attend a meeting of both the Camarilla and the Anarchs. Now, through this meeting, Stephen had a premonition of the Prince of San Francisco, Vivian, being shot. And shortly thereafter, as the group kind of backed away, that premonition came to unfold, resulting in mass chaos through Elysium. As our group exited very quickly, they found themselves being offered a meeting, and whenever they arrived, they met face-to-face with the leader of the Anarchs, Elena, who had postulated that they were not responsible for the attack on the prince, and they wanted to clear the name of the Anarchs and find out who exactly was trying to frame the Anarchs for this breaking of Elysium. As Alex had openly spoke out against the Vivian at this meeting, that would make Alex and Elena, prime suspects numero uno and dos. So it is up to them to try to clear their own names and figure out exactly what happened. As the dawn was going to be fastly approaching, our group decided to unwind and head back to their respective establishments to rest for the remainder of the evening and start up their investigation again the next day, which is where we pick up now. So, as we do at the start of every single night, Evelyn, Alex, and Steven, I would like each of you to make a hunger roll, please. Each of you at this point is at 1 hunger point, so you must roll dice equal to your hunger and tell me what you get.
8.
So, Evelyn, you are good. You are not hungry.
That was a 2.
Your hunger increases to 2, Alex, as does yours, Steven. So, you are not necessarily like famished, but you do feel the stirring of the beast within. Um, However, it doesn't appear to be necessarily overly, like, overpowering.
By the way, Wes,
Yes.
I do want to say, since Neon Saline raided, that it was part of our discussion with her that we talked about Alex being like the first non-binary name that a lot of people pick
That is true.
whenever that. Yeah, I was going to name the character John Smith, but I was like, no, let's go more non-binary. So I chose Alex because of that.
That is
I
so
thought it was
wonderful.
good to bring up
I love
with
that.
with that raid.
That is so fantastic. I loved that conversation that we got to have as a part of Turf Wars. And for anybody that did not get to check that out, it is actually available over on YouTube. All of our live plays and our special panels and discussions that happen as a part of our events here are all uploaded over onto that YouTube channel. So you can check out all of the fun action that we had at Turf Wars last year, all of the fun that we had raising money for Turf Wars 2 earlier this year, as well as these games will be uploaded a little bit later on. Yes, Pigger, these will absolutely be uploaded to YouTube as well. So it'll be a lot of fun, y'all. So definitely check all of that out. It's a really, really fantastic time. So as you all kind of regather together for the evening, Evelyn, a car is sent for you at your own abode to bring you over, and you all are able to meet together one more time at the outset of this evening.
I am going to accept my peckishness on this evening and not attempt to quell my hunger at this point. Just for the record. Uh, as Evelyn is on her way over, I'll speak to Stephen, say, how do you feel about this situation?
I feel that at the moment it's very you can't see where this is gonna go. I've got a feeling that there's either a third group or something on the outside that we haven't seen yet. We need to take this slowly and carefully because we don't know who we can trust at the moment. Because at the end of the day, we don't know if the whether Elena or any of these are actually that trustworthy. We don't know because we don't know who the shooter was. I'm just being careful. I'm being very careful right now.
I agree wholeheartedly. I do believe that the best way to be careful is to be in the open right now. Because if something were to happen to myself, for instance, that would throw suspicion in another direction. So the fact that I am a suspect can be used as a bullet in our gun. if we need be.
I was concerned when Evelyn did use the the cape because for that brief moment they were no longer visible. And when they're looking around at a shooting, the first person they're going to notice is the person that's no longer there.
Luckily, Evelyn's ability only affects them whenever we are talking about somebody standing still. So we have that on our side. None of us could be directly linked. However, I am a person of means. It would be idiotic for them to assume that I could not have made this happen. But I hope my brazenness at the meeting will clear me of enough suspicion for us to be allowed an independent investigation.
I'm gonna leave it there now, I think.
And
While
around,
I'm
sorry, I was gonna say around
in the
this time is when
car,
Evelyn is able to arrive. Go ahead.
Oh
okay, I
yeah.
was gonna say while I'm in the car, can uh, I'm checking the phone to see if anything came in, um, while during during the day, um,
Checking
if something
the
came in on the
same.
burner phone. Yeah.
Mm.
Oh, okay. So as you check in, um, uh, you get a there's one of the text messages on it says it seems that the sheriff and the prince were accounted for throughout the evening, most especially Vivian, given they were shot. But we can't place all of the sheriff's hounds on site. And you would know
Mm.
that the sheriff's hounds are kind of like the sheriff's enforcers out and about in the city. So all of the hounds specifically answer to the sheriff, who answers to the prince. So not all of the hounds were accounted for at the time of the incident.
Would that be suspicious? Are they expected to all be there at the same or
You
at like a meeting like that, or would it be normal to have a couple patrolling the streets for?
It would be normal for them to be patrolling the streets. However, not all of them could be accounted for. So
Oh, as in like
there
they
were
weren't out on their.
like there were ones that were stationed there at the site of Elysium, and there were others that were able to be accounted for like on their standard patrols, but not all of the hounds were located.
Okay.
My
Okay.
my biggest question would be, and this can be a question that we ask later, is who the designated survivors might have been for that type of meeting. Even though it was in Elysium, Camarilla Anarchs, their heads are going to be cautious.
Mm.
So if they were meeting together, who would have taken over if we would have had an apocalyptic situation?
You would not necessarily know that, but there are ways that you can find out that information.
Okay. Then I will let the storyteller know that that is an area of inquiry in which I would like to delve.
Beautiful. Absolutely can make that note. So Evelyn, as you arrive, you're kind of like peering through that, and you're starting to keep that into consideration as you arrive at Alex's estate.
Yeah. So I think one of the first things I do when I walk into the room is like I give them a look like we're free to talk here, right? There's nobody here who like we've cleared the room of any
Just us
of
three.
the yeah, just us three, any servants who might be eavesdropping or something like that. We've got this is
None of
just
the
between
food.
us. None of the food exact and I didn't wanna
None of
put
the
it
food.
in those terms. It was a
The
little gauche,
the
but
students are deep in their studies. One that is further along is actually giving a guest lecture this evening. As far as the help, they do not remember conversations, as I reference my ability to cloud memory.
perfect. In that case, I was going through the messages on, the phone that we received yesterday, and it turns out not all of the sheriff's hounds were accounted for.
Are they missing?
They weren't on their expected assigned posts, whether that be at Elysium or patrolling the streets. There were several of the sheriff's hounds who could not be accounted for.
And
Which
specifically, it gives you two names, Evelyn. It looks like Abigail and Raquel were not accounted for among
Okay.
the hounds.
It looks like specifically Abigail and Raquel were unaccounted for during last night's tragedy.
understood, then it will be incumbent upon us to eliminate them as suspects, as everyone at this point has the presumption of innocence.
Do we know where they were last seen?
You would not necessarily know. However, Stephen, as you have connections to the rest of Clan Tremere, you do
Yeah.
have connections to those who would be able to use their more powerful blood sorcery to act almost as like scrying, to be able to study the events of last night.
Can I recommend going to my clan?
You would know that you would need a
Or can I
personal token of
right,
whoever you wanted to scry on. So you would need something of either Abigail's or Raquel's to
right, okay.
allow them to use their connection to their blood to look upon them.
So if we went back to the arcade possibly to find out if there's anything of Abigail's and Raquel's there, then that could be a way forward.
That it would not be at the arcade. They would possibly be at like if you were looking for evidence, you would be looking for evidence at Elysium. The arcade was just where you met with Elena and the members of the Anarchs.
Right,
In
okay. I
which
didn't know if that was their base or anything.
I will ask Stephen, did you, while you were treating Elena, take a sample?
I I would have had blood on my clothes where I've been cleaning it up. So the clothes I wore yesterday, the blood would still be on there, upon the sleeves.
And you would
Then
be able to pull a sample if you wanted to have your connections scry upon Elena as well.
I believe that you should bring a piece of cloth then, so that we keep our options open for surveillance.
So I'm gonna go to my room and I'm gonna get the clothes. I'm gonna rip the sleeve off that's got the blood, and I'll put that in a bag to bring with.
So, where are we heading first?
I believe our first stop needs to be Elysium.
Uh, what's the goal of What is our goal of looking?
Because if I've got
over
the
this?
blood from, was the blood from Abigail, wasn't it?
No,
So
it was
the
from Elena, the leader of the
Oh,
Anarchs.
Elena. Yeah, that's it. So I've got the blood from Elena. But yeah, we'd have to go to find some. Yeah, okay, with it.
some
We
type of
would,
something, whether it be
Yeah.
like discarded articles of clothing, bullet casings, anything like that you might be able to find that would be evidence that the other blood sorcerers from Clan Tremere might be able to use to scry more information.
and as I said, our best case scenario is going to be acting in the light, so to speak, so that we can say that we are independently investigating to the sheriff and hope for the best. We are in a tenuous position for multiple reasons.
Which is why we intend to scry upon Elena as well as any evidence that we find on the scene.
Correct.
Yeah.
Um,
I just love that Steven did that because we were able to call back to it.
so handy.
So,
Um,
if you will, shall I call the car around?
uh,
um, yes. Can we
yeah,
take some blood bags with us just in case
the
in the
driver's
car?
got his little Uber Eats
Yeah,
bag.
the
All
We've
right.
driver's
still
at the
got it. We
ready.
didn't use it up.
My driver is above six figures now because I appreciate their service.
Imagine getting 6 figures for Uber Eats. Let's go.
I'm in the wrong job.
Yes.
Well, I would assume that this is a private driver
Yeah,
just at the
yes,
Uber Eats
not
bag.
Private Uber.
they don't have to work for Uber Eats as well.
They started as an Uber
Yeah.
that we called, but they were just so good.
Yeah.
Very discreet.
So, you all, is there anything else, Evelyn or Stephen, that you wish to do before y'all make your way towards Elysium to investigate?
Um, I mean, other than bringing the Elena soaked rag with me, um, I think I've got everything I need.
I think yeah.
As you all eventually arrive on site, you can see that Gerard and a number of his hounds are kind of like still on site, keeping things sectioned off. So as you three exit the vehicle, Gerard kind of like walks forward and says, "Well, you certainly know how to make a statement. What are you doing here?"
Making a statement.
I'm
In this
just gonna
case,
smile.
a statement that we shall be conducting an independent investigation to discover the truth of the matter behind this event.
And considering that you are indeed one of our prime suspects, you wouldn't mind if you had a friend tag along, right? And one of the other hounds just kind of like takes a step forward.
Absolutely. I would definitely be obliged to have someone along with us, as long as you know that they can be trusted, considering the fact that Elysium was breached under your watch. It seems that there are more suspects than you let on.
You watch as the hound's hand starts to like reach down, and Gerard just kind of stays his hand and says, "Continue." And kind of as a nod back, and they pull the security fences aside and kind of like let you three in. Followed closely behind by one of the other hounds.
What I will say is that we will openly offer to provide any information as to the identity of the shooter and any connections that they may have. We offer this as a boon in return for conducting our investigation independently. A boon that you will offer so that we can clear the good name of the Camarilla and the sheriff as well. I'm sure you understand. We're all doing good turns for each other.
I may work alongside Vivian, but I don't have her penchant for bullshit. So if you're going to continue to blow smoke, you can do it elsewhere. See to your business, then be gone.
Thank you very much.
As the three of you make your way into Elysium, you may conduct your investigations. What would each of you like to do?
I'm first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go in and I'm going to look near where the shooter was sensed. So you sensed it up on the containers. So I'm going to head to that area. I'm going to go check for evidence around the containers.
Perfect.
And we have our escort with us.
Oh,
I
absolutely.
think there's two, isn't there? Is there two?
There's like one escort that is like one of the hounds that is like watching y'all like a hawk.
Then I will speak to our escort in order to discern information about the two hounds that were not at Elysium.
Okay.
And I will reveal as part of that we have obtained this information from the Anarchs in a show of good faith about the openness of our investigation.
Okay. And what is Evelyn doing at this time?
Well, what I had wanted to do
Yes.
was to pretend to befriend the our hound, but as Alex decided to
You can
You could still do it. You could
Yeah.
still do it.
Yeah.
No. I was gonna be a little bit more less honest. But
if I was gonna say if it's a chance to kind of like show off some fun things, let's go for it. Let's try it.
what I wanted to do was to put on an acting performance to act as if I was like friendly and just trying to make some light conversation with them about any friends that they might have, like how is it working as a hound, and like just are they friendly with each other, do they keep up with what the others are doing, just be a little, lean into the stereotype of being a little vapid gossip actress.
Okay. Okay. I do believe you also have indifferent to the way that Alex has presence. I believe you have a different use of presence. Is that
I have
correct?
awe.
Yes. So rather than like keeping people away, you can like draw them in. So go ahead and I'll say give me that give me that bit of performance. So I'll say are you trying to use like your natural charisma, or are you trying to be a little bit more manipulative and like keep the attention on you?
Just a natural charisma. I don't think I'm like intending to Well, I am intending to manipulate, but not like from like a malicious place and like try and keep them from looking at others kind of thing, but just in
Okay.
a I want to manipulate out or like I want to tease out information.
Got it. Okay, so then go ahead and give me, I'll say charisma plus performance, and you can actually add your presence to that as you are kind of like drawing on your natural powers of awing.
That is a lot of dice.
That is a lot of dice.
So that's uh I think 8 dice.
Oh, that's a big roll, yeah. So make sure
Yeah.
that one of those is your hunger die, and then the other 7 can be normal dice.
Okay. So I'm gonna roll 7 digitally and 1. This is
Your hunger?
my hunger.
Perfect.
A hunger I hit. I got 10, so that's a critical success.
That means it's a messy critical.
Yeah,
Yeah.
a messy critical. Fuck.
How many successes though?
Oh dear God, is that the
Uh,
hound? Has she eaten the
Success is
hound?
everything above a
It's
5,
6 or
right?
higher, yeah.
6 or higher. 1,
And 10
2,
is 2
3,
successes.
4, and okay, hold on. A 10 is 2 successes, then it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 successes.
Does
Is
that
that apart from the...
is that including the hunger die or not including the hunger die?
Not including the hunger
So it's
die.
so 7. So 7 successes. You you begin checking in and you draw this hound in. Alex, you go to like step forward and start questioning the hound, and you watch as Evelyn's natural presence just permeates like an aura, and you feel that strength and that power just surge through her. And as it hits, you can tell that they are just completely captivated. They immediately are like drawn in to you, Evelyn, to the point where like they are paying no mind to their surroundings. And as you start asking about the other hounds, they mention the fact that Raquel had been granted the evening off for some reason, and that she wasn't required to make her usual rounds, and she was granted this by the sheriff himself. And it was really odd. You have the most beautiful eyes. I can't stop staring. Like, and they just continue falling into it. Um, Steven, if you wouldn't mind giving me a, go ahead and give me a intelligence and investigation roll, and if you would like to, you can also activate your heightened senses.
Yeah, I want to activate my heightened senses. Investigation, so far I've got 3 on that one. Yeah, so
And
to roll for me.
your intelligence as well.
4 on that one.
So 7 dice total.
Okay.
You also got a messy
Oh.
critical. Ooh, oh, okay, things are getting spicy. Okay, we did. You got you got 6.
In the car.
You got 6 successes, including a messy critical. And as you open up your senses around you, you begin looking around the scene, and you do in fact see large bullet casings left up on top of the shipping containers. And through your senses, you actually manage to smell the presence of somebody behind you. And you catch it just in time, and you turn and look, and you can see the hound Raquel there, kind of like at in front of you, and she just raises up this incredibly large, oversized like handgun towards you. And because you were able to see her coming, you kind of like go immediately into like defense mode, and you reach down, bite into your open palm, and grab onto the end of the pistol, and you activate one of your blood sorcery abilities, but this is going to rouse your blood.
Right.
You are not, you do not increase in hunger, but you do take 1 point of harm. You deal 1 point of harm to yourself. But one of your blood sorcery abilities is called Corrosive Vitae. And essentially, you are able to provide this almost acidic-like quality to your own blood. And as she raises the gun to you, you manage to grab onto the end of it with your open wound, and it seeps into the gun and basically like melts the barrel down. And she pulls it off and is now like squaring away with you. Evelyn, you have the one hound in complete like trance to you, and is completely unaware of what is happening above and behind him. But Alex, you do see a scuffle starting to break out with what looks like the hound Raquel.
Is there activity around that suggests that we are in a full-blown melee here, or do I have the ability to conduct myself as, it is Elysium still, even if there was, an attack. Is there an ability to keep the veneer of that in place, or are we beyond that at this point?
That would be up to you. You do not sense any other outward aggression around you, but you can see that Steven is kind of like squared up with Raquel, at least, with the one hound just completely taken in by Evelyn. And Evelyn, at this point, you feel the beast inside stirring with delight. This idea of being able to have this man in the palm of your hand, just in awe of you. The beast inside enjoys this. It calls to this. And I need you to give me a rouse check, please. So I need you to go ahead and roll your hunger for me real quick.
Okay. That is 1. That is a critical failure.
Your hunger increases by 1, and you feel that beast inside stir as it says, "It would be so simple to just open him up."
Now, with vampiric abilities, how easily could I get to where Steven is right now?
What other vampiric powers do you have?
I do not have physical powers,
Great.
but
So
I want to get close enough that I could activate another ability on Raquel.
I tell you what, give me a go ahead and give me a rouse check and rouse the blood within.
Okay.
You are currently at 2 hunger, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Success and critical success, but I don't think that matters on rouse.
That does
checks.
not, no. So you are able to arouse the blood, and it does not further increase your hunger. But in doing so, you are able to give yourself a measure of ability. So I'll say with that, you can easily kind of like quickly close the distance. Not as fast as other vampires you have seen, but definitely faster than like your standard person.
Then I will get up as quickly as I am capable of, and I will get in Raquel's face and say, I have had it with this violence. And I will activate Daunt.
Ooh. So I believe Raquel gets to make a resolve and composure check. Let me grab Raquel's dice.
And I would have charisma, intimidation, and presence.
So that would be to intimidate her. Go ahead and give me that check, and I'll get to what I just rolled in a second.
Okay. Should I be afraid?
I don't know about afraid, but Raquel's gonna make some terrible decisions in a minute.
God, I'm the one getting beaten up. I'd just like to point this out.
You did manage to stop her whenever she tried to attack you, Stephen. Through your blood sorcery, at least.
Okay, so that's 6 successes.
She looks on at you, and you see this wild look flash upon Raquel's face. The fangs distend further, and you watch as Raquel tries to lash out and is going to attempt to actually attack you, Stephen. This increases her hunger further. But she is going to physically try to attack you. It's not Steven, sorry, Alex. Because Alex placed themselves in front of you. Steven's like, oh great, I'm good.
Just gonna wait over here.
Alex, can you give me a dexterity melee roll, please?
Okay. Three dice, 3 successes.
Okay, that's good. I'm really glad. You are going to take you take 2 points of harm as almost giving. You watch as Raquel is almost on the verge of giving in fully to the beast. Driven by this like bloodlust and this anger. And so you take 2 harm as Raquel lurches forward and bites down on your clavicle, kind of like grappling into you. Stephen, what would you like to do?
2 things. First of all, I'd like to, with my charisma, in a kind of jokey way, shout down to Evelyn to snap out of it, because obviously I'm up at the container and she's like lovingly looking at this other this other
debating
beast.
how tasty this person looks.
Yeah, so I've shouted down at Evelyn to snap out of it. And then once I've done that, I'm going to turn with, if possible, with my blood magic and quickly rub it where he's been bitten.
Are you trying to seal Alex's wounds, or are you trying to use your corrosive blood against Raquel?
Is Raquel still attacking?
Oh yeah. She at this point she's like, this close to just giving in to the beast and essentially having like a blood rampage.
How injured is Alex? Is Alex still able to fight right now?
Alex is
He's been chewed
Pretty-
on.
pretty injured. They are in a situation where things have escalated quickly.
Okay. I'm gonna push Rachel back. Raquel, sorry, Rachel. Don't know who she is. Raquel back with my blood magic, my corrosive blood magic, if I can possibly do that.
Perfect.
I'm
So
literally gonna flick it at her across her legs.
perfect. So I'm gonna say that that's a I'll say dexterity melee, and you get to add your blood sorcery to that. So let me go ahead and roll those dice for you. You are... Ooh, that's not good. We keep getting messy criticals. So you inflict 3 points of harm on Raquel as this corrosive blood splashes across her, and it draws her off of Alex. And as she like falls backward, she like stumbles off of the shipping containers a little bit, and you actually hear from further away, you hear, "What is the meaning of this?" And you watch as Gerard and one of the other hounds comes forward, and you watch as Raquel turns almost animalistically on the other two of them, and goes like bounding after Gerard and the other hound. You do grow more hungry, Steven. So your hunger is up to 3. Now, Evelyn, last we left you, the beast inside was quite interested in how this hound might taste. And your hunger increased to 2. Where does Evelyn stand at this point? You just barely managed to make out the voice of Steven calling down to you from up on the shipping containers.
I think hearing the voice of my friend, I turn and I look away from the hound, and I guess, do I catch a glimpse of like Raquel almost falling, or like
yes, I would say you do. Yeah. As you break it, that breaks the awe on the hound, who kind of like stops for a second and is like starting to like collect themselves.
Okay. I guess I go to shout to the sheriff to call off his hounds, because clearly something has gone wrong. And like, I guess my first assumption is that it's Raquel has gone rogue, and I'm hoping that the sheriff still has some kind of control. I mean, they probably call them his hounds for a reason.
Go ahead and give me a charisma and persuasion roll. And I will say you can add the your point of presence for awe.
Okay. So that is 7 and 2 hunger. 2 of those are hunger dice. An 8 and a fucking messy critical.
Oh, I love that.
Hungry.
I love that we
And
showed
1
up.
success.
I'm cackling that we showed up at Elysium to investigate, and everybody has just been rolling messy critical after messy critical after messy. Y'all,
Just a
whoo,
messy game.
yes. So,
Thirsty for
with
blood.
those plus the one, that brings it up to 4 successes. So your influence takes over, and the hound that you had awed before turns on Raquel, who is starting to like bound towards Gerard, the sheriff, and the other hound. And he like stops and pulls out what looks like this almost like crossbow like gun, and fires it at Raquel. And as the bolt lands into Raquel's shoulder, you watch as like a long cable is attached to it and essentially connected to this device. So he essentially has Raquel like on kind of like a gun leash, I guess is the best way to describe this.
Like a taser thing that's kind of
And the other one fires out as well, and connects to her, and they kind of like have her like tied up, and you watch as she is like starting to give in to the beast more and more, and she can't help it. And at this point, go ahead and give me another rouse check, please, Evelyn, as the power of your blood is starting to take over the scene as a whole.
And that's 2 or
Roll 2
Three.
dice, and we just need a success.
I got a 6.
Okay, so you are good. So your hunger does not further increase. At this time, Steven and Alex, you look down, and Raquel has been like harpooned by the two hounds. And you watch as Gerard walks up. You see Raquel almost like lashing out at Gerard, trying to grab at him. And as he reaches up, he places a hand on the top of her head, and you watch as this like flash of yellow appears across his eyes, and slowly her breathing slows. Eventually, she stops. She falls to her knees. And then she slowly looks up. And he just kind of like sits there for a second and says, "Now stay." And he walks over to you all, and he looks up at you, Alex, and holds up a hand to help escort you down off of the shipping containers. Same as you, Stephen. Looks up and says, "My apologies. Seems that somebody has been acting on their own, or worse, for someone else."
I stare at Gerard for a long time, considering options before accepting his hand. You know, restitution must be paid in a situation like this.
He looks on, nods.
I will take a favor to be determined later.
First, let's find out who actually is responsible for all this.
Agreed. And I'll step down.
Am I able, because you said that I can do the readings on the objects, am I able to walk forward to do a reading on the gun to see if I can find out where it came from?
That particular type of scrying is a little bit too advanced for you. But you would be able to take that to the others who would be able to perform like a specific
Right, okay.
ritual for it. They're able to utilize their blood in like specific like long form rituals
Yeah.
to learn additional information.
Okay. Would I obviously, if I'm gonna bend down to pick up the gun? I'm gonna have to turn and ask, can I take this? Because if I just pick up a gun and go to walk away with it.
Gerard looks and says, "Of course, sorcerer. Bring it to your people. They can help answer what she cannot." Gerard turns to Evelyn and says, "My apologies. If you wouldn't mind using your abilities once more. I can keep the beast quelled inside, but we need someone to keep her attention. If you would."
I suppose.
If you are spent, I would be capable of doing it in your stead. Basically, I'm saying if you don't want to risk additional hunger from rousing. Because I'm still at 2 hunger and I do have awe.
I'm also at 2 hunger.
Oh, okay.
So
I think Evelyn just went up 1. It's fine.
Yeah. It's not too bad.
I thought
Alex,
Evelyn was at 3. That's my bad.
Evelyn's getting a
Okay,
little
Alex is
peckish, but
injured as
not all the
well,
way
aren't
up
you?
there.
Yeah,
You're injured as well, aren't you?
I've got 2 harm and 4 health to my name.
Can I turn and heal? Can I offer to heal him while we're all standing around discussing next moves?
You
Please?
can. So that will require you to make a rouse check, Steven. So what is your current hunger at?
2.
You are fine. But you would be able to heal him up to your blood sorcery.
So 2?
Oh, so yeah.
Yeah.
So you'd be able to heal him of 2 harm.
And they are back to 4 entire health.
So
there we go. You are welcome.
So Evelyn, you take a place in front of Raquel, and you let your presence out, and you expand that awing presence once more. Go ahead and give me one more rouse check, please.
Fingers crossed. A 9 and a 7. That's 2 successes.
Plenty fine. So at this point, you have kind of like calmed the beast within. You have returned back to your standing sense of decorum. And as Raquel kind of like looks up and catches your eye, you watch as she just falls into your presence.
What were the questions that we wanted to ask Raquel?
Our main concern is whether she is acting of her own accord or someone else's.
Did she have memory?
On whose
Did she have-
behalf? Did you attack my friends?
They have found her weak. They are coming. They will claim this city as their own.
Who are they, my child?
The blessed Sabbath. Soon all will fall. This false city will claim to ruin. And then they will move on once more. Gerard kind of looks over, says, "Did I hear that right? Did she name the Sabbath?"
It seems that the hounds under your watch are serving two masters. Unless you are serving two masters as well.
He looks over and says, "I serve one, the rightful prince of this city. But it would appear there are those at play who would see this disagreement with the Anarchs play out in a much bloodier manner."
When you say rightful prince, do me a favor and name the rightful prince.
For now, that rightful prince is Vivian. For this is her city. The next rightful prince will take her place when it is their time, to which I will serve them.
And you wouldn't happen to have a horse in that race, would you? Just making sure.
I understand your misgivings, given that it is my hound that fell to the Sabbath. But I would remind you, I have been here long before Vivian, and I will remain here long after. And it will not be by my hand that she find her replacement.
Ah, you
Just kicking
have a
around.
delightful bit of backbone, and I greatly appreciate that. I hope you understand that I have to test your mettle when it comes to situations such as this. I'm only concerned with finding the truth, no matter how uncomfortable it might be in the moment. I hope you can understand. And I reach out my hand to offer a shake.
Gerard just stares at it, looks over at the other two, and says, "Do you all have word of the Anarchs? Do you have ways to reach out to them? I mean this in no deception. But if the Sabbath are here, and they mean to turn our city upside down, this is not a fight in which we play teams."
Understood, which is why this independent kindred is offering a hand of friendship. One that would be a good idea to take as a show of good faith.
I do not play your games or Vivian's. I do not have to take your hand to take your hand. You can put it away now. You Ventru and your pissing contests have no place here.
I think I'm going to put my hand on Alex's shoulder to like calm the situation slightly, like and just kind of let him know I'm there. Like I'm here.
I can get word. I can get word to them.
Thank you.
I pull out the phone and I send a message because I can do that. I can pull out the phone and I send a message, and I let the Anarch know that uh, neither party is at fault because a third party, the Sabbat, are here to wreak havoc on our city, and that we must stand together. We must put our grudges aside and stand together.
You see Gerard kind of give a little bit of a nod over to one of his hounds, and they similarly pull out a phone and make some type of message. Um, they give a nod over, and Gerard says, "She'll be with us shortly. Do make sure to make yourselves presentable." And he kind of looks over at the open wound on Steven's hand, the like scuffed up shirt of
That's not
Alex.
our fault.
Look, if you gonna meet with a prince and a leader of an anarchs, we gonna do this in the fashionable way.
I don't think Evelyn's got anything on them. No blood, no nothing.
No, just my aura of awesome. I mean, if you stand close enough beside me, if anyone comes close to us.
You say Evelyn got a little close to indulging in some hunger, but Evelyn's okay.
Alex is just quiet, and their hand has not receded, but they are going to walk off in the direction of the car.
I was about to ask, do you have a change of clothes? Do you keep a change of clothes in the car too?
Obviously.
Uber fashions.
Sometimes whenever we are consuming blood bags in the back of the car, messes happen. So we always have to keep a fresh shirt and tie at all times.
Listen, the Ventru are the control freaks of the vampire world. So, yes, Alex is prepared for any eventuality.
I love that.
As Alex redresses themselves, eventually Elena and Vivian arrive on site. They are brought before Raquel, and Gerard plays through the events as it was told. And Vivian walks over to the three of you, kind of like leaving Elena there to perform her own line of questioning. And as the Vivian arrives, looks on at the three of you and says, "Last night you seemed particularly spirited about what was discussed. I, of course, have my own opinions about that, but that naught but matters now. Seems we have common foes. Well, common only that they are shared. This is quite the unprecedented time."
I do agree, and if it is possible, I think that it would be magnanimous of one to avail oneself of anyone who acted like a horse's ass last night.
Vivian kind of stops for a second, looks over at you, gives a little bit of a smirk and a nod. She calls back over her shoulder, Gerard! He kind of like stops for a second and looks on and says, once Elena is done with whatever her business is with the traitor, Elena may do what she wishes with Raquel. And Vivian turns and looks at Elena and says, her life is yours. Consider it a gesture of good faith from one horse's ass to another.
We'll be having supper and potlucks before the night is through. Yes, we shall.
Elena kind of like looks over at Gerard, looks over at the rest of you three, smirks for a second, and in the swiftest motion that any of you have seen, moving faster than any other vampire or kindred you have seen before, Elena unsheaths her fangs and bites down and rips out the throat of Raquel.
Gonna reach down with a handkerchief, initialed and embroidered, of course, clean up a small spot of vitae off my shoe.
I'm just gonna look down at my shoes and they're just covered. So, and I'm just gonna kind of just roll my eyes and be like, where I just got the blunt force of it.
Vivian kind of looks over and says, I have to admit, her policies are shit, but she does have a way about her. Now, if this city is going to combat the entirety of the Sabbat, we all have to put aside our petty differences for another day. Rest assured, Elena. And Elena, like, kind of, like, comes up for a second and, like, wipes the blood off of her lips for a second. Just, yes? Vivian kind of, like, stops and, like, strides over to her, staring down, says, the Camarilla will continue to maintain order in this city. And Elena kind of like stops for a second and sheaths her fangs back and says, you may most certainly try, my prince. The two of them kind of saunter off away from themselves, and Gerard walks up to the three of you and says, we don't know how many more have been turned like her. But rest assured, there are many in this city that have fallen prey to the Sabbat. You three are effective together.
It is a delight to operate as a unit. And if we are to survive an apocalypse like this, we will need many units that can trust each other.
consider yourselves in the influence of the Camarilla here in San Francisco.
My dear sheriff, are you trying to deputize us?
Gerard kind of scoffs for a second and says, with all due respect, so far the only one with actual combat prowess seemed to be this one over here, and points at Stephen. If I were to actually deputize any of you, I would be placing far too much danger at your own hands. But, should you need it, the Council will see to what they can do for you. For all of you.
Yeah. I will say this and say no more. Keep in mind that the Ventrue pissing contests that you have such a disdain for are more dangerous than any battlefield you've ever set foot on. Have a good day.
He kind of rolls his eyes, gives a little bit of a nod over to Evelyn, nod to Stephen, and makes his way back, leaving the three of you there to talk amongst yourselves.
I feel like I do feel like, do I need question, because I forgot about this. Do I need to get my hunger down? Because I'm on 3. It's been a while.
All three of you are feeling particularly
Yeah, we're pretty hungry right now.
stirring.
And I
You
can
haven't
smell...
asked for a rouse check, but I've been treating it as I was at Hunger 3 because it felt right.
I'd be hungry.
I mean, so much disrespect flying around. That's like Ventrue kryptonite.
I think what set me off was the amount of blood that's on my shoes right now. I could just lick that off, but it's not going to fill me up.
Whatever is a necessary solution, we should prepare, because we will not get many chances to rest with the Sabbat moving forward.
Quick question. How much do we know about the Sabbat? Because obviously I've got the 4 urban legends, so my character knows about urban legends and stuff. So am I going to know
Yeah.
information on this? On this?
Go ahead and give me an intelligence occult check, and I will add in your extra urban legends specialty there. So you're going to get to roll 9 dice total. Roll those before you roll fast. Finally, no messy criticals. But you also only rolled 2. So as you have heard this story, the story of the Sabbat is like the shadowy organization that everybody claims is anytime a kindred goes missing for mysterious circumstances, or odd things have occurred, it is always claimed like, oh, it's the working of the Sabbat. There is no like concrete evidence regarding their actions or their motives. It is merely that they are kindred who wish to rid the world of the influence of kindred.
Right.
And this instance tonight is perhaps the most concrete thing that any of the three of you have ever witnessed regarding the true presence of the Sabbat before. But as you look down, you do have the blood of an agent of the Sabbat on your shoes.
I need to get another bag. I feel like I've got a rucksack full of different bits of clothing covered in blood at this point.
You just carry around with you a bunch of...
I know where we've got to visit next because I can't carry much more.
I was gonna say though, some of the evidence that we collected to figure out who attacked Vivian, I think we can probably discard now because we know that Raquel did it and that the Sabbat are behind it.
Although, if you still did a reading on something, you'd find out if there was anything else behind that evidence because it might not just be that killing. They could be
There
in
also
charge of
could
something else.
be
Yeah.
more information to discern.
I'm gonna take my shoes off and put them in a bag, and then I'm gonna turn to Alex and ask for a pair of shoes because clearly I'm staying in his apartment. Do they have shoes I can have?
Of course.
Thanks.
They might be one like half size up or half size down, depending, but they fit well enough.
Okay, perfect. So I've put these in a bag now.
Of course. And you're able to kind of like gather all together the evidence, and you would be able to, at some point, go and meet with the elder sorcerers of your clan Tremere to be able to perform these. And these are lengthy rituals. So you have had some experience with these. You largely know a lot of the standard blood sorcery abilities. You don't have a lot of familiarity with the specific rituals that they perform. So you haven't gotten to have these chances where they perform these longer, drawn-out rituals where they learn, like they can do a lot of different things about it. And they can range from the grotesque to the mundane in terms of the actual rituals themselves that they perform. But none but Clan Tremere may witness these rituals. So this is always something that they keep internally to themselves. As you plan to head out and gather that bits of information, Evelyn, you receive a letter actually at your home. And it is the deed to a film studio in the city. And at the bottom of it, it is addressed from Gerard, who signed off on and has signed away the entire deed of this film studio to you. And Alex, as you arrive back at your estate, you are notified that a incredibly large donation has come in from an anonymous source, although at this point you can fairly well reason who it would be. And a vast collection of historical texts has been donated to the school that you work at from Vivian herself. And it becomes quite apparent how much the three of you have come into the eye of both the Council of the Camarilla here in San Francisco, the Anarchs, as well as the Sabbat itself. As it becomes quite apparent that the three of you will become major players in the coming days. And that, y'all, is our little session of Vampire the Masquerade, as you get your first taste at life after dark amongst the world of darkness.
Yay!
It was so fun.
It was really good.
Thank you, Wes.
Thank y'all
Thank you,
so much for
Wes.
agreeing to do this. This was so incredibly fun. I adore this
Legendary.
system. I wanted today's session to be a little bit of an introduction into the world itself, with the Camarilla, with the Anarchs, with the Sabbat. This idea of like it's never really clear who's the quote unquote good guys, because even those who call themselves anarchs are the ones who are very willing to like rip somebody's throat out at the first provocation. So it's a really fun, like morally gray world to tell these stories in, and especially to navigate those ideas of horror in modern day and what that means. So thank you all so much for agreeing to try out this wonderful game and this wonderful system.
It's amazing.
Thank you.
It's absolutely fantastic, and I love how very different each of your characters were, and how much you kind of like really played into your own sides of things. It was such an absolute pleasure. So thank y'all so much for agreeing to do this. I absolutely love Evelyn and Alex and Steven, and this was such a great time.
I'm so invested in this group of characters now.
Yes,
I know. I want to carry on. I can't let it go yet.
I'm not going
Isn't
to
that
like.
how it
I've
always works with one shots though.
every single time it just ends up so fun. And you're like, wait, but like also now we have an opening and we need to know where this goes.
Yeah. I've got so much evidence. I need this.
Well,
I need my
I
own
love-
shoes. I need my own
I
shoes.
love the Sabbat as a villain because they're like the Illuminati mixed with a boogeyman mixed with a freaking cult.
Yeah.
Like they're lovely.
And
But
it's
as well, the fact that it's all just rumors, like
Yeah.
you said, you don't know if any of it's true yet.
and it warmed my heart so much when like as you all were talking about things, Evelyn immediately was like, okay, but like also what if they just did it to themselves? I'm over here, I'm like, yeah, ask those questions. Ask those questions.
Oh my
Don't trust
God.
anybody. Let's do this. But everybody, if you all enjoyed this game and you want to give it a try, definitely check out that wonderful link in chat. Go check out World of Darkness and check out this incredible game system. There are new player setups for this that actually have pre-generated characters and actually walk you through the entire process of what does it mean if you awaken as a vampire the very first night. So that's a really, really great way to kind of like start your own footing into it, where you actually wake up having just been turned into vampires and have to figure out what to do from here. So there's a lot of great quick start rules out there for this. And the wonderful folks at World of Darkness also have other game systems that exist within this World of Darkness, because according to them, all of the things that go bump in the night are actually real. So there is also a werewolf game by them, and coming out here very, very soon, there is going to be a hunter game where you get to play the people who fight back against the creatures of the night. So there are a lot of really, really fun systems here in the World of Darkness. Definitely check it out. As always, one thing that I always like to highly push and make known is whenever you are playing horror stories, especially when you are playing horror stories, or really just any TTRPG, please, please, please make sure that you have safety measures in place. We use the consent in gaming form and a lot of ways to do check-ins for lines and veils with each other through the games that we run. So it is always great to have that in place, especially when you are running horror, because so much of horror is designed to play into insecurities and triggers and things that make you uncomfortable. But we always want to make sure that we are doing it from a place of safety and comfort first and foremost. So always keep that in mind. I bring that up because the next game that we are going to be playing this afternoon is Call of Cthulhu. And one of the biggest mechanics in Call of Cthulhu is the quote unquote sanity mechanic. Now, it is a terrible depiction of mental illness and mental health, and I want to go ahead and make that stated right here and now, and we will again state it before we play the next game. But it is a heightened and very specific style of game that plays into those elements of horror, and we always want to make sure that we are kind to each other and safe when we are doing so. But I want to thank these amazing, amazing players for coming and joining me today. This has been an absolute blast, and it has been such a joy sharing this such incredible fun game with you all. Again, we have been doing so for the express purpose of raising money for Trinity Pride and their upcoming Pride Festival in June. So if you enjoy what we had to do today, please make sure to donate at that link there. And please, please, please go and follow all these wonderful people at all their little ats right here in chat. Go give them some love and show them some thanks for all of the fun that they had today. I'll have each of them kind of give you a little bit of an outro so you can know where to find them whenever they're not here rolling dice. And we will start the way that we started off the session. Bookish, tell us a little bit about yourself.
AKA underscore bookish on Twitch, AKA bookish one word on Twitter and most other platforms. I stream a variety of games when I'm not rolling dice, and I usually only roll dice on Wes's channel or with friends offline. Yeah, I'm team lead for Team Amphibious. We have open applications, and that's for any gender non-conforming folks are welcome to apply. Yeah, that's me.
And for those in chat, I did go ahead and put that team name into chat there as well. Please, please, please go find them. I am so, so incredibly excited to see what comes of Team Amphibious and all the amazing work that they are doing for this community. So please go give them all the love and all of the shout outs there. Next in line, we have the absolutely fantastic Synthetic 20.
Hey, I am Matt Orson, Synthetic 20, Synthetic 20 TTV on Twitch and Twitter. And, I've run D&D for over 20 years, but this is the first opportunity I've had to play a game of Vampire. So I was super stoked about that. I have TTRPG supplements that are coming out all the time. I was just on Volo's Vetted Vendors. I've got stuff in Swarms of the Multiverse, Friend or Foe Folio, all of that stuff you'll find. I send out links regularly on Twitter. So if you're interested in TTRPG stuff, especially with a horror bent, because that's kind of what I do, then follow me on Twitter and you can get updated when any of that happens. Otherwise, comfy cozy streamer on Twitch. I may be an eldritch nightmare, but I'm also just the background soundtrack to your life. So be sure to follow and be along for the ride.
I absolutely love the juxtaposition of all of like the terrifying horror RPG material that you write, plus like, come watch me play Unpacking and Stardew Valley and all these like I adore, and I genuinely feel that that is like natural of anybody who really truly loves horror in their lives, is that so often it's like, okay, we really love horror stories, but also what if we just like vibed out? Let's just do
My
that.
brand is compassion, tolerance, and abject terror. And I wouldn't have it any other way.
I absolutely love that. And rounding out our wonderful group, somebody who I just am going to continue getting to try so many different RPGs, and I'm just going to keep slowly bringing them into this wonderful world. The absolutely amazing Boy Blue London.
Hey, so Bobby London, I'm a variety streamer from the UK, recent member of Team Spark. It's fantastic. I play a lot of different games, mainly horror. Again, I do go over to Stardew Valley and stuff. Every now and again, you need that little bit of a break to turn your brain off, I think, and just kind of get away from that. Definitely obsessed with the TTRPG now, and I think that's going to be my next step, big time on my channel, because I haven't streamed for a little bit, so I'm coming back now. You can also find my stuff over on Instagram, Twitter, all under Boy Blue London, Snapchat, TikTok. But yeah, that's me in a bag, basically.
And thank you so much for coming on and taking a chance and trying another RPG. I am so incredibly happy that you are taking to it so quickly and so passionately. And it just
I need
absolutely
to
brings
buy
me
myself
joy.
some dice.
That's the next
gonna
thing.
look. Send me some links for dice because I don't know where to look.
We got you. We got you.
I swear, I felt like I was breaking some sort of pact because I was playing vampire with Call of Cthulhu flavored dice. So
It's just
mix
adding
some
a little bit
great
in
old
there.
ones.
And for anybody who was watching along, for today, both for any of the story characters as well as whenever Steven needed to roll for things, I was actually using the specific Vampire the Masquerade dice. So you can use standard D10s, but they also do make these really, really lovely, wonderful dice on their own that have really terrifying symbols for like the critical fails or the messy criticals that got shown a lot today. We rolled a lot of that one.
So many.
Y'all were messy at the end there.
We're hungry. We're hungry.
But that's also one thing that I wanted to point out. Yes, I was using the specific dice for it, but you never have to worry about having those specific requirements and things. At least two of the players here had no experience with Vampire the Masquerade before. Matt, you like knew of the system but hadn't played it before, correct?
Yeah, I watched all of LA by Night, but
Oh, okay, yeah.
yeah, that was my only familiarity with the system before this.
And so one big thing that I love to point out to people is just take the chance. Just go for it. Allow yourself that moment to fumble through the first session, kind of learn it as you go, and just jump in and do it. Because the second that you do, it is so incredibly fun, and you absolutely can do it. And so, thank you so much for trusting me to run you through this wonderful game. I hope you three have an absolutely amazing rest of your day.
Thank you. I'm going to bed now.
You too.
Yeah, absolutely, yes. But we are going to take a little bit of a break, and then I am going to come back, and we are going to have a new set of players in which we are going to be telling a story through Call of Cthulhu, one of my personal favorite RPG settings and worlds. I am an Eldritch horror nut. I love it. Obviously, I took an entire D&D setting and made it Eldritch Horror on Monday nights with the Eldritch Tide. Eldritch stories are my bread and butter. They're the things that I absolutely love to death. And we are actually going to be telling a version of one of my personal favorite stories, The King in Yellow, about a haunted play that helps lure the performers, the audience, and everybody involved into the influence of the great old one named Hastur, or He Who Shall Not Be Named. Yes, there's a great old one that you're not supposed to say their actual name. So come and join us for all sorts of fun. Like I said, we're going to take a short break here. We're going to get everything prepped, and then I will be back with our second game of today. Thank you all so much. This has been such an absolute blast. And for those of you here as players, I cannot wait to get the chance to roll dice with you again.
Same. I always
You
feel
won't
so
have to
welcome
wait
and safe
long
at
for
your
me.
tables.
Yes.
Hit me up.
Matt is going to be back tomorrow for some Starfinder action.
Yeah.
So
Enjoy.
thank y'all so much. We're going to go ahead and head into that break. Grab yourselves a snack, grab yourselves a drink, take your meds, stretch, stand up and stretch. That's really, really good and helpful. And we will be back after a bit with Call of Cthulhu shortly. See y'all soon.
I thought he was thumbsing up us.
Yes.
I was.
I thought.
I was. Hi.
Oh, hi. Hello, friend.
Hello, and hi, everybody else. Welcome on in. Uh, First things first, I am so incredibly excited to have the three of you here today to play an incredibly fun RPG. Thank you so much for coming on in and volunteering your time to play a really fun game and help raise awareness for a really awesome cause. So thank y'all so much. And everybody watching along, thank you all so much for joining us today. We are going to be playing a game of Call of Cthulhu. This is a role-playing game system from Chaosium that is absolutely fantastic and tells wonderful stories of eldritch terror and mystery as our investigators try to suss out exactly what is happening with the world around them. So thank you all so much for joining us. So incredibly excited. One of our players unfortunately fell ill and will be unable to join us, but we still have three fantastic, wonderful players that I am so incredibly excited to get to roll some dice with. One who I have had the absolute distinct pleasure of playing some games with last fall for Turf Wars, and two players who I'm incredibly excited to get to roll some dice with as they are fellow Team Spark members. So I will go ahead and have them introduce themselves, tell you a little bit about where you can find them across the internets for their own various exciting things. And then we will jump into a little bit of an introduction into the game itself, followed by their own character introductions, and then we'll hop into the game. To start us off, the absolutely wonderful Go Dirt. Tell us a little bit about yourself and where we can find you.
Hey guys, gals, everything in between and out of the spectrum. My name is Joe Dirt, and you can find me here on the wonderful land of twitch.tv/Joe Dirt, where I play Final Fantasy XIV on Fridays, and we have a new season of a new mini-series called The Shattered Realms premiering next Saturday, as well as Misfits Menagerie on Sunday. These are all homebrew 5e Dungeons & Dragons campaigns, and you can find me on YouTube on Joe Dirt as well if you want to catch up on past episodes. And you can find me throwing around shenanigans on Twitter as well. Just a lot of Twitter thirsts. It's a thing. But that's me.
Wonderful. I'm so incredibly excited to have you. I'm so pumped to get to have like another fantastic like D&D fan in the Team Spark team. I'm so pumped.
Oh yeah, I'm excited too.
Next in line, we have somebody who I had the distinct pleasure of getting to roll dice with last fall, the wonderful Jet Parks.
Hello, I'm Jet Barker. I'm a voice actor and general goofball. I am on Twitter at Barker Voiceover, and I am on Twitch, though mostly just lurking in other people's streams as Jet Barks. And I am so psyched to be back with Wes again and meeting new people and rolling dice and finding eldritch nonsense. So happy to be here.
It's gonna be an absolute just. It's gonna be such an interesting day. I'm so excited. I love this game, but ooh, this game does some spoopy things. And rounding out our wonderful group, we have the amazing Pigu Uwu. Hi, tell us about yourself.
Hello, everyone. I am the Pigu Uwu. You can find me here on Twitch, the Pigu Uwu on Twitch. Where I stream Elden Ring and also Dead by Daylight occasionally, and as well as a variety of various different things. I'm odd. You never know what I might be doing over there, so be sure to swing by over by my little wholesome pigsty and boop that follow button while you're there. I'm also extremely excited to be getting into tabletop content. I'm a longtime Dungeons and Dragons fan. Always the DM, never the player. So I am very excited to possibly get into some content in the future as a player. Fingers crossed.
That's always something that I love getting the chance to do is the ability to actually be able to be able to like showcase folks who usually end up being on my side of things and on the DM side of things, and get a chance to roll some dice, because we want to be just regular players too on occasion.
We have all of
Always.
these wonderful, character ideas, and then whenever we try to put them in as NPCs, our players always accuse us of trying to kill them and everything. Is like, bestie, I'm just trying to show y'all how powerful an illusionist wizard can actually be. Is it my fault that D&D made it that strong? No. Bye.
My players always will be able to call me out on the NPCs that are like essentially my characters, because all of a sudden they're like, why did you spend like 2 minutes telling us the exact measurements of their jacket and the way in which they wore their hair and also their favorite? Are you trying to tell us something? And I'm like, yes, I am. Love this person, please. Thank you.
And then
But
it's like every other NPC that they come across just has generic voice 1 and 2, but then they come across an NPC who's like, well, hello there, I'm Fang Osmodius Balasar. How are you doing today, you lovely adventurers?
And every single player immediately goes, okay, well, mark that one down. That one matters.
That one matters.
yeah, and then it's always the weird ones that you sit there and you're just like, no, I don't know, don't take my things, no. And it's like, I love you, you're precious, I must keep you, and I must protect you. And it's just like, no, that's just a goblin. That's just the CR1 half goblin, and you're kidnapping him from his home. Why?
That's
Honey,
exactly
no.
kind of what happened with my previous group with the goblin that I put in named Ruby. They fell in love with Ruby, and I kind of end up having to have her be a recurring character. They'll say, we're going to revolt against me.
Yeah, no,
It
that literally just
happens.
happened in my session 0. They kidnapped a kobold.
Well, I can promise you all there will be no such cuddly, darling, adorable NPCs this time, as we are going
Oh.
to be playing something a fair bit different than Dungeons and Dragons. We are going to be playing Call of Cthulhu. Now, for any of our viewers or anybody who has not experienced this RPG before, this is a storytelling game of eldritch terror and mystery. This is from Chaosium. They do absolutely fantastic work. I love this RPG. This is very, very different than D&D in terms of like the way that it is run mechanically and things like that. So for those interested, our wonderful players have all made investigators that they will be introducing to you all very shortly. And these investigators are going to have a myriad of skills and abilities on their character. Now, each of these skills and abilities is going to have a number assigned to it. Similar in case to D&D, things like that. But that number is going to be ranging from 0 to 100. Now, 100, of course, is the absolute highest. Anything that is like a 90 plus is like the absolute pinnacle of anything that anybody would ever possibly be able to achieve in this regard. Now, Call of Cthulhu is run off of a D100 system. So, you can either roll a D100, or you can roll a percentile die and a standard D10, and it will provide you with a number, ranging, of course, again, from 1 to 100. Now, whenever you are going to make a check in this system, for instance, if you are trying to stay really, really quiet because you are concerned that the ghoul that just stepped through the door is going to find you in your hiding spot, you would have to make a certain kind of check in order to do so. You would have to roll your D100, and we would check in to see if you had actually managed to succeed on that particular stealth roll. Now, the way that we determine if you have succeeded that is you are going to try to roll under your number. So, you have to meet or be under whatever the number is for that stat. So, if, for instance, I asked Pigu to give me a stealth roll so that the ghoul did not find them, and they rolled their dice, they would be trying to just get at their number or below it. Now, there are a couple different ways that we can help manage that, as Pigu has given me the ooh, absolutely not face.
I rolled an 86.
Ooh, that's not it. So there's a couple different things that we would be able to do in that regard. One, each of the investigators is going to have luck. So each of you has points in luck. This is a stat itself that sometimes I might ask you to roll. It might matter. For instance, it might be a lucky gamble whether the door that you ran into was locked or open as you are fleeing from said ghoul. So maybe that is in and of itself a luck roll. Now, players can also voluntarily spend their luck. If a player rolls, and maybe it's just a few points shy of what it could be, then they can spend their luck points and purposefully lower the roll down to whatever it needs to be. So, in this regard, Pigu could possibly spend 7 points and turn that 87 into an 80, and then maybe that does actually count. The other way that you can choose to try to push ahead is to actually push your roll. So, this is kind of like the make or break of Call of Cthulhu. So, pushing a roll involves you going above and beyond what you had already tried and risking it all to achieve your result. Let's say Pigu got through that door and now has to find a way to scramble up the side of the building to get to the top of the building to escape them at the rooftop. Well, unfortunately, Pigu failed that roll as well, and they're not going to have enough luck points in order to do so. Pigu could push that roll to try to just scramble on and grab onto whatever means necessary and use sheer force of will to get up there. Now, if Pigu fails, that means that on top of not being able to climb up to the top of the rooftop, they have now fallen off of the building and clambered to the ground below, where there is likely a horde of other ghouls awaiting for them. In this regard, pushing can make a character, or it can absolutely break them and bring them sure ruin at my hands. And that is where we pick up here. Players, do you have any questions or concerns about the game today or any of the mechanics?
Can I have a safety blanket?
just
You know,
a safety blanket to hold on to whenever the scaries happen too much?
Yeah. Can I?
I
You know,
have a
for all the
question.
spoopies.
Sure.
Yes.
That safety blanket is called the feel goods that it happens whenever somebody donates.
Okay, good. So please, everybody,
go.
please donate to make me feel safe and helpful. Use ! donate to be sure to keep me safe and warm and fuzzy on the inside as I cry.
So I have a question
Yes.
about firearms.
Okay.
So, without divulging too much information about my character just yet, they just so happen to have a 32 revolver.
Okay.
It was given to them by their family member. But she doesn't have a lot of ammo for it because that doesn't make any sense. It's a self-defense weapon, so why would she walk around with a lot of ammo for it? It's not like she's going to be using it a lot. But it has a score on there called malfunction. Now, I'm assuming that if I basically roll this number, does that mean the gun just like jams and I can't use it for that one round, or does it mean that gun breaks completely and is gone?
It would depend on the severity of the malfunction.
Okay.
So depending on what you are attempting to do, what specifically could happen, there's lots of ways that can come into play.
Okay.
We'll have to see where they end up and what happens.
Yep. That's all. I was just curious about that.
Jet, did you have any questions, comments, or concerns about the game or the mechanics, anything like that?
Not at this time, no. Everything sounds good.
Wonderful, wonderful, everyone. Well, let's go ahead and jump into the action here. We are going to be playing Call of Cthulhu. This game is going to be a rendition of one of my absolute favorite Eldritch stories, The King in Yellow, about a haunted play that seeks to further the influence of said King in Yellow, he who shall not be named, as we do not dare utter his name in this world for fear of drawing him closer to our world. Our story begins in Arkham, Massachusetts. It is a historic town and home to a beautiful opera house, often housing wonderful renditions and beautiful touring productions. And it is here that our three investigators find themselves. Now, Joe, tell us a little bit about your investigator and why would they find themselves here in Arkham, Massachusetts, at this opera house in particular, on the opening night of the production of the famed play The King in Yellow.
My investigator's name is Li Cho. He is a Chinese American of descent from Chicago. He ran into some trouble back home, and he needed to leave for some time, and he's looking for a little bit of reprieve. And he heard of a play, and he wanted to go see something nice, something different. He's not much of an opera person himself, but why not? Everyone says, you know, life is the best music, so we might as well go watch people sing.
And it seems like the perfect opportunity to get away for a little bit, spend some time out of Chicago, perhaps out of prying eyes that are there.
It is true. He's a very quiet person, so laying low in a quiet place where everyone is meant to be quiet is quite perfect.
Jet, if you wouldn't mind introducing your investigator.
Sure. So, my investigator's name is Remy. His full name is Remington Finlay, but for all intents and purposes, he's now Remy Finch. And the reason why is that fundamentally, Remy grew up in a fairly sheltered upper middle class, low upper class family, and was given a surprising amount of reign with what he wanted to do with his life. So he said, "You know what? I'm going to become a columnist. I'm going to write an advice column and I'm going to write fiction stories." And he did until he got a story published that may or may not have leaned a little bit too close to some knowledge divulged to his family by the mob. At which point, he was sort of faced with two choices. Either you can stay in New York and deal with all of the fallout for this, or you can leave. And so Remy, understanding full well what the implications of staying would probably mean, packed up, left, and decided, I might still want to do the writing thing, but why not pivot to playwriting, where I'm slightly less likely to get into horrible trouble with people reading my publications in the Gazette? So he's sort of relocated and is trying to pivot just a little bit um, with his writing career.
Absolutely love it. Jet, if you wouldn't mind turning up volume just a little bit on your end.
Okay, is this better?
That's beautiful. That's perfect.
Wonderful.
Thanks so much.
Awesome.
There we go. No, that's perfect. Wonderful. So we have Lee. Did I say that right? So we have Lee, Remy, and Pigu. If you wouldn't mind introducing us to your investigator.
Hello, y'all. Pleasure to meet y'all's acquaintance. My name is Veronica Summers. Humble little farm girl raised just due east of Atlanta, Georgia, in a small little community town. Y'all would never have heard of it. But I'm here now in Arkham, Massachusetts, in hopes of striking it big in acting and playwritings and such. Very beautiful, strawberry blonde hair, but she's very simple, strong build, because she's had a hard life growing up in a town where um she was often victimized, and she had to stand up for herself as well. Um, but she's always ready to defend those who are in need. She's also been known to patch up a few wounds from time to time, if need be the case. She did have to tend to her little brothers after all. They had little rapscallions. But her dear little papa did was worried about her leaving, and did give her a means to defend herself. So she often keeps in a nice little 32 revolver tucked in her nifty little handbag.
I must say, I am completely smitten with Veronica. I absolutely enjoy this far too much.
Thank you very much. I'm glad you enjoyed.
So, Miss
This
Veronica,
day, Joe's heart grew 3 sizes larger.
every single person was like, if anything happens to Veronica, I will
Yeah,
turn
yeah.
this car around.
That's why she's got points in first aid.
So, Veronica, you of course find yourself here in Arkham, Massachusetts, drawn by the allure of this illustrious touring show that you have heard many things about. It has always made. It has always like made news stands in every state that it has like rolled through, but nothing has ever found out about it following the performances. So like you kind of have ventured here to kind of like learn what it really means to be a traveling actress. Veronica maybe doesn't necessarily understand that Broadway is specific to New York, but always refers to themselves as an aspiring Broadway actress, despite the fact that they're in the middle of Massachusetts.
I just want to point out her education is 45, intelligence is 40.
You know what? That's
So,
okay. She,
the dice
Veronica
were cruel. They give and they take.
Veronica is a woman of action.
She knows how to read.
So, that is why Veronica has come. Remy has come in hopes to study these performances and fall in line with the local arts community. And Lee, having arrived to kind of like settle down into the quiet of this historic New England town. As you each individually arrive, something seems to draw the three of you to one another. Not necessarily physically, but you kind of catch each other's eyes as you wait outside the theater. Your almost gilded tickets. They're on this beautiful, almost tea-stained paper with gilded edging all around for each of you. And as you look at it, you realize that whether you had purchased the ticket or not, all of your tickets have been upgraded to special VIP booths in the Opera House. So rather than various general admission, each of you has been granted a like VIP booth for the performance today. As eventually a gentleman in a full red suit, like a little like red bucket hat, walks outside and props two of the doors open and says, "Everybody, the lobby is available for refreshment and taking your seats. Do come in. We hope you enjoy the show."
Thank you, my good sir. I do appreciate you.
He gives a good nod and like a low bow as you enter.
I'm gonna come in and take a look around, see if there's anywhere I might be able to purchase maybe a glass of water. I'm a little thirsty.
Of course, of course. As you look through, the lobby is expansive. It would almost appear to be its entire own theater space itself, were it not for the doors at the far end. You can see an array of doors that lead down two hallways further into the audience seating. and a like a grand two-sided staircase that leads up to the VIP booths, and then further up again to the balcony seating. On the right-hand side of the lobby is a full-service bar. And on the left-hand side, you can see that there is like programs for the production, as well as like a small little like quaint merch booth. You can see all of these beautiful, beautiful posters that have been hand painted for the production that just litter the lobby. And this beautiful crystal chandelier that hangs in the center of it. The hand-painted posters depict this tall, statuesque woman in this bright, vibrant, canary yellow dress. And standing behind her, there is this masked figure with this very large top hat and this almost ivory mask peering over her shoulder. And at parts, it looks like you can't tell where her dress and his attire end and begin, and they seem to like mix in between the two of them. And it says in like beautiful, brilliant letters, it says Lola Hayes starring in The King in Yellow.
What was that name again? Can you spell that?
Lola Hayes. She is a renowned actress here in Arkham.
Got it.
And you step on over, and another similar attendant, this time a shorter woman, still with like the red button-up suit and bucket hat, is handing out glasses of champagne and directs you to the end of the bar where you can fetch yourself a glass of water if need be.
I'm gonna go up to one of the ladies that are giving out some champagne and such, and I'm gonna point over to that poster with the visual effects, and I'll be like, "Do you think they took inspiration from Lon Chaney? It looks absolutely gorgeous. I wonder if maybe the expert of horror himself had lended a little hand on that."
The woman looks over and says, "Oh, I can assure you, all the artwork here was done especially in-house."
That makes it even more wonderful. She's gonna go and try to she could take that little sketchbook and she's gonna try and sketch the dress and such as best as she can.
Okay. Interesting. I'll make a note of that.
Some gorgeous
Remy?
dress.
Yeah, can I go and get a copy of the program just to sort of look through and, look at everybody who's working on it?
Yeah, as you pull up the program, you notice two things that catch your eye. The director and the playwright are not given credit in the program anywhere. Not in like the opening credit page, not in any information that's written about them. Nowhere can you find who directed the piece or who wrote it.
Well, I would say that's problematic, but I don't really have anybody to say it to, so I'll just sort of stew in my own sadness.
And Lee, as you make your way inside.
I'm going to look for the nearest bar, and I'm going to get a whiskey on the rocks. The champagne it's too frilly for my tastes. I want,
As you step up to the bar, the young woman behind the bar goes, "Oh, a man of taste."
Yes, and a man of culture as well. He gives her a little wink.
She goes, "I do hope you'll enjoy the show today."
Oh, I'm hoping to, my dear. I certainly am.
It's definitely going to be one for the history books here in Arkham.
To be honest, I wouldn't know much about it. Do you have any information of the past shows? What makes it so good?
Oh, this one has been put in specially for this audience. It's quite the endeavor. We've been working on this one for the better part of the last year. Oh, Miss Lola Hayes is just a dream.
What did she? Lola Hayes. I've never heard of her before. What is What else? What is she? What is she known for?
This is her big debut. She's made her name for herself in smaller roles and has made quite the impression. But the director wanted to make sure that she was the one who got the starring role this time.
Oh, that's nice. That's mighty kind of him. Well, who's the director?
Oh, well, it's the director. Here, who else needs a drink? And she immediately just, like, tends to the others and kind of leaves it hanging, and you can't feel this sense of, like, that's not...
That's weird.
Yeah, I was like, that's not what people say.
I guess it's these theater folk, I suppose. And he just kind of turns away from he turns away from the bar, and he's just like looks around. From everybody's around him, he is a man that is dressed in a three-piece suit, which isn't really uncommon for plays, but he also has a black duster over him. He's wearing a hat, and he has gloves on, and like you can't really see skin other than his neck to his face. Everything is covered, and he's just standing there just awkwardly. Like you can tell that he's a fish out of water. Like he is standing in the middle of this place just with a drink, looking around, just like, what the hell is going on?
As someone who actively works in theater, calling out, well, that's just theater people.
Yeah.
I have never felt more seen. I have never felt more heard. That just like
I got you, fam.
called out an entire community, and we're here for it.
I got you.
Eventually, you actually hear the doors high above on the balcony open, and out steps forward the lead actress, Lola Hayes. She looks down, and everybody in the theater starts breaking out into applause, looking out, and you can see she is attended by a gentleman wearing this full white three-piece suit, like white gloves, and they bear the same mask that you see in the poster there, and Lola calls Lola calls down to everyone and says, "Thank you all so much for attending our opening night. It really will be a marvelous show." And she raises a glass and says, "To the King in Yellow." And as all of you kind of look on, let me see for a second. Wanna see some things. You know what? Miss Veronica, as a budding actress, can I please ask you to roll I believe you would probably have like acting or performance as a skill.
I sure do have acting.
Could you
as my
please roll acting for me? And this is just a standard roll. So anybody at home, whenever I'm asking for a roll, a standard roll is just going to be at your number or lower. If it is a hard roll, you actually have to get half of your score. And if it is an extreme difficulty, you have to get 1/5 of your roll. So as the action continues to ramp up and the terror continues to ensue, things can get quite deadly for our players. So what did Miss Veronica get for acting?
So this is interesting. So I have an acting of 60, but I rolled a 6 to 6. So I'm gonna push my luck, or I'm gonna spend some luck. I have a really high luck of 75. I'm
Oh,
gonna
okay.
spend I'm gonna spend 6 points because this has to be done. This is fate. This had to be done. So I'm gonna spend 6 of my points and lower my luck down to 6 to 9. Nice.
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 Had to be done. So
Every
I'm gonna
single
lower my
person in
roll
the
down to a
theater
6.
all says nice at the exact same time.
Nice.
Nice.
For just unforeseen circumstances. So you spend 6 luck points,
To
and
lower
that
my roll to a 60.
yes, so that is going to succeed. You see, even from down at your vantage point at the floor, you see a tenseness in Lola's jaw. You see a tremble in Lola's hand. And you could just barely manage to make out that the figure that is next. The figure that is next to Lola almost has her hand in his and is almost gripping it, almost like holding it there.
Like at her throat?
No, no, no.
Or
Like her hand is on the banister and his is like over it, and is
okay.
like
She's
almost
trembling. She's trembling and like he's holding the hand down to make it seem like she's not trembling.
yes,
Okay. I see. That's
yes.
interesting.
Also, thank you, D
She's
Tiger, for those
nice.
69 bits, those nice bits.
Nice.
Nice.
So Veronica's probably gonna think, oh, that poor girl, she must be heavily scared or something, or she's just so nervous to boot down. They did say that this is her big role. I wonder if she's as nervous as I am. Am I gonna be that nervous when I go? Oh Lord, what have I done? I'm going to go back to Atlanta.
I
Fine, it's fine. I got this. I can act. I got this. I
You
have a
have
talent.
you have introduced an investigator that Chad is going to be very upset at me if I do terrible things to. Um, so thank you for that. That's great. I love this idea that everybody's going to be like, if you harm Veronica.
I'm
So
sorry.
everybody cheers, raises their glasses, says, now I must away. The performance will begin shortly and I must prepare. It is sure to be a night to remember, everyone. And Lola is escorted off of the balcony and back into the theater. Um,
That is the second time someone said that tonight. That can't be a coincidence. He's just whispering to himself over his glass, and he's just observing people.
that's the most like clear, like the entire person's like, I'm gonna talk to myself while I'm also
Yes.
wearing a heavy duster coat and a heavy hat over top of me. Like, if we're just gonna like put it out there that like this is full main character syndrome. Like everyone that
But he is he's the most average person you've ever seen in your life.
So after as she and as the two actors turn and leave the room,
Mhm.
Veronica is gonna take a moment and kind of scan everybody real quick and see if there's anybody else that like might have a sense of concern or a bit of worry about them, because after seeing her trembling a little bit, that don't sit right with Veronica, because she knows like excitable nerves and being nervous on stage, but that trembling, there's something about it. Like the way he was holding her hand down seemed improper. So I'm gonna see if there's anybody else that may have noticed the same thing.
Absolutely, and that's going to be a spot hidden roll.
Oh God.
oh no. Oh gosh.
Oh yeah, hell no. I failed. That's a 79.
As you look around, it is you are overcome with the feeling that you finally have been where you've wanted to be. It is that feeling of I'm here. I'm in a theater. I'm getting to be a part of a special opening night of a production, and this is something magical. So like you kind of like take a second and you are worried about like Lola and wondering if like maybe you saw something, but then like as you look around you just get swept up in the moment of it all and are just completely enraptured in it all.
Madam, you know what? As a matter of fact, I think I will have a champagne. Thank you very much.
Yes, yes.
This
Veronica
seems
said,
like
"Let me
the perfect
join."
occasion. She's 23, by the way. She's legal.
Of course, of course. Now, Remy, as you are looking around, you have had a history with the uh, more criminal undertakings through the world that have caught your eye. And you can see that there are a number of individuals throughout the room that kind of peek that side of things. There are individuals all through the main lobby here that uh, all through the main lobby that play into those same concerns that you've seen, including our very own Lee, who had caught your eye outside before. There is that sense that they kind of like operate on their own terms, and it kind of like it fills you with that same sense of worry. Um, but as you look around, they seem to just be here to enjoy the show.
Can I go up and say hi? Just sort of make sure that everything's a-okay. So I just sort of walk up to Lee, kind of. How tall are you, Lee?
I'm about 5'8",
Okay,
not too
so
tall.
yeah, so we're about the same height, and just sort of awkwardly sort of go. So is this your first time seeing theater in Arkham?
This would actually be my first time seeing theater at all.
Oh, nice, nice. Yeah, I'm not necessarily so sure about this production as a whole. It's weird. I've read all the announcements as it's traveled, but nobody ever really seems to talk about it after the fact.
That
I'm
is
sure
weird.
it'll be fine. I'm sure it'll be fine. Yeah.
You know, like the two people that have said it in succession. This will be a night to remember, I'm sure.
Yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, opening performances are always something else, for better or for worse. So, I mean, my hope is that you enjoy the show and maybe find an appreciation for theater as a whole. Who's to say?
Quite possibly. You seem to be well acquainted with theater. Do you know who the director is? That bartender just completely blew me off when I asked her.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I was looking through the program and it's bizarre. The director's not here and the playwright's not there, and that to me just seems like an absolute injustice. In terms of trying to credit people, obviously people lose their minds and go gaga over the actors, but really it's the production team that's responsible for all of this. So I don't know. I mean, I'm glad that you asked as well, but I'm afraid I don't have any more information than you do.
Isn't that like a crime or something to not like, take and, give accountability to who wrote the thing? No, I don't know much about it.
It's certainly not ethical, but I'm not gonna stand here and say that I have any great understanding of legal counsel, especially where Massachusetts is concerned. But I mean, if it were up to me, yeah.
Seems respectable and responsible. I mean, you know, my question is, why wouldn't he want to be? Like,
That's a
is it
good
that
point.
terrible?
That's a good point. If they're saying it's a night to remember,
Maybe it's gonna be a train wreck. Like, maybe it's gonna be like the worst play that I've ever like this is gonna be the first time I've seen a play, and it's gonna be the worst play I've ever seen.
only one way to find out, I guess. Where are you sitting?
I pull out the gilded like card stub thing. Does it say where I'm sitting?
It does. So you actually, as it apparently had been upgraded, your booth, your like VIP booth that you have, is actually located directly next to Remy's booth.
Oh, I'm at this booth.
Oh, sweet. Yeah, we're gonna be seat neighbors. Well,
Oh,
hey,
this is excellent.
I mean, if anything goes super sideways, at least we can laugh about it, right?
This is true. I mean, maybe I'll see you in there and we can grab a drink.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Looking forward to it.
Definitely.
Around this time, you see another one of those attendants in the like buttoned up red suits and the little bucket hats steps forward out from the doors, and then you see another one on the next level, another one on the next level, and each of them carries a small little handbell, and they like give it a little ring. They say, "The house is open for seating, everyone. You're free to take your seats."
As I
Dollar flutter.
as as I walk up to I'm assuming Remy is walking next to me or near me as we're going up since we're seated next to each other.
Yes, and
Remy.
as the two of you make your way up the stairs, on the other side of the stairs, walking up and crossing paths with you is Veronica, as well, who kind of like almost stumbles into the two of you, just like so a blaze of wonder about the lobby.
Just
As
looking
as she,
around.
as she bumps into me, I'm gonna hold out my hand and just like, by the way, my name is Lee. As she bumps into me and I bump into into Remy.
My apologies.
Oh,
Oh, well,
it's
aren't
fine.
you a well-polished egg? Look at you in your fancy suit. My.
Uh,
Oh, and well, hello there. How are y'all doing tonight? Hi there. Oh,
Doing all right. How about yourself? You seem to be rather enthusiastic.
oh, I'm just having the best of days. This is just absolutely just the bee's knees. This is just everything. I'm loving this.
I just have this feeling that I have to protect you at all costs. I just want you to know this.
So that's such an odd thing to say, but I appreciate it all the same. Thank you very much.
I do
Look at me,
apologize if.
sir. Grabs him by the hand and starts going up the stairs.
And then
Come along with me.
and then I will look at Remy and just grab Remy by the shoulder and just drag him with me.
Oh, okay, I guess we're going.
Whee!
When you make your way up the stairs, as they check your ticket as well, Veronica, you find that you are the third booth in the line. So the three of
Lucky
you
number
all have
3.
booths right next to each other.
I was
Um,
born on the 3rd. That's my lucky number, and that's not just something I'm saying in role play either. That's real.
as the three of you kind of like take your seats, and eventually the lights dim as the all of the lanterns are turned low and then eventually out, and the lights across the stage front flicker to life. As the flames arise higher and bring all of the stage into view there. And the first act begins, and you watch what is quite possibly the most banal and dull story that is so boring and convoluted and doesn't take into anything at all. It, like, the story doesn't seem to go anywhere. People are just talking in places. Like, it does, the entire time you're like, I don't understand what. None of this seems to matter. Like, nothing seems to carry any weight to it. Nothing seems to carry any importance. And you never see the gentleman in the mask through the entire first act. They are referenced, they are talked about, but you never see them in the entirety of the performance. And one thing that you find really curious is never once in the first act do they reference the King in Yellow. As the first act draws to a close, the curtain closes shortly.
Yeah,
Lee is like, yes.
He's just like, bravo, congratulations.
Lee, you
Yes,
are the
no contest.
only person in the entire audience clapping.
I thought that's what we were supposed to do.
As
the
the
balcony looking over, but like such enthusiasm.
as the curtains open for the second act, this is a play in 3 acts, and there is an intermission between the second and the third. As the second act begins, it is so completely different than what you just saw. As the curtains open, this beautiful depiction of twin moons, almost shining bright with beautiful yellow gilded light, show off in the background of the scene. You see these wooden depictions of tall spires reaching upwards and upwards towards these beautiful, large, brilliant moons. And standing there, center stage, you see Lola in that yellow dress. And flanked behind her is the man in the mask. As the scene progresses, it is almost like a dance that the two of them perform together across this stage. There is something sinister at work, but artistic. Every movement feels purposeful. Every movement seems to draw your eye across, and they always end back in the same spot that they were at before. As the act draws to a close, Lola finally turns on the man in the pallid mask and snatches it away. And what you see before you is an individual with no facial features whatsoever, almost mannequin-like. No eyes, no nostrils, no mouth. Just pale, almost jaundiced flesh.
Veronica lets out the slightest of shrieks that just kind of echoes.
It echoes at the same time as Lola collapses on stage. The
Lee
lights
is just gonna go, that was good.
The lights in the audience dim. The curtains close, and the audience erupts in applause.
Yeah, I'm just gonna be like, I'm just gonna join. I'm just like, wow, that took a turn. That took a turn
Half
for a
expected
better.
you to just be sitting down like, nope.
Hey, he's giving it his all, man.
As the three of you kind of like look amongst yourselves, trying to piece together what you just saw, as you look back, the audience is gone. There doesn't appear to be anybody else in the theater save for you three.
Did they just... Are they out the lobby? Peek my head out. Hello?
As you peek your head out, Veronica, what once was a beautiful theater is decrepit is
Oh, good
rotted.
Lord.
You see paint peeling away and cracking from the walls. You see large gashes, almost like something struck through the beautiful different columns and bits of like architecture along the bottom of the walls.
Veronica just yells out, "This is why you shouldn't drink alcohol." She throws the champagne glass to the ground.
Remy
I
and
think-
Lee, inside the theater, you look over and you can see there are large tears through the curtains that had once covered it. But the one thing that remains is the light of the 2 moons in the background past the curtain, still shining, still yellow.
But there's nobody on stage at this point, right?
You don't see another person on stage at all. As you look around, you can see that there are a number of figures seated still in their VIP booths, but not moving, not reacting.
I don't think this is. Hmm.
I'm going over to I didn't catch either of their names, but I'm gonna go over to Mr. Egg's booth.
Who's Mr. Egg?
You.
Oh.
I said you're a well-polished egg.
Oh.
1920s slang. An egg is a well-off-to-do man who looks like they're very rich, by the way.
Oh, we love it. So Veronica enters Lee's booth.
And I'm just, you just see Lee looking over and just like, that's not normal.
Pale as a ghost.
Oh, I didn't catch your name, by the way.
Oh, I'm terribly sorry. Veronica Summers.
Oh, Lee Cho.
Oh, very nice to meet you, Mr. Lee. Mr.
Oh, thank
Cho.
you.
Is
Yes,
Lee or Mr. Lee?
Mr. Cho.
Okay. Mr. Lee Cho.
Correct. Miss Summers. Now, if I had to guess, that's not normal, or is this normal for playthings?
Well, considering how extravagant everything was when we came up here, and how now everything looks like it's gone through the worst of motels, um, I would say this is not normal. No, I've never heard of anything like this, even in Nothing New with Lon Chaney.
Understandable.
Remy sort of awkwardly, like, again, just sort of comes around the corner and goes, "So, have either of you done those weird interactive theater experiences? I don't think this is one of those."
Are you talking about the moving pictures? Or are the
Well,
ones that like they're trying to get into talking now, right?
yeah, I mean there are those, but then there's also a weird. I think it's probably just something from home. They do the plays, but then they go, oh yeah, no, we need some audience participation. It's weird. Regardless, I don't think this is one of those.
I don't think it's it. I think it's the
Wait.
champagne. I think it was the champagne because everything was fine. And then I took a sip because I was a little bit shocked by what we saw on stage. I took that sip and then everything went to shit. So stop drinking.
Lee, I'll just stand there and be like, wait, they're actually putting words in pictures. That's never gonna take. And he's just gonna take a drink.
No!
As you are looking around, that very pale light, the 3 of you could just swear that you watch something move across it, like in front of it, behind the tattered curtains. You can't make out what it was. You can't make out but you see almost like the shadow of like movement across the front of those, just barely. Backstage.
Do you think they're setting up for Act 3?
I certainly hope so. Do you
Is
think we
that where
should wait?
everybody went? Is the audience?
Wait, is this one of them magic shows? Was I like? I was told.
Houdini.
Yes, I've heard of him.
Oh, I love Houdini.
I've never been.
What an artist.
Gosh, I love Veronica.
She's gonna be the one that makes it out alive.
Remy, since you are closest to the door to the booth, I would say you hear what sounds like wood creaking on the grand staircase, like down the hallway and down a little bit.
Hey, I think I just heard somebody on the steps.
Oh shit,
behind.
that actually is a good point. Are we stuck up here? Are those stairs the only way back down?
I
Was there
assume
another
so.
way down?
I mean, you could
Was
jump
there
off
another way
the
down?
edge. You could jump off the edge. And he looks down and is like, I don't know how well that would work out for you.
I'm good. Maybe that's one of the champagne waitresses.
I will follow Miss Summers.
I'm just gonna kind of peek around. Hello?
You just like peek around the corner.
Yeah.
Do any of you step out, or do all of you peek around the corner like Scooby-Doo style, like little heads stacking on top
the
of?
bottom.
Lee will fully step out and just like, I don't know why are you peeking around the corner? He's just gonna step out into the hallway.
Lee, as you step out, you see just disappearing down the stair, like you're looking down the hallway, all of the VIP booths kind of like round around the hallway. At the clearing where the stairs down would be, you just managed to make out what looks like a large, almost bulbous hand. It looks like there are a number of growths along it. The fingers seem larger than it should be. And as it grips in, it almost cracks at the wooden banister before it descends down the stairs. Lee, could you please give me a sanity roll, please?
I can do that.
How does that work, by the way?
So sanity, the way it works is whenever something would cause a sanity roll to hit, if you succeed, you either take no or minimal sanity loss, depending on what it is. Sometimes things are still going to get you for 1 or 2 points. But depending on how you do, if you fail that roll, then you are going to take a specified number of sanity loss. That can come anywhere from 1d4 to 1d6, 1d10, a couple d10s, depending on how severe it is.
And this is the stat that starts at 9 to 9, right?
Your sanity, I believe so.
Okay.
It starts at 99.
I believe so.
Mine's 50.
Well,
and I just rolled an 88. Oh
no! How's it 50? How's your sanity 50?
So look, you are.
Well, it's also it is part of being a criminal, and an assassin.
Yeah. There we go. So
you have to have some mental
no.
So some of the things that have happened, got it.
And some of the things that I've done have gotten to me.
Oh, you
so
child, you poor thing.
Lee, that hits, and the way the hand crushes at the banister and is able to splinter the wood on its own, it hits you. You are going to lose 5 sanity points.
Oh, that's great.
And you have a uncertainty whenever it comes to like wielding or touching wood. Like you see those splinters, and there is just something about it that like it's a compulsion now to like stay away from it and like not touch it.
Just like
Yeah.
a
It
killer
further
in Dead by
it further
Daylight.
exacerbates that idea of staying covered up and not
Yeah.
allowing yourself to like touch that. So it kind of like heightens it a little bit further.
Yeah. I just I look down and it's like, that's not normal. That's not normal. That, and you just see him just like tighten his glove, and he's looking around at like not at either of you in particular, just like the walls and the markings, and he's slowly he has an air of confidence about him, but in this moment he's backing up a little bit, and he keeps saying, that's not normal, that is not normal, and he's just backing up.
What, what's not normal? Mr. Lee, what's going on? What happened?
That was
I'm gonna
that
look
was
down the banister. Like she's genuinely curious. What did he just see?
You rush over to look.
Yeah, she's
Veronica, as you
genuinely
rush over to
concerned.
look, there's nothing walking down the stairs.
Honey, it's just stairs. What's going on? What, yeah, honey, you okay?
There's
Mr. Cho.
a hand, a large hand, and I approximate about the size. So it was like
That's a big hand, honey.
with like uh cysts on it,
Oh,
and is the wood still broken?
Yeah, the wood there is broken from it.
And I point at it, and I'm just like, it broke
I look
it
down
broke
at
that
it.
wood.
Oh, look back at him. Is there like an insight mechanic or anything like that I can kind of ascertain whether like he's trying to fuck with me or if he's actually like genuinely like he thought he saw something?
I would say either spot hidden or like psychoanalysis, I would say. Remy, as this
Within the
is
spot.
as this is happening, you do recall
57.
they said that there was somebody that went down the stairs. The only other figures that you've seen are the other individuals that were stationary in the VIP booths. What did you get, Veronica?
It was a fail. It
Oh,
was a
okay.
failure.
Then
It's okay,
you are
honey.
unsure.
It's okay. Yeah, I don't know what it is you thought you saw, but there's nothing there. I see the wood broken, but
It
I don't know, sweetie.
it moved. He collects himself. As it was going down the stairs, it crushed the baluster. It went downstairs. Now, after seeing that, now don't be alarmed. And he reaches and moves his duster back, and for the first time, you've noticed that he actually has like like almost like a long duffel bag, and you watch him unzip it, and he pulls out, and he pulls out a 12 gauge shotgun. And he's just like, whatever that was, I do apologize, miss, but I ain't fucking with it.
My dad had one of those. You know what else my dad had? He had one of these. I pull out my 32 revolver.
Remy sort of shrugs awkwardly and is like,
It's so silly how easy it was to get these in here, isn't it? It was so weird. They didn't even check us. Or they didn't even see, honey, you got anything in that bag we should know about? I'm like, no, I got this firearm in my bag you might want to know about. They didn't even ask.
I love the idea
I
of
got
Remy
this too.
just holding up the
I re-
program. Like you both have firearms, and Remy's like, "I got a program."
yeah.
Also, I reached down into. I should also mention what Veronica is actually wearing.
Mhm.
She's a farm girl. She's wearing very like old leather work boots that are overly worn. She's got like an undershirt on that you can kind of see like peeking up over the collar, but over that she's got a long white, kind of murky-ish yellow and brown, and like definitely down around the hems and around the bottoms. But she's got floral print dress on that's got like floral prints around the top, and then over that she has a leather jacket. But like as she reaches down into her down into her boot, she actually pulls out a carving knife that's got a blade about yay long on it. This is mine. What you got, Remy?
Remy sort of shrugs and goes, "Well, okay," and like puts down the program. He's wearing a button down white shirt that's undone at like the top button, and is wearing a tie, but it's not tied like properly or tightly, and a sort of a blue 3-button sort of crossover vest thing. So he unbuttons some of the buttons and like awkwardly shifts around, and you realize that the way that the vest was fitting is not actually accurate to Remy's build, because he pulls out the tiniest little pistol that you've ever seen. He goes, "It's not much."
Look, you know what they say.
That's
It's
adorable.
look, you know it's not what they say about size. That doesn't matter, okay? It's about how effective you are with it, okay? And then at this point, you see that he has like a strap holster, and he puts it around, and you look as he reaches back into the duffel bag, and he pulls out 3 parts. One's a barrel, and he starts to tighten it on, and the other's a buttstock. He pulls out an elephant gun, and then yeah, and he slaps that on his back, and he's like, "Hold on." And then he pulls out another gun that's in 4 pieces, and he pulls out a 45 Martin Henry, and he's just putting it on, and he's just tightening it, and he's just popping things in place, and he has 2 guns, 2 long range just like rifles on his back, and then he has. He's like,
I
look, he's like,
Did you
don't
spend all of your skill points in credit?
I
Well, I spent
I
all my money on my credit.
I I invited y'all to a play and y'all said, "Hear me out."
Okay, I have actual explanations for like, okay, she's a farm girl. Of course she's gonna have a carving knife that she's had since she was a little girl. And like the revolver came from her papa for self-defense.
Look, I'm here
and I
for
Literal
it.
assassin here.
I have a good reason. I've killed many people.
It's literally how you make your living. It makes
Yeah.
sense.
Yeah,
Exactly.
it makes sense. I'm not even shitting on it. I love it. This is great.
So, where do we go from here?
Weaponry aside, and Remy like sort of awkwardly shoves the tiny revolver back into his vest and like rebuttons it again. Do you think we should maybe, I don't know, considering there are other booths around, there was still people there. Maybe nobody down below, but if they've not gone down to the lobby yet, do we go say hi?
Have you seen these fucking guns? Look at what this the fucker has over here. This is an elephant gun. Why do you even have this? Where does he find an elephant?
Look,
Veronica's shocked.
you see, it's a long story, miss, and I'm afraid if I told you, I would have to kill you.
Now that is the most interesting thing I have seen all night, and we are literally in the weirdest scenario I've ever been in my life. That is
And
fascinating.
and trust me, I don't want to kill either of you. You both seem like
Please don't.
fine, respectable people, and I think what Remy, that's your name, correct? I'm sorry, I never got your name. I should introduce myself. I'm Lee Cho.
Remy Finch.
if we're in the
Pleasure
I metagamed earlier
Ple-
and said your
yeah, so-
name.
Yeah, pleasure to meet you and all your guns.
thank you. They're pleased to meet you as well. However, I believe Remy has a good a good idea. We should check to see. However, I'm not going to take any chances. After seeing whatever that hand was, at least it gives me something that I'm used to.
Yeah, I'm not sure what it is you saw, but you are genuinely shocked. So I think I'm gonna follow your statue, and she's gonna actually put the 32 revolver back into her bag, but she's keeping the carving knife up close, and she actually takes up like a self-defense posture. My dad, it's out me. She's got points in brawl.
Well, your father seems like a wise man.
Atlanta's a tough place, lady.
Oh, Chicago is as well.
Mm.
And
Remember, throw dirt in the eyes.
Pocket sand?
pockets there.
So is Remy leading the way into the other booths?
Sure.
uh, Lee will be right behind him, but he's going to take and he is going to have he's going to hold the shotgun parallel, and he's going to look around, sort of like it's almost like you would see a SWAT person
Oh,
scouting
okay.
a room. He is now he is now not in a play. He is now, if there's something there that is something scared the crap out of him, and he's not easily scared.
Lee is at work now.
Yeah, he is at work now.
So, Remy, as you make your way into the first booth, you can see in like each of the little booths has like 2 rows of 2 seats, enough to fit like up to 4 people if they want. And in the front row, there's a figure sitting there. You catch one of the first things with just like the faintest bit of yellow light still coming from those 2 depictions of the moons far backstage. The faintest bit of light that they provide immediately shows you a couple things. There is a heavy layer of dust all over this booth, almost like it has remained untouched for years. There are active spider webs that have connected to the shoulders of this person. And as you inch your way closer and look on, you can see the gaunt, desiccated face of somebody who has long decayed, wearing the same outfit that you had seen that individual wearing whenever the show originally started. And on their forehead, carved in, is a symbol that has a dot in the middle and what look like 3, almost you could call them question marks, that seem to jut out in 3 different directions away from them, with dots in between each question mark curl.
Okay. So, first of all, that's disgusting. Second of all, I'm gonna cover my face. And I've done a lot of weird research, and I believe I know I don't have points in Cthulhu mythos, but I do. Can I like roll on occult knowledge?
I would allow that, yeah. Go ahead and
Okay.
roll a cult for me.
Okay. All right. That's 67, and my score for that is 70.
So that does hit. Um There's something about the symbol that catches your eye. And you start playing back through the scenes depicted in the second act, and you realize, and as you look down at the stage floor, even with the tattered curtains hanging over part of it, you can still see, almost completely clear as day, cut out from the dust that has settled over the stage decking, the symbol that has been carved into this person's head is the same symbol that was created by the dance between Lola and the man in the pallid mask. And you can still see that where they had moved is completely free of dust on the stage deck. Now, as you look at this, Remy, I do need you to roll sanity for me.
That's cool. I like that. That's
Okay.
I must say, Remy, I'm mighty impressed. Is that an ever-writing notebook that you're holding?
He's a
Oh.
witch.
A
This-
witch.
Well, let me
It
frame
glows
it.
with a supernatural light.
Let me frame it a little bit like this for you, Lee. You have certain things you don't necessarily want to talk about. I might have a couple of things along those lines, not as murdery. Still, shh.
Not as murdery.
I never said I
It's
murdered
legs and
anybody.
rubber.
Okay, my start insanity is 85, and I just rolled a 54.
Okay.
I feel I lucked
So-
out having max sanity.
You are still going to lose 1 point. But you don't lose any further, and you don't develop any manias or compulsions as you look upon more evidence of the mythos. But it is very, very clear that whatever performance just went on did something to the people, to this space. It becomes clear in whatever way that the performance of Lola and the man in the pallid mask played some type of role.
Can anybody else in the party see the... Wait, no, am I the only one in the booth? Am I the only one who can see the thing on the forehead?
They're like right there with you. They're at like the entrance.
Okay.
Yeah.
Lee's there with the gun at the ready, like do something.
I'm
Do something to my
literally
new
in
friend.
the gun, but the one thing you notice is I'm not touching any of the wood around me. I'm keeping about a 5-foot distance between me and a wall, and I'm actively looking at the wall. Just just the wall, just staring at the wall.
So awkwardly sort of covering my face a little bit. Okay, you probably don't want to come in here. It's not a pretty situation. But if we manage to get to a space that isn't occupied by gestures nebulously at the body, they're not doing so well. It's okay. But they've got a mark on them. It matches something on the stage. In terms of, because all the dust is not all intact on the stage. And the pattern here and the pattern there are the same pattern. But still, probably don't want to come in here. And Remy just awkwardly kind of exits the booth.
Do you think that, like, when they were dancing, you saying that, like, they did a spell or something? And they did this? If that's true, then why weren't we touched? What's different?
What do you mean spell? Like
Like,
magic doesn't
you're saying you,
exist.
honey, you just say you saw something with a gigantic ass hand break a banister when I looked there, there wasn't nothing there. Now you're telling me magic ain't real.
It could have easily been
Spooked you
a
enough to where
grape.
you pulled out your
Like,
fucking elephant gun
I
in a
have
supposed
killed.
public place.
I
Just saying.
mean, the thing about it is, have you ever went toe to toe with a grizzly bear, a
Not a
silverback ape?
not a grizzly, but there was this rabid dog once. He was trying to get at Bubba, and I wasn't about it.
Veronica, as you're having this conversation with Lee, as you kind of like are gesticulating and pointing across, something catches your eye. On the back of your hand, you look down, and you could just manage to make out one of those same curly Q question mark like curls is on the back of your hand, almost couldn't be any different than like a birthmark or like a stamp, but it's placed on the back of your hand in one firm curl.
Oh, sweet Mary, Mother, and Joseph, and all of that. What the hell is this? Do y'all see this? I'm gonna show. Did they see it?
No.
Are you fucking with me?
Lee, you
Do
don't
I see?
Lee, you don't see it on
Oh, cool.
on Veronica's. But as
I was actually messing with her, but
as
okay.
you look down, you see one on the back of your hand.
Through the glove.
It appears almost like it's on the glove itself.
Is it like in the same spot?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Like you pointed to yours, and
then he kind of
Lee
just
turns.
points down.
Remy, same with you. Each of you can see your own, but you cannot see others.
There's one thing that also is bugging me too, and I'm gonna take out those tickets, or take out my ticket card
Uh-huh.
club thing, because I noticed like when we come in, like all the other people with their normal looking tickets, we obviously have something different. Is there anything different about the stock, like the card or anything like that?
You take a look at the card itself. Go ahead and give me a spot hidden roll. This is it's the bread and butter. The bread and butter of
God,
it.
I should have put Punch into spot hidden. I should have known. I'd be like, well, she could have been a hunter. I went with self-defense instead. Oh, that's actually good. 16, so that's a success.
That's a really good success.
Yay!
As you
Yay!
As you're looking at it, you're starting to investigate it, and you realize in the corners of the tickets, in that gilded inlay that's all around the outside, in each of the corners is that same symbol. However,
Look at this, y'all.
Whenever you're looking at it, you realize one of the corners, one of the portions of the symbols is missing. And it matches whatever's on the back of your hand. So the little bit of gilding that would be on like the corner and starting to make one of the three-pronged symbols, one of those prongs is now missing from the invitation and is present on the back of your hand.
Y'all, we've been marked by the devil.
I don't think
It's
that's
almost
a
a
thing.
6. And there's 3 of them. Now, I'm not a religious type, but I have read plenty of books. Plenty of plays. Mostly plays.
They're
not a lot of books. Mostly plays. But
I'm sure there's a logical explanation for all of this.
Remy starts like takes out his ticket and starts like sort of awkwardly rubbing another one of the corners to see if it like comes off or something.
It doesn't seem to let up. Like, you try as you might, you start like forcefully scratching at it, and nothing can seem to dig into the gilded edging.
Can I? Is there a way to tear off? Like, does it want? Does it? Can I tear the corner that has my symbol, or does it just like not?
It doesn't
Give.
seem to give at all. As you try to like tear at it, it doesn't seem like nothing goes.
Maybe that I have a terrible theory, and that is coming from real life, not from Veronica, and that maybe whatever's going on here, maybe these things are protecting us, so maybe don't fuck with it. Because these are the only things that separated us from everybody else, right? We had these weird VIP booths with these special tickets, and now a piece of this ticket is off of the ticket and on us, and only we can see, the others can't see.
Or these could be the heart of the problem. Because if we would have, my question to you is, how are you both invited?
See, that's the weirdest thing. I'm renting a hotel room, and this card was slipped underneath my door. When I opened the door, there wasn't nobody there.
And I just moved into town, and this was placed in my mailbox.
Yeah, no, I went to a cafe. I said, "Hey, give me a coffee and a biscuit." They put it in a box. Opened up the box. I went, "Oh, that's a weird coupon," and then I realized that's not a coupon. Who gives out theater tickets with a biscuit?
That is kind of absurd.
That's very Massachusetts. That's very Massachusetts. They don't do biscuits and gravy, but they do biscuits and theater plays. As you all are discussing this, once again, you see that flash of movement across the backstage moons, where you can't quite make out what it is, but you see like just a bit of movement across it that disrupts that faint bit of light.
How far are we away from the stage from this point?
From the audience, you are probably about 100 feet away up on the second level. There are the stairs down to the first level pretty much directly behind you, out into the hallway and like down into the lobby. And you were probably like 15 or so feet up in the air on the second floor.
So would we be at like 100 feet from the would you say it'd be like 100 feet?
Yeah, like 100. I would say about 100 feet away.
And would I be able to at this point? Lee is being fucked with. He's gonna let it rest the shotgun satchel. He's gonna spin around the elephant gun. He's gonna cock it with the bolt action, let it go, and he's gonna take a shot at the shadow.
Go ahead and give me a firearms roll for Lee.
He's had about enough of whatever that is.
Veronica is really rethinking hiring this guy as a bodyguard.
All right.
He's a literal loose cannon. Literal loose cannon.
All right. I got a 57 out of 60.
Okay. So, as you take a shot, whatever you were aiming at, it does hit, but it doesn't slow down. You lined up a shot with the elephant rifle, and as you take a shot, you hear the impact of metal hitting flesh, but it doesn't stop. and there is almost this wet sound as it keeps moving backstage beyond the curtains and disappears from view. At what point in that description did we reach the no stage?
It was wet.
the wet sound.
Draw the line at moisture. Always at moisture. Never include moisture.
My brain just populated it with like the deepest squelch, and I was just like, no.
Ooh. Okay, so
Lee's just gonna you're just gonna see after you hear the loud bang, and then you see him just, and then pting, and then he loads in. Yeah, and you see him load another one, and he like it's out of habit. You see him pick up the casing of the shell, and he just puts it in his coat pocket. It's almost like it's OCD. You just see him just pick it up and just put it in his coat pocket.
That's smart. That's smart.
What?
Wouldn't want the cops sniffing around, coming after your elephant gun. You just
Okay,
fire in
fair.
public.
Oh, true. I guess it's a form of habit after all these years. Whatever
My
that was, it
ears
didn't
hurt.
slow. I should have probably told you to cover your ears. I do
Man.
apologize about that.
Well, I'll be paying attention next time.
What?
As you
I know, right?
as you reload your gun, and all of you kind of like look around, that figure disappearing back behind stage, you all hear what sounds like movement. And it takes you a second for your eyes to adjust, and you turn to your right. And through the next 6 VIP booths, all of the figures that are sitting there in similar circumstances as the one that you are in now, all slowly turn.
That's not normal.
My creep factor has officially reached a 10.
As they go to stand up, and you realize that the entire left arm of all 6 of them is that large, malformed, cyst-covered arm.
I see the hand.
I found it. At this point, once he sees that, he's gonna take through that, and he's just gonna go, Miss Summers, stand back. And he's literally just gonna walk up and push the barrel of his shotgun, cover your ears, and bam, bam, 2 shots of the shotgun, deadpan. He's not messing with it.
You manage to fend off. I'm just gonna say, yeah, great. You managed to fend off that one. However, the other 5 begin clambering over their booths, just walking and like moving unnaturally. So you watch as their arms like lift them up and over the booth banisters over and over again, paying no mind to you shooting the first one at point blank range. Almost pouring over, and they're starting to pick up pace as they are starting to head towards the 3 of you.
I'm pulling out the 32 revolver, and I'm gonna take a shot at the closest one. Try to protect Mr. Lee over here before, because I'm sure he has to reload.
Go ahead and give me a firearm check.
Real good success. I rolled a 7.
Ooh. So as you hit, you shoot them square in the neck, and you watch for a second as they seem unfazed by the shot until their body gives out and they collapse. 4 more continuing to make their way at very rapid pace, I might add.
Are we talking like World War Z kind of like movement? Like what kind of movement are we talking here?
I would apply it more akin to like the unnatural movement of say something more akin like The Ring or Silent Hill, that kind of like disjointed, like
Yeah,
the
okay.
body is moving in whatever way the body is allowing itself to move, and is like almost propelled forward by this incredibly large arm.
Oh,
Like the
jeez.
rest of the limbs are like spindling
Oh.
across, like just climbing over these booths. Remy.
Yeah.
Do I happen to recognize the nature of the I guess the malformation in terms of how it presents with the rest of the creature?
How do you mean?
Um, from the perspective of, because obviously it's, yeah, I have some knowledge of the symbol. Now the things that are marked with the symbol also have the arm thing. So those two things in combination, do I have existing knowledge?
Oh, roll a cult for me.
Okay.
Since you have a cult, we'll use a cult for it.
Okay.
And I just want to point out that my military background's kicking in here, but she's gonna take the carving knife in her left hand and hold the revolver on her right and just kind of brace, kind of steady aim a little bit, but she's keeping her knife on handy in case she needs to defend herself up close.
Remy, you, if you would like, you may push, or you can just call it a failed roll, and that's fine too.
I'm just gonna call it a failed roll. It was it was way over.
Okay. So, you like are trying to piece this together. You're not sure exactly, what is going on. And as the two of you, Veronica and Lee, as you are kind of like reloading, you all take a second. Remy, you like look back and you like make sure that you're not stumbling forward. As you look back forward, all four of them have disappeared into the darkness of the theater around you. You hear a creak high above. You hear a creak below, underneath the actual booths themselves. You swear you hear the sound of rapid movement along the floor of the stage below, but at this point, you don't know where the four remaining malformed creatures are.
Can I do like a scan potentially to like spot them?
Spot hidden.
Ooh, he's not the greatest at this.
Note to self for the next time playing.
we go make a character that is like a 90 in spot hidden.
Yeah, 90
Just
spot
put
hidden,
every
fucking
point I got.
everyone. 90 spot hidden and everything else in credit rating, so I took the parts.
Yeah. No, I got a 70. That's that I can't push that, or I can't do nothing with that.
So you can attempt to push the roll. You wouldn't be able to use your luck to make it up.
Yeah.
But you can like try harder. So like you can like get closer to the edge of the banister to try to like adjust your eyes more to the light from the moons far ahead. So it would allow you to re-roll, but the penalties for missing the re-roll increase.
Yeah, I'm not doing that, especially after the whole fear of the banister, and I'm not going closer to the banister. So yeah, that would go against my new acclaimed fear. So I'm not going anywhere near that banister.
That's fine. I have to at least give you the option.
Yes. And I mean, like, the whole thing is, like, if I wasn't so terrible at spot hidden, I might have taken it, but I'm actually really bad.
Oh no, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
So at this point, things have gone quiet. You all are alone here in this VIP booth. What would you all like to do? Would you like to
Finish
exit back
reloading.
into the theater? I would say around this time, both you and Miss Summers are reloaded for your various weaponry.
The thing about that, unless you have 32 bullets, I cannot reload. I've only got 6 bullets. It's a revolver with 6 in the chamber, and that's it.
Oh, that's
I have
right. That's right.
5.
Yes.
I have 5. So Veronica, like after she fired a bullet and then watched these things like disappear seemingly, she's seething, pissed. She just wasted one of her daddy's bullets.
I mean, it wasn't a waste. You got a kill.
Yeah.
I mean, I hit it, but it disappeared.
Oh
Like
no, it did.
everything's
It died.
disappeared.
So the one that Lee shot and the one that you shot did go down. The other 4 ran away. There was 6 in total.
I thought when you said they disappeared, like it was like smoke. Okay.
They like
okay,
all the other
irate.
the other 4 of them scurried as the one that you shot went down.
That was me.
Very good, Miss Summers. I have a question. You said you had 5 bullets left.
I 5 it. It's
Did your father ever teach you how to use a 12 gauge shotgun?
I mean, now, obviously, I took to the handguns a lot better. The shotguns kind of hurt the shoulder a bit, but I did fire it and I did hit the target. But I only shot a dinner plate.
Fair.
Yeah. But then
Do you
again,
think
with
you
the
would?
32, I only shot little pop bottles, glass bottles. So I
Ah,
mean, those are harder to hit because they're further away, and with the shotgun, you got the spread.
yes,
So
very true. Do you think you'd be able to shoot one
I
comfortably?
certainly try.
He's gonna take off the shotgun and he's gonna hand it. He's gonna put it under his armpit and hand it to her buttstock forward. And he's
Not
just gonna be like, and he's gonna give her. You notice as he pulls, he like this. He's not a. He looks like a rather like heavier set guy, but as he starts taking things out, he starts to get thinner and thinner.
It's just little guns.
Yeah. Well, no, he doesn't have any more guns. It's not guns. It's he pulls out.
before it's just 3 kids in a trench coat.
And then there's 3. No, he pulls out. He pulls about 12 rounds, and he's like, "Put these in your purse."
Oh, hell yeah!
Some people smuggle like Jolly Ranchers and like Sour Punch straws into the movie theater. Lee brings 12 gauge shotgun shells and elephant rifle ammunition.
Mm-hmm.
That tracks. That's fine.
Yeah.
Um,
That's his
Do you
candy.
know the damage on that by chance?
Yes. So at 10 feet, it's 4d6. 20 feet, it's 2d6, and 50 feet, it's 1d6.
Is it 50, 40, and 20?
No, 50, 10, 20, and 50. Or yeah.
Gotcha.
Mhm.
That's an interesting weapon.
as y'all make your way out of the chamber, like kind of like fully casing the hallways, there's no movement on either side of you. You don't hear any movement down in the lobby below. And those 4 figures are somewhere within the house of the theater.
I think we should make our way down. I think we should try to make our way to the door. If we can get out,
Yeah.
that would probably be better because I'm sorry, a farm girl and a journalist and just a scummy person. I mean, whatever's here, I don't think we're gonna figure it out.
Definitely not my area of expertise, no.
If we can make our way out, then at least we'll live.
Absolutely right. Whatever's going on here, we want no part of it.
I prefer the most apt of living.
Y'all make your way down the stairs and you start moving at like a quicker pace, trying to get through this grand lobby to the front doors that you had entered in before. As you arrive at the front doors, you look out and beyond and you realize before you past these doors is not Arkham, Massachusetts. You see before you almost reddish sand far beyond you as you go. It ends at the apex of the horizon of your sight, where there are beautiful, large, gleaming lakes far at the edge. And as you look on in disbelief, cascading from those lakes are large, shadowy tendrils and tentacles.
I rescind my comment before. I don't think we have an option.
Things.
Yeah,
What do
no.
you think the octopus is on that?
I
Jesus.
don't want to find out.
Remy, you feel a hand touch your shoulder, and you whip around, and you see before you Lola Hayes, the lead actress, in her yellow dress, tattered down towards the bottom, parts of it torn away. And you see she has like kind of like down at her side held out one of the like lobby stanchions, almost wielding it like a club. She looks at all of you and says, "Away from the windows. It can see you. Get away, please. This way."
Okay.
And
Lola, I loved you. Your performance was absolutely stunning.
she like leads you down to the bar and like ushers you behind it and kind of like has you get down. And as the four of you do, you hear the shadowy tendrils slamming into the front doors of the theater. And you hear a second, that almost like slick sound as they just start like running across the front windows, searching for any side of movement inside, before slowly pulling away back into the lakes beyond. Lola,
What in the fuck is going on, Lola?
I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I don't know what he made me do, but I fear I brought us here, and I don't think there's anyone but us left. I don't know how long I've been here.
The play just... What do you mean, how long you've been here? The play was just like 10 minutes ago.
Minutes feel like days, feel like hours, feel like months.
The end is never the end, is never the end.
I don't know what to do, but we have to fix it. We have to stop it.
Okay. Who is he? And Remy holds up a hand with the marking. Do you know what this is?
You
Have you seen this?
you have one? And
Yeah.
she holds up her hand, and each of you can see there are 2 markings on Lola's hand. She has 2 on hers. Just,
Oh, good lord. Do you know what these mean?
it's his sign. The king.
The one in the play.
The man in the mask. He's
Yeah, what
coming.
was that? Was that special effects or something? Were you dancing with a puppet? Yeah, you startled me so good, girl. I literally screamed. What was that?
That was no special effect. That wasn't. He's bringing him here to
He's
us,
bringing who here?
the king.
Now, my question to you, Miss Lola, how do we know that you aren't here to derive trust from us and then serve us up on a silver platter? I mean, you are an actress after all. And you are, from my standpoint, you played your part very well. And how do I know you're not continuing to play your part?
I don't know.
Honey.
I don't know how far he's gotten. I don't know. I don't, I I hear him. I hear those words.
So
If he gets me, don't let him take me fully, please. I don't want to become like them.
Like who?
the hand boys?
Those creatures, yes.
Well, that I can deal with.
Thank you. I'm so sorry. I did not realize I was playing my part. I'm so sorry.
Oh, honey. I will grab her hands and try to give her some comfort. Don't feel that way. It was supposed to be just a play. You didn't know. This was your role. This was your big moment. I could feel. I know what you were going through. Don't feel sorry for yourself for being under the ploy of some weird devil voodoo magics. We got this. We can get through together. How was that? Did I do good? Was that good acting?
She smiles and says, "You'd be beautiful on the stage. Thank you."
Oh, darling. Thank you. Well, let's get out of here together, and then maybe one day we'll be on the stage together.
This I can show you to where I've been hiding. They haven't found it yet. It's something. But stay quiet. There's something backstage and I don't know what.
I did shoot it.
That means it's
Yeah,
likely
you may have
angry.
heard that explosion earlier. That was him. Literal loose cannon.
I don't have a cannon, so I have
That
no
is
clue what you're talking.
practically that gun is practically cannon.
She looks up and says, "Quickly, this way." And she leads. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I will follow. I'm going to I will be in the I will, like, as far as like a chain of order, I'm going to be in the back and I'm going to follow them.
As you all make your way through, she leads you down one of the hallways and through a side door that would presumably lead backstage. As she does, she stops you before you continue further on backstage and points down a set of stairs into the trap room and orchestra pit that exists below the stage. She slowly makes her way down. She kind of like draws everybody's attention to one of the stairs, and she makes like a motion to say that it's like creaky, like it makes noise. And so she gestures you all past it and down in. You can see just the pale yellow light emanating from the two moons at the back of the stage, pouring down from the cracks in the ceiling. And you can see Lola has gathered together like old bottles of champagne, like the small snacks and food that haven't expired and rotted away, like over in a corner. It's unclear how long she has been here. And as she ushers you all in, she looks at you and says, I'm done hiding. I want to go home. I thought I was the only one. I thought I did all of this to everyone. I won't let them take another one. I won't let them take you all. This ends now.
Hold on, Miss Lola. Take another. This has happened before?
You saw everybody up there.
Yeah, I
They
think
took
she just doesn't want
everyone.
any of us to die.
Oh. I thought she did this before. I was
No,
assuming because... Well, why do you have 2 question marks and we all only have 1?
Do you think it has
I
something to do with time?
Potentially.
I have been here a very long time. I don't know how long.
What is this? Like, is this some... I've heard in some of the bigger cities they're trying this new uh, cool cat thing called like escape rooms. Is that what we're doing here?
She looks over and says, "It's his sign in the play. It marks his coming."
Wait, what if he's saying the sign is what's bringing him here, right?
Yes.
Can't we just break the sign?
I-
Like, is it written in like paint, or do we dance on it like y'all two did? Maybe that will do something, or maybe we can like
I've
shoot the stage. Like, you could take your gun and just blow a hole in the stage and just break the symbol.
I've tried to hurt it. I've tried to damage it, to erase it. Nothing takes, but I've never tried performing it again.
Hmm.
That's
Shall
don't look at me.
Is that a bad idea?
Uh-oh,
Oh no.
we lost one. Oh no, Red! They got Remy.
They saw
Remy,
Remy.
come back! No,
Um
damn you, yellow line.
as we are as we solve some quick technical difficulties, we're actually going to go ahead and we'll go ahead and take our 5 or 10 minute break there, and we will get Jet back in and get everything squared away there. But go ahead and take a 5 minute break. Actually, there's Jet there. I'll let Jet know.
Oh.
Yay!
Hi, Jet.
King and Yellow spat him right back
Jet.
out.
Yeah.
The
Yeah,
King in
We
Yellow
missed
snatched
you.
you.
yeah. Sorry about that.
No, you're totally fine. This actually works perfectly. We're going to go ahead and take a quick 5 or 10 minute break. So feel free to grab drinks, grab snacks, use the restroom. Thank you all so much for joining us. This has been such a fun, creepy little story that I've cooked up for our wonderful players here. And this has been an absolute blast so far. So thank you all so much for joining us. We're going to go ahead and take that quick 5 or 10 minute break. And then whenever we come back, we will see the conclusion of our wonderful little story here in Call of Cthulhu. So thank you all so much, and we'll be right back. Hello, 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 everybody, and welcome on back. Thank you all so much for joining us today. We have had quite the entertaining time as we have been playing through Call of Cthulhu with these absolutely wonderful players here, as our investigators have been braving a terrifying playhouse that seems to have ended up somewhere else entirely. Last we left off, they came face to face with the lead actress Lola, who seems to have been trapped here, same as them, and is determined to help them find a way home and back to Arkham. That is where we pick up here. All of this is done as we are raising funds for Trinity Pride, a incredible local nonprofit organization putting on a brand new Pride Festival here in DFW, locally to me. And we are helping to raise funds for them to help put on this festival. Our $2,500 goal that you see right here is all to be able to actually fully pay for queer musicians and artists to perform at the festival without any kind of like lesser rate or anything like that. It would be the full professional rate to hire on all of those performers. And we would love to be able to have that money go directly to local queer talent to be able to celebrate for this Pride Festival. So we thank you all so much for all of the help and all of the support that you all have done. And we will be getting an update from the wonderful folks over at Trinity Pride tomorrow. So definitely make sure to come back by and join us first thing tomorrow to find out how well we did through this first day. And we thank you all so much for all of your support. Again, we are currently playing Call of Cthulhu. You can find out more information there. And please go follow all of these wonderful little folks that just popped up right there. So, you all are currently in the trap room underneath the stage of the opera house. You are hidden away with Lola, who is determined to help find a way to break whatever hold this has. She currently has 2 symbols on the back of her hand, starting to create the entirety of that symbol, and each of you only have 1 at this current time. You believe that it might have something to do with the symbol on the floor of the stage deck, as well as the symbol that is on the back of your hands. And there is something prowling around backstage, as well as 4 malformed bodies that have disappeared somewhere in the house stage audience. So, that is where we pick back up.
So Lola, the thing backstage, I know that you said that you tried to hurt it. What is it?
Oh, I apologize. I tried to break the symbol on the stage deck. I fear whatever that is. I don't know if it is the man in the mask or something worse. I've seen the terrifying things that are in the lakes beyond the theater. I dare not go there. I've done what I could to stay hidden rather than being seen.
So, I have a question for you. What have you seen the thing backstage?
Physically, no. At least not up close. It appears to be something like a person. But the sounds it makes, the way that it carries itself, it can't be human.
Lola, I feel like it's my turn to ask a question, and this one's a bit of a personal one, but where have you been going to the bathroom? Because all of this scary shit has got this girl's bladder full.
I've been able to use those in the lobby.
Shit. I guess I missed my opportunity then.
You're
Excuse
welcome
me,
to make your way back there.
I'm gonna go to this corner. Don't look at me. Farm girl, I don't give no shits. I gotta pay.
That is one brave girl. So you does the dance have to be done with two people?
It was always rehearsed as such. It was
And
always me and him. Even during rehearsals, he never took off that mask. It was always saved for opening night. I had no idea.
Now, did you get I guess you're calling it transported to this place? Even when you rehearsed the dance?
No. No, we would do the dance, and then before we would get to revealing underneath the mask, we would cut. We would never completely run the scene. Is the mask it?
I think so. I think seeing his lack of face is what happens.
Do we have to, if we get the mask back, is that a key?
Do we have to put the mask on him and force him to dance with you?
I don't know if I could get close to whatever he is again. I could try, but
Yes, Miss Summers?
I, I'm back. Here's the thing though. What if we? Are there any like rehearsal notes or anything like that for the dance that he performed?
I I have my script and the notes that I've taken about it.
How
Do
tall
you
is
have that
the
here? May I take a look?
How tall is the man in the pallid
Yeah.
mask?
Yeah, well no. How tall is are we able to stand underneath the stage or
You're like a little bit hunched down, but not much.
Okay.
Like you're
Okay.
still standing decently. There's a little bit of like a tight squeeze, but not a whole lot.
So theoretically would I think this in Lee's mind is Miss Summer is going to practice the dance. Is there enough room for both of the ladies to do said dance?
There would be. And Veronica, as you're looking over the notes, go ahead and roll performance for me. To study or acting to study these notes.
I rolled a 9. So
She's on fire.
I really am.
Yeah, you look
Yeah.
over and you could easily recreate that dance.
Oh, this is simple. I've done more complex things like this in my barn. Have y'all ever tried to save a mother cow that's been bitten by a rattlesnake while giving birth? I have. First aid.
I
I
don't
could
want
do
to tell you
this, honestly. I think I think there's just like this one move right here, the transitioning back to the original position. It's like really the only thing that's difficult, but it just seems like a two-step hop. Not that bad.
Are you comfortable with this?
I'm much more comfortable doing this than being out in that red ass sand, being hunted by tentacle monsters.
It's worth a shot.
But the
but
thing is, here, am I gonna need that mask?
I think so. Because if it's in order to solve this I guess, riddle. We need the mask.
We're
And you
gonna have to
took
go
the
back
mask
up there
off.
to do the dance anyway. And the
Well,
thing is right backstage. Is it gonna really just let us do what Deuce and do?
probably not.
Did it ever do anything to you when you said you were trying to harm the symbol, or was it just standing there looking at you like, no, you ain't doing nothing?
I tried to do what I could whenever it wasn't around. I
Say, man.
fear whatever it is might have been whatever was under the mask. I
Makes
worry
sense.
they might be one and the same,
It would take a monster to do all this.
which meant whatever is there has it.
So, in order to get that mask back, we have
Did
to
you snatch it
go.
off?
Yeah. I remember vividly you took the mask off his face.
When I came to wherever here is, it wasn't there on the ground.
Makes sense, yeah. Things did move around a lot. Y'all see the walls? They're all moldy and crawly now.
And you just, Lee just, at the mention of the walls.
I know you're not having a very good day with all the wood paneling underneath.
I'm
Oy.
extremely uncomfortable.
We're literally under wood too. Like the whole
It's
So,
just
like,
everywhere.
this is everywhere.
You
Just
see, like, Lee is
round-
just, he's extra scrunched.
and all the props everywhere, crates.
Just Lee's
And now the
having a bad
slightest
day.
smell of urine permeating in the corner.
Not
Oh,
that.
the urine doesn't bother him, man. Like, the urine don't bother him. That's no thing.
Give it
The
2 hours,
wood.
it will.
Lola says I could try to draw its attention. Give you
don't
all a
think-
chance to
We need
use
you to
whatever
fulfill
those
half
things
the
are.
dance, though. We're gonna need you for the half of the dance, honey. If you try and lure that thing away and it disturb like harms you.
Oh, I just meant draw it out to where you all are. Act as
Oh.
bait.
Oh, don't worry about that. If there's one thing I'm good at, it is drawing attention and killing something.
Have you seen his bag?
I seen that, and she just points to the two guns. Like,
Yeah, just-
And I kind of lean in on close to Lola and I go, I feel like there's still like a bunch more we haven't seen yet.
that is a really big coat. You're probably right.
Right.
She leads you all out from underneath it, and she leads you up onto the stage deck itself. And at this point, you all can now see in amongst all of the dust, that same symbol is almost pristine amongst the dust. And even as you try to like kick dust up onto it, nothing takes. Nothing covers over that symbol there. It doesn't appear to be like burned into the stage floor. It doesn't appear to be like painted on, but it is so persistent amongst it that it is blatantly apparent that it is there.
That's so unsettling.
Is it energetically active? Like, can we step on the stage?
I've heard.
Like, do you try to step onto the symbol?
Yeah. Oh no.
Give
That look.
Go
in
ahead
the
and
eye.
go ahead and give me a sanity roll, Remy.
Okay. Let's do it. Okay, so my sanity is 84. I just rolled an 89.
You can use luck.
I think I will. I'm gonna push it so that'd be, so I'm at 84, so that's 5 points of luck out of my max of 25. So my luck is now 20 and the sanity roll now matches.
Wonderful. So as you set foot down, you stop and your vision pours high above the theater. You look up and you see the two twin moons peering down at you, not from within the theater, but the sky itself. And as you pull away, you realize that they look akin to eyes. And you see this large hand reaching through the sky towards you. And all of a sudden you feel Lola tug you off of the symbol and says, "Are you alright?"
Yeah, what is that?
Don't make contact with it.
What did that look like to us?
You all watched
Like when he stepped
as
on it?
Remy touched it, and whenever they stepped on it, he looks up. Like, you watched him do all this, like looking up and looking at awe of something before being pulled away. Remy, you do still lose 2 sanity points.
Okay.
I'm just like,
just not
that
a
was
lot
wonderful
more.
performance. That was a wonderful performance, Mr. Remy. Wonderful.
Lola, so that thing, is that him?
I think so.
Okay. Yeah,
What
that's
thing?
not. Mhm.
What thing?
Was that not a performance? Were you not just like, I thought you were struck by like inspiration and like, because there's times where I'm like walking home from the market and I just recite some Shakespeare because I'm just flow in the moment. You know, I thought that's what this was.
Well,
That wasn't it.
and all our yesterdays have lighted fools the way to dusty death. All right, so you step on it,
Bravo.
and it's like the moons. The moons aren't just moons. They're eyes watching us here from above, right? Right? And something something reached. But it didn't make it. But it tried.
I'm gonna go over to those moons and take a closer look at them.
Yeah. As you look up into the moons that are backstage, they shine with like pallid yellow light that just permeates from them. Almost akin to like that semblance of light of like an LED strip behind something, I would say. Like, it seems to come from behind and within. And they don't appear to be more than just what would be a like wood panel, but the light doesn't seem to shine from behind it. Like, it feels like this is an actual representation of the twin moons that you saw or that were seen.
There's nothing else. They're just props, pretty much.
Yeah. But as you are getting a closer look at them, you hear that same telltale squelch and wet movement behind the two twin moons. And you hear it starting to like slither its way around from backstage.
As I hear the squelch, Lee is just gonna be like, "Well, now y'all better duck," and he's lining up a shot. The first thing the minute he sees whatever the squelchy thing is, he's doing the only thing he's good at.
Veronica, you also have your new shotgun.
Yeah, I was about to say, I'm actually gonna go over to Remy and hand him let him hold the 32 revolver. I know it ain't
Instead
just
of
one
Remy's
bullet,
little...
6 bullets are better than just one, just in case. So, 32 revolvers, 1d8 damage.
So, if each of you can go ahead and give me your firearms checks, please.
All right. Ooh, that was real good. I got a 42, and I get to attack. It says that I get two attacks per round.
Yeah, so you would be able to fire off with your elephant rifle and like pull up with the sidearm.
How many attacks with
Okay.
a shotgun, by the way?
2.
Okay. I rolled pretty badly on my firearms check, so I'm gonna need to spend a lot of luck to get down. It's not terrible. It could be a lot worse. I rolled a 49. So I'm going to be unfortunately have to deduct from my 69 luck. It has to go. But I gotta get it down to a 25% because I don't have any training
Ooh,
in it. I have to get it down
Mm.
to 25%, so I have to spend
24.
24.
Ooh, okay. That's a hefty luck cost, but you got the luck to spend. And Remy.
Yeah, I do not have the luck to spend and categorically failed that roll. So
I'm at 45.
Remy, would you like to push that roll?
no, because I don't have that much. I don't have that much luck to burn.
Well, so it wouldn't be. This one is it is not a it is not luck based. If you push, you get to re-roll, but the penalties for failing the re-roll heighten.
Mm.
But it does give you whatever success you were looking for.
Are we gonna be rolling damage? I'm digging for dice.
Oh yes, we will. In a second.
Yeah, I'll re-roll. Oh no, that's even worse.
Don't break my daddy's guns.
So, Lee and Veronica, how much damage do your shots deal?
Okay. Am I within 10 feet?
Yes, because you're right up at it.
Okay.
I deal 10 points of damage.
Beautiful.
I do 18.
Okay. As it rounds the corner, you realize it is the towering figure of the man in the pallid mask. The mask is like half contorted on their face. Their like featureless visage peering past it. Every other bit of their body appears to be these long flowing tendrils and tentacles. And as they move through it, they create that squelching sound. But as they move through the air, you can see there are various parts along some of them that appear almost like holes in a flute that make these discordant sounds as it moves through the space. And as all of your two shots ring
Actually, I just
out.
rolled damage for 1. I'm sorry. How does the multi attacks work? It says you can do 2 attacks in a turn.
Yes,
Do you just roll the damage for both? Because I only rolled for 1.
you would roll for another attack.
Okay.
But as your shots ring out through the air, you manage to blast away a significant portion of these tendrils as it kind of like takes up and expands across the stage. And as this array of tendrils pours towards you, each of you manage to let out shots, but 2 of them end up enwrapping Remy. And Remy, as these sounds formed from these tendrils, almost like wind, like flute music, pour into your ears, you see the images of those twin moons once more. And you feel that influence overtake you. And as you look down, another part of the symbol forms along the back of your hand. and you are currently grappled by this creature. Lee,
That's not good.
Veronica, what do the two of you do?
Okay, so I'm assuming this is a double barrel shotgun. I
Mhm.
already blew out. I shot with the first, missed with the second. Seeing now that Remy is wrapped up, my older sister protective instincts are gonna kick in. Got to protect the little brother. I throw the shotgun down. I pull up the carving knife, and I'm gonna go and do a strike against that the tendril that's grappling him, and try to just like carve right through it.
Okay. And Lee.
I am going to sit there. I almost failed. I got a
Success
59 out of
slightly. Rolled a
60.
39. I rolled a 39 in my brawl. My brawl is 40.
Whew. So what I'm gonna do is, as she goes through there, Lee is actually going to take, and he's going to stand on the on one of the chairs, and he's just going to aim, and he's just actually going to like place the gun on his forearm, and he is going for the while she's going for the tendrils themselves. I'm going straight for the base of
Okay.
the tendrils.
7 damage on my knife.
All right.
I'm a strong girl. I got that plus 1d4 damage bonus with a plus 1 bonus plus 1 build.
13 damage.
So that is going to be enough to dislodge Remy. So Remy, you lose 5 more sanity points. And this music is still like, you see the tendrils like pull away, carved away from Veronica and from Lee, but the music continues playing in your head. You hear the song continuing, and you stop yourself, and because you hear yourself starting to hum the tune.
Ooh. Oh.
From this moment forward, you must actively concentrate on not singing the song if you don't want to.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh no.
Accidental musician hours.
Lola
Beautiful
Lola runs
performance.
as you all do this. You actually watch as Lola runs up and slams into the back of the head of the man in the pallid mask with her stanchion, and you watch it slowly turn, and the remaining tendrils almost just like rise up on all sides, curling up and around into the stage air. Um, and 2 of them begin wrapping up Lola.
Oh fuck.
How many tendrils are there left?
Left, there's only 4 remaining.
Okay. And how long does it take to reload?
I would say that
Because-
you would easily be able to reload
Okay.
and get off some shots.
Yeah, and then I would like to re-roll, and I'm gonna take, and I'm gonna do the same thing, and just like you're gonna watch as he's just moving around like around a perimeter, and he's just moving, and just poof, he's gonna go for another shot.
What is Remy doing?
I would like to. Okay, so, gosh. See, I'm not very good at fighting, but I part of me almost wants to try and see if, because the music is a new detail, and was there, when the dance was performed before, was there a musical component?
Yes.
Does that align?
What do you mean?
As in the music that's running through my head and the
Oh,
musical component of the
yes.
dance. Okay, so those are one and the same. Um, I guess. So the the fact that Lola could smack the thing in the back of the head means that it's not its head isn't that far off. I could reach it if I really wanted to.
Yes.
Okay. Is the mask that's like distorted fused to its face, or could it be removed?
It looks like it theoretically could be removed. A little worried about that theoretical qualifier. I was gonna say, I will say its attention is not on you. Between Veronica and Lee attacking it, and its attention on Lola, this would not necessarily be a overly difficult one.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and get that mask.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yes.
Veronica, you have your knife. You also could reload the shotgun. Which would you prefer?
She was actually gonna go for the mask too.
Oh, okay.
She was gonna use the knife and just like rush at the face and just like try to stab at the mask and like pry it off or like slice it off because she doesn't know if it's like fused in with the skin or anything like that. So she was actually gonna run up and just like start stabbing at the face or around the mask and try to pry the mask up.
Then I'll actually say this. Usually, because of the fact that Remy is having to concentrate on not singing the song, this would be considered a difficult check for them. However, if the both of you were working together, I would say that would downgrade the difficulty of that. So, Remy, you just have to do a normal check for it. And I will let you, Remy, dictate what skill you would like to use to try to do this that would make the most sense to you. So I will let you pick your poison, as it were.
Can I pick fighting brawling since I'm using my knife?
Well, yours would be, but as you're helping Remy.
Right.
I also got 16 damage.
16 more damage?
27. Yeah. I rolled
Okay.
a 27.
Hell yes.
Yeah.
I'm gonna come back to that one in a second.
Yeah.
I'm actually gonna I'm gonna swap my dice because these dice have been too good to me, and I'm
No, don't do that. No.
I rolled a
no.
7. I rolled a 7.
Don't you switch. We need your insane luck.
So Remy, what did we choose?
Can I make a case for using dodge?
Sure. I would allow that.
Okay, cool.
Quick dexterous action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. So, my dodge is 45, and I just rolled a 40.
Hey.
Yes!
So
Let's
you
go!
as Veronica is like trying to distract it, attacking at it. You watch as the two of the tendrils are like kind of engaged with Veronica, and it's enough to like pull enough of distraction, and you are like ducking underneath one, sliding alongside of it, and you place a firm foot on one of the bases of the tendrils and kind of like give yourself a little bit of a step up right as Lee shoots out that tendril from its body, and you manage to reach up and snatch the mask off of it. As it does, the entire form of the man in the pallid mask just crumples.
Hey!
The clothes that were wrapped around it, those like previously what once was this beautiful white suit has long been like pallid and jaundiced, and ripped apart from all of these tendrils pouring out of him. And as it falls, you see just the featureless visage where his face would be, left in the middle of this pile.
As we do that, I'm just gonna be like, Miss Summer, may I please have that shotgun? and I'm gonna
Oh,
load.
it's over there.
Oh, I'm gonna walk up. I'm gonna kick it up with my foot, grab it, crack it open, and you see him pull out from his like he has like the little front pocket two shells, puts him in, cracks it, and he's just gonna lay into that face, whatever that is. He's like, mm-mm.
Perfect. So you all have bested the man in the pallid mask. With that being said, I need all of you to give me a sanity roll, please.
Oh God, this is not gonna go well. I hope I get another 27. Come on.
I rolled a 90, but I got 99 sanity because actors. Yes, everybody else says like this lower sanity. I started with 99. I had nothing that like changed or affected my sanity at all. I kind of feel weird about that. I feel acting's a tough job.
I rolled a 76.
Oh no.
I rolled a 53.
So that's big
I'm more
notes.
worried about him.
So that's big
Yeah,
notes for
no.
both of you.
No, I have a 45 in insanity. That is big
Monica's
nopes.
just over there celebrating.
So
You did it. Y'all two are just like,
so well, you're still going to take some, Veronica. You are going to lose 9 sanity points, Veronica.
Oh God.
okay.
Lee and Remy, you each lose 15.
Oh God. Oh God.
What are your
you
sanity
okay?
values at now?
90.
30.
You said 9 points for me, right? Or was
9. Yeah.
9.
Oh, okay.
Are you okay? Are you okay, Remy? Last I heard you were at like 18.
Yeah, it's not going so good.
Oh
I'm
no.
I'm
One of these squares make a circle.
I'm either sitting at 4 or 3. There was a loss of like one that was either a 2 or 3 point loss, but I can't remember which one it was. Yeah,
Oh,
no, I'm sitting right on the edge.
Oh no.
As you watch that visage being blown away by the shotgun blast, you constantly feel the eyes of the moon on you, and you consistently just keep checking over your shoulder, Remy, waiting for it to be there. You can't help it. You feel its presence on you at all times. Watching. Waiting. Lee, as you fire shot after shot after shot, you look down, and the second symbol appears on the back of your hand, drawing you closer.
Oh no, I'm the only one that has one left. Oh no, Veronica's gonna be left all alone.
Or you're gonna be the one that makes it out.
Hopefully, we all get out.
Lee's going to look. Well, I don't think I have exactly too much time.
Wait. Go
we
ahead,
we should. I don't know if this dance thing is gonna work. At least one of the bigger threats is taken care of.
I'm gonna walk over
Of
to
some
Remy.
assuming.
I'm gonna walk over to Remy, kind of cautiously, and be like, "Let me just. It's okay. I'm just gonna take that mask from you. You look a little spooked, and I don't know if this is doing that, but I do kind of need this."
holding on to the thing itself. Is it is it a regular object? Like, could you? Because my one concern that I'm gonna say out loud, and I don't know if there's a check for this or whatever. Have we considered the possibility that whatever was wearing this used to have a face?
You actually have a point.
Well, I'm thinking that now.
Lola stops and walks forward and places a hand on Veronica's hand holding the mask and says, "This was never my role to finish. You'll make a beautiful performer one day. I started this. It's only right."
Now, my question to you is, you said you don't want to be like them.
When it's
Are you
done,
saying,
make sure I'm not.
all right, that's your deal with the devil.
Veronica is just like, she literally doesn't know what to say. Like for the first time in her life, she's just like overwhelmed with way too many different conflicting emotions. She doesn't know what to do. So she's just letting it happen. But she just looks visibly like she doesn't want Lola to do this.
Lola walks over to Remy and holds your hands in hers and says, "You hear it. He's seen you, right?"
Yeah, yeah, it's loud, and it's it's gorgeous, but it's loud.
It's gorgeous. Don't let it take you fully. Please. You're so close. You hear a scurrying from the audience. You can't see from without.
Damn.
Lola looks on and says, "Hold them off. We'll be quick."
You've got it, Chief.
Lola looks down at Remy and says, "Sing. Let it out."
All right, all right.
I might be needing that shotgun back.
I'm just gonna sit there.
She stops for a second and she looks. She goes, "We have work to do." And she stops for a second and looks down and places the mask on her face.
Oh, that's I gotta dance too.
It's like, don't. It's like he's just like, don't worry, Toots. I got one thing in life, and that's it. And that's really good aim.
As this happens, I need 3 different roles from each of you. Veronica, I need an acting role. This is going to be at hard difficulty, which means I need it to be half of your result.
Okay.
Lee.
It's that transition, the two-step
You-
hop.
I was going to say, this is at hard difficulty because you had previously studied the role of the man in the pallid mask, not the role of Lola. Lee, I need you to give me a firearms check at a difficult rating, so it need half of your result, as you are fending off 4 assailants from the group. Remy, I need a luck roll in an attempt to try to withstand the influence.
So, my half value for acting is 30, and I rolled a 37, so I spent 7 more points in luck. So I'm down to 38 luck value now. To lower that down to a 30 to succeed.
All right. Same as her. My half is a 30. I rolled a 46. I'm spending 16 luck. I gotta
Now's
make
the
this
time.
work. I
Now's
gotta
the
make this
time.
work because the only thing when he's in a team, he does what he needs to do to protect the team.
And Remy.
Yeah, what I rolled is More than double my remaining luck.
You have one final act that you may make, as you may push for a reroll.
Yeah. Yeah.
Can I?
This is the first push. This is the first push we've
No,
done.
second.
Was there a bad push before?
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
must have missed it.
No, and it's
Can I-
again, it's like the other one where it's worse than the first roll that I did.
No.
Not having a good day.
As the song pours out from Remy, you watch as it starts from a hum to a vocalization to outright singing, where previously there were no words in the dance. They take over, singing of Dim Carcassa. You watch as the third symbol emblazons across the back of Remy's hand, starting to form at the forehead. You watch as the left arm starts to enlarge
I have
in
a
that same
question.
way. Go ahead, Lee.
Out of respect for Remy, I don't know because since I'm fending off 4 people, I don't know if this would be able to happen. Lee is going to sit there and say, "Sorry, kid," and he's going to take the martini Henry. He's gonna place it against his rib cage, and he's gonna shoot straight for his head before he can turn, out of respect for him and not letting him turn into whatever the hell those things are.
If Remy
If they allow
agrees that.
My one question is, do they need the music?
You watch as they are nearing the end of the dance. So I would say this would happen kind of like roughly at the same time because of cool cinematic reasons.
Okay. I will let Lee kill me if I can finish the song, if they get music the entire time.
Mm-hmm. And like seeing that, we make that I say, "Sorry, kid," and he's singing, and I can see him just as he's turning, just doing the hold off. I'm gonna wait until whatever they're doing behind me and keeping my eye out, and then I will take the shot.
Lola, as you finish the performance, you look up and you can see tears starting to pour down the face of Lola, past the mask. But as you look on, her eyes are no more. Her mouth closes. You see, looking down upon you, the woman in the pallid mask. As the dance hits its final point at the center of that tri-pronged symbol, one last shot rings out from Lee, silencing the music. And when all goes still, you find yourselves in the middle of the stage of the opera house. The curtains are not torn.
No, continue, sorry.
The moons behind you do not shine, save but for the small flicker of flame at the base of the stage from the small lights. You do not see Lola. You do not see Remy. The audience is empty. It was as if no performance was ever held here, save for the set around you.
Veronica just drops to her knees and screams.
Lee takes his gun and he just tosses. He's just like, I hate when a job is unfinished. And he walks over to Miss Summers. Miss Summers.
She's just bawling, crying. All of those emotions just spilling out.
He awkwardly, you can kind of tell that he's not an emotional person. He just kind of does the hover hand, like pats your back.
She just literally like falls into your chest and just wraps her arms around you and just ugly cries her heart out. Snot literally all over your nice clothes.
As you two fall into this emotional embrace, you hear a door open backstage, and a number of individuals start pouring in. They look over and say, "Oh, did they send others on ahead to start the teardown before they send it off to the next city?"
Yes.
And you can look in and see like a number of individuals in like workmen's like coveralls and jumpsuits, and they start like breaking out like hammers and construction equipment and start tearing down the set piece
And
by
as
piece.
they're doing that, Lee is just putting the guns back into his bag,
Tucking
just
away
like,
the knife.
just like sitting there. He's like, he looks at Miss Summers. I hate to say this, but whatever the hell we just saw, he's gonna like pull her away from the construction people and stuff.
She's
Whatever
like
the,
composing herself with a kerchief.
you know, it's not gonna stop. I came here for a quiet life, but I think I found another job. Have you ever heard the term honor among thieves?
Yeah. I've seen that term used quite often.
Well, I made a promise to her, and I failed at that promise. Quite frankly, it was either her or Remy, and I chose to spare him the knowledge that he would be whatever they were.
I could see there was a lot of turning and such with the dance, and I noticed the change starting to happen, and I was terrified. I thought he was gonna lash out at us before we could even finish, but like I could see in his eye, and he was holding himself back for us. He kept singing. Oh, could you imagine the pain? Did you see the way his bones were?
As you talk about this, you hear that sound once more.
Oh,
That music play.
pulls
You
out the
look
gun.
up, and you look up and past the audience, and there, in Remy's VIP booth, standing there, is the woman in the pallid mask, holding a simple music box, and within, the small figurine form of Remy.
Start running the fuck up there.
Would I have time to sit there and fuck it. I want to take a shot. I would like to take a shot.
With the construction workers working on deconstructing the set behind you?
I realize this, but if he misses and he doesn't keep his promise, he's gonna be following this traveling musicians for a while. He's made up his mind. He's gonna have to figure out one way or another, and if he can end it now and he can leave, great.
As you reach back and grab the guns that you had put away from your bag, as you look back up again, the figure is gone.
I knew that was gonna
Only
happen.
the music box sits at the edge of the banister, playing that song out into it.
Rip open.
You look into the booth, and you just see the same. Just the music box at the edge. You pick it up and inspect it, and you can see a small wooden figurine in the likeness of Remy.
Damn. Is there any like symbols or anything on it? It's just a simple little.
The same
Line
symbol is on the back of the music box.
Oh fuck.
And it doesn't appear that the symbol is continuing to grow, but as you look at the back of your hand, just as a birthmark would, you can see the 2 prongs of the symbol on the back of your hand, Veronica. Same as you, Lee.
Shit.
Yeah, he's just gonna for the first time he's actually gonna look underneath his glove.
And it is the same.
It's just
it has marked you all the way through.
I look down at the stage because I know he's still down there looking up, and I just look down at him and I scream out, "I don't think it's over yet."
And then he sits there, he adjusts himself, breathes in. Miss Summers, I believe I have a job for us.
Sounds better than acting, sweetie.
He tips his hat and just like, as he walks away, he's just like,
I'm gonna need more bullets.
Damn it. Yeah.
You slowly close the music box. Do you take it with you or do you leave it behind?
I'm taking it with.
So you slowly close the music box. You meet Lee down in the lobby. You take one last look up to the VIP booths, and the 2 of you exit the Opera House out into Arkham, Massachusetts. You look on and see blazoned on the poster from last night for the opening night performance. You see blazoned on it like big red like added marker, and it says next stop Chicago.
He looks and you just see a visible best face I can describe as oh no.
I've always wanted to go to Chicago. This'll be exciting, Mr. Cho. She has no clue. You didn't say nothing about Chicago. She has
not
no
yet.
clue. It's like,
not yet. There's gonna be some time.
Well,
Yes.
we're gonna have quite a trip.
And I have a lot of things to fill you in on.
Got some more things to tell you about too. Wait till I tell you about all 12 of my squirrel friends.
I think I made a terrible choice.
Best friends forever, and I hug him.
As he's standing there, he's just standing like a wood plank.
As the 2 of you head out into the streets of Arkham, the most unlikely duo of duos, as we look on. As the camera pulls back, we see in the window of the Opera House, looking on, the visage of the woman in the pallid mask. And standing next to her is Remy. And that is where we close our game of Call of Cthulhu.
That was amazing. Holy shit. You gave me so many goosebumps. That ain't fair. That ain't fair.
I'm genuinely, so this is actually really interesting. I guess if we count this as a death, this is only the third character that has ever died through one of my games.
Oh.
Lucky.
I never have character deaths, but like it's Call of Cthulhu. You're gonna like run into Eldritch Horrors and things.
It's honestly
so this was really exciting.
Investigators.
Oh, it's absolutely. It's so bad. Because every single time you roll, you're like, shit, I have to spend luck or I have to re-roll it. Oh my gosh. And unfortunately just that luck just kept creeping lower and lower for poor Remy. And that sanity kept creeping lower, and it was like, oh no. Oh no. You said you were down to like 3 or 4, and I was like, oh no.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
When Joe said he only had 50 sanity at the start of the game, my heart literally skipped a beat. I thought you for sure were dead. You for sure were gonna die.
Well, no, the thing about it is though, like, in all honesty, I was assuming I was gonna die as well because with this character, his whole thing was, you know, if he's ever put into a team, even if it's unofficial, and if we're pitted up against who God knows who what, he doesn't know. He thought it was an escape room until he literally had to blow the dude's, blow, his buddy's head off. So now he's just like, well, shit, he's not foreign to dying because, he had 50 sanity. Like, he was probably near death a couple times, So, like, I was prepared for him to die the whole time, or if he was gonna save somebody, like, I was half tempted to put the mask on myself.
Scandalous. Yeah, whenever Veronica was like, well, like, what if I perform the dance with you? I was like, ooh, Lola's gonna turn into the pallid mask. Don't worry, we got this. This is a wonderful juxtaposition. I love this. But thank y'all so much. This was so incredibly fun. Welcome to Call of Cthulhu. It is a terrifying system. I usually love to run it as like one shots and things like that because then like you can really ramp up the scariness factor. But there are totally rules for campaign play and like learning into it. And there's whole sets of rules that we didn't even get into tonight with learning the Eldritch secrets and being able to use their magic and like powers against them. That, of course, also threatens the potential of the loss of your sanity as you do so. So there's always tons of fun things that you can explore with this system.
I'm just sad I never got to use the grenades.
You had
grenades.
I'm cackling.
Look, I have 60, which was the max for assassin. They said I had a total of $30,000.
Holy shit!
And I'm just like, well, I'm gonna be proficient in rifles, shotguns. You know what? I'll pick up some grenades too.
Just a little. I am cackling at the fact that like you went into this like I think of the scene from Pirates of the Caribbean where they're like putting all of their weaponry out.
Yeah.
And Elizabeth just keeps pulling out more and more guns and she's like, hold on, wait. Okay, I got that one. Like that was that moment. As soon as you started describing it, that's exactly what I saw from Lee, and I was like, I'm very much here for this. I love this.
Yeah, I just wanted him to, because when I saw everyone, I was like, well, we have to have someone that's like, Miss Summers was strong. I was like, we need someone that's a bit good with firearms, and I'm just like, you know what, I'll lean into it. And to be honest, I rolled terribly. Like I rolled so bad. Like I have like a 70 in appearance. He's attractive as hell, but you know his intelligence. He's got 37. He's not so smart. He's dumb.
Same.
Yeah.
Same.
Yes,
That's fine.
Sin in chat was saying he's like Brendan Fraser from The Mummy.
Yeah.
Like yes,
Rick
yes.
O'Connell energy.
Yeah.
yes. Lee has big Rick
Absolutely.
O'Connell energy, and I'm here for it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Veronica's dice were really blessed for the most part. Like there was a couple things that were just kind of mediocre, but like strength, appearance, and size were just up there. And I actually we thanks to over here we got some portraits, and I actually that portrait of Veronica. I don't know how
Yes,
well this is actually
Yeah.
gonna show, but this is how Veronica looks in
absolutely.
my head, and you can actually see the floral print dress underneath her
Yes,
Yep.
undershirt that I was talking about.
I love it.
So that was who I was channeling the whole game.
Well, thank y'all so much for coming on and playing this fun game with me. This has been an absolute blast. Like I said, it was all based around one of my own personal favorite Eldritch horror stories, The King in Yellow, about that haunted play, and was like a fun little take on it. So thank y'all so much for agreeing to do this and for trying out something that's a little bit different.
I loved
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, thank you. This is my first time playing Call of Cthulhu. I've been wanting to play, for a long time, and yeah, you're my first, and I walked out. I walked out alive. So
Hey,
yeah, so I'm just like, heck yeah, let's do it.
Call us for the sequel.
Yeah, call us for the
Rem-
sequel when.
Contact my agent.
because say
Mr.
Remy's
Cal.
gonna have to make an appearance again.
Mhm.
Now that they are an agent of the woman in the pallid mask.
Mhm.
Ooh.
So good. I love
Well,
it.
Yeah.
thank y'all so much. Let's go ahead and do some rounds so that we can remind everybody where we can see you whenever you are not here being spooked and rolling some dice with me. Joe, let's go ahead and start with you.
Hi, you guys. My name is Joe Dirt. You can find me on Joe Dirt and all the places and things: YouTube, Twitter, Twitch. I play Final Fantasy 14. I have a new homebrew campaign, The Shattered Realms, premiering next Saturday, where I will be DMing. And as I slightly mentioned before, they have a kobold, and it was only session 0, so it's going to be big chaos energy. And if you guys want to see more D&D 5th edition, come in at 10 a.m. Central Standard Time for some more D&D on Sunday, which this Sunday we're going to be doing Misfit Menagerie Battle Royale, which I will again be DMing, where I get to hopefully kill everybody. That's the plan.
As you do. As
I
you do.
As I do.
Wonderful.
Oh, yeah, that's me.
Playing the absolutely wonderful and unfortunately ill-fated Remy Finch, the fantastic Jet Barks.
So, I'm Jet. I am on Twitter at Barker Voiceover. I do have Twitch at Jet Barks. I'm a voice actor. I voice many dapper aristocrat ladies, occasionally suave dudes, and sometimes crab mercenaries. Um, and yeah, it was super fun. I'm always happy to hang out with folks and roll dice for good causes.
It was an absolute pleasure, and I'm so glad I got to have you back.
I want to
Can't
know where
wait to
these
get
crab
to.
mercenaries are.
I am so intrigued by that.
All
Yeah.
I can think is crab rave with knives.
Yeah, no, I in the for the game that it's for, I'm in a sort of community server for that, and at one point, even before I could officially say, yeah, I'm voicing this game, I made something with like knife crab, but then I just put the character's face over knife crab, and now it's become like an emoji on the server.
Yes.
I am obsessed. That's fantastic.
Yes.
I was so wonderful.
Knife crab OP.
Rounding out our group, the absolutely incomparable Pigu Uwu.
Hello, everyone. I am the Piku Uwu, and similar to Joe Dirt, I have that handle all across Twitter, Twitch, and YouTube. Also TikTok as well, just recently. So you can find me on all of those platforms.
And my content usually derives of Elden Ring and Dead by Daylight. So if you enjoy those games, be sure to swing on by my wholesome little pigsty and boot that follow button. And I'm really hoping to get into some more tabletop RPG content in the future as a player, not as a DM. I've been hosting DMs for literally since I was 15 years old. I'm not going to say how old I am now because fuck off. But I can comfortably say I have been DMing for more than half of my life, and I am definitely getting the player itch. But tonight was absolutely fantastic. I definitely got to itch that a little bit. Got to showcase some of my own chaotic energy. I like to throw chaos in there. Very sorry, but chaos equals gold sometimes, and this definitely was gold. Absolutely love being here. It was an honor to raise money for such an amazing cause, and I hope that there's a lot of amazing artists that are able to go forward into this Pride event and just entertain just the best of people in a community that I am sure definitely needs it around this time. So please go and give support, donate again if you have if you are able to. If you are not able to, you could just be going out, spreading the word, providing the link, and sharing this to other people might get the word out there to other people who might be able to help the cause. So be sure to spread the love, everybody, because that's literally the best thing we have on this planet is love and understanding for each other.
So incredibly well put. And Pigu said it best. If you cannot financially donate, please, there are so many other ways that you can help such a wonderful cause. Watching here, sharing on social media, all these wonderful ways that you can help out that come at zero cost to you, because there are still so many ways to help make this an important message. So thank you all so much for joining us for this incredible, what ended up being quite a silly game of Call of Cthulhu, but still quite absolutely terrifying in some instances. And that's something that I really truly enjoy. Horror is something that is always so incredibly near and dear to my heart, because I find that it is when people are the most human and are the most willing to kind of like come together for the sake of looking after one another. There's something like really powerful about that I find in horror. It's why I like to use it a lot in RPG stories, even if it's like D&D or something like that, because I'm like, hey, look, all of you started out the scenario and you didn't really know each other, but when there's terrifying tentacle monsters right outside the window, suddenly y'all are best buddies and y'all just gonna work together now. Great. And we got real past all of that awkward, like, I don't know if I'm gonna trust you portion of the game. No, we're just gonna brush right past that real fast with some tentacle monsters, I promise you. Suddenly everybody's like, no, we're good. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's the whole situation of, we're good. I'm gonna go with the man with a lot of guns.
Yes, that person right there sounds like a wonderful individual to team up with.
This guy's a loose cannon, and I will follow him until the ends of the earth because that is better than the alternative.
That is a wonderful alternative.
Our next game is gonna be going back and saving Remy.
Ooh,
yes, the redemption arc.
Scandalous. Now I'm intrigued.
Yeah. Only if Remy wants it. But
the sequel. Tell me home. Get me out of there.
Because consent is sexy.
Yes.
Yeah.
Coming up next after a break, we are going to have our final game of the day. It is going to be another kind of horror-themed game. It is going to be Monster Hearts 2, an absolutely fantastic RPG that I'm kind of referring to as like if Monster Prom was set at Euphoria High. If that kind of gives you any inkling as to the shenanigans that we're about to get into, as we deal with teen angst, intrigue, horrific monsters, and all of the messy things that come with hormones. So we are going to have some wonderful folks joining us for that as our final game of the day. Tomorrow, we are going to have 2 more games. Tomorrow, we are actually going to have a little bit of a sci-fi day, a little bit of a different one. So at noon Central Standard Time tomorrow, we are going to be playing Nova RPG, a fast-paced, almost mission-based RPG that takes its inspiration from games like Destiny and Halo, where you can go off on these missions that are really quick and then cycle back around. And then at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, we're going to be playing Starfinder, the like sci-fi fantasy version of Pathfinder, where our heroes are going to get to engage in some actual ship combat and some fun shenanigans around on some planets. Thank you all so much for such an incredible time. Keep eyes and ears out as myself and the other wonderful members of Team Spark, of which 2 of which are here with me right now. I'm going to have some wonderful plans coming forward in June for Pride Month for wonderful Team Spark, and possibly some RPGs, even more different ones in store for us throughout that month. So be on the lookout for that. Thank you all so much. One more time, here is the command for this game, Call of Cthulhu. 1, if you really liked the game, please go support the wonderful folks at Chaosium and pick up their fantastic RPG. And please go follow these wonderful, amazing individuals on all of the things that they do and support all of their wonderful things. Because even if you cannot donate today, one of the best ways that you can help is by supporting the content creators who came here and took the time out of their schedules to do this. So please go follow them, share all of their things, celebrate their wins. We're going to go ahead and take a good bit of a break, probably about 15 to 20 minutes or so, while I kind of prep the next game and get everybody squared away there. But then we will be back with our final game of the evening, Monster Hearts 2. Thank you all so much, and we'll be back after a break.
Bye.
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 See y'all soon. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome on in for our final game of this absolutely fantastic series that we've been doing here as a part of our Trinity Pride charity weekend. Thank you all so much for coming along with us on this fantastic journey. Today, we have been exploring a series of horror RPG systems as a way to give you a little taste of something that maybe isn't your standard Dungeons and Dragons, because maybe you aren't a fan of Tolkien fantasy and still want to try out this wonderful TTRPG fun that we've been having, and I'm going to try something a little different. So you, so far, have gotten to see us play such absolutely fantastic games as Vampire the Masquerade, Call of Cthulhu, and now a absolutely joyous RPG system that I refer to as Monster Prom meets Euphoria High, Monster Hearts 2. Thank you all so much for joining me. I am joined by some absolutely fantastic content creators and friends here today for our final game of today's charity series. We do have more games going on tomorrow, but I will speak to that more at the end of today's session and give you a little sneak peek of what we're going to be looking at there. But all of this is for the benefit of Trinity Pride Fort Worth. This is a newer nonprofit organization here in DFW, local to me, that has started up. They were on their way towards hosting a brand new Pride Festival right before the pandemic hit, and then the pandemic hit. And so we are finally back to being able to host an in-person Pride Festival this June with Trinity Pride Fest. And I am so incredibly proud and grateful of the work that they have done for this community to be able to celebrate Pride locally here in DFW. Our donation goal that you see right here of $2,500 would actually fully fund all artists and musicians that would be performing at the festival without requiring them to take a pay cut for the purposes of Pride. So in all of our work that we are doing here this weekend, it would all go towards the wonderful efforts to being able to properly pay queer artists for their time, energy, and efforts towards celebrating this wonderful thing that we love to do every single June and celebrate Pride. So thank you all so much for all of your wonderful support that you all have shown. We are going to get an update from Trinity Pride actually tomorrow before session, so we can let you all know how we have done through day one, as we are, as it is a little bit of a newer organization, so they're not set up through Tiltify or anything like that, but we are able to funnel all of their donations towards their full website itself, so that you can help support their wonderful cause. Today, I am joined by these amazing players who will tell you a little bit about themselves, where you can find them around on the internet, and then we will learn a little bit about the game we are going to be playing today, Monster Hearts 2. So, to kick us off, I will start with the top left of my overlay, the absolutely fantastic Bonita Lisa, also a mod of our channel. Hello, Lisa. Tell us a little bit about you. Where else we can find you when you're not here rolling dice or modding with me?
Well, when I'm not here, I'm probably just generally around Twitch. I like to be in a lot of different communities. My name is Bonita Lisa on Twitch. On Twitter, I'm there way too much. And my name on there is Bonita Lisa TTV, because for some reason Bonita Lisa was already taken. But other than that, I am excited. This will be my first non-D&D TTRPG, so yeah.
So excited to have you on. I'm so excited that we get to roll some dice together again. It's always a pleasure whenever we get to do so, and I'm so excited to have you back at the table. Next in line, we have the absolutely fantastic C-Dub Gaming. Hello.
Hello. Hi, everybody. C-Dub Gaming. You can call me C-Dub. I am a queer bear variety streamer here on Twitch as well. You can find me on most social medias and C-Dub_gaming. I fell in love with doing one-shots last year out of nowhere because it really tickles my improv bone quite a bit, and I cannot wait for this today. Because I was like, oh, you want us to just have relationships and take out some of those other silly components like travel? Absolutely.
Yes. The Monster Hearts 2, I feel always touches on that like queer drama side that everybody just loves. Like it's so good. It's like so you're telling me that I get to be like the monster under the bed, but like also I get to get up on top of the bed. Okay, great. Sold. Done. And rounding out our group, the absolutely amazing Ray's Effect.
Hello. I'm Ray's Effect. Go by Ray or Ray, or Ray's or Ray. Respond to either or. Pronouns he, him. I'm a queer variety streamer living in Alaska. I'm going to see how long I'm going to keep this jacket on. But I like to play heavy dialogue, story-based games, as well as like multiplayer games that have like a community to them. So like Dead by Daylight, Fortnite, and any other type of games that I'm able to play on PC, Switch, as well as PlayStation. I'm heavily active on TikTok, where I tend to meme around, dance, and do anything that like catches my eye or things I'm able to do. So all the socials is pretty much the same. Raised Effect on Twitter, TikTok, as well as Twitch.
And recently joined up with other fantastic members of Team Spark for the absolutely ridiculousness that was Pico Park last evening. Please, everybody, go around to any of those members and watch that VOD, because that was some of the most chaotic fun I have ever seen in my life. I was laughing so hard my sides and my head hurt. It was absolutely fantastic and hysterical. You just bring together an entire group of queer people and tell them to try to like work together perfectly. Chaos. Absolute chaos. So welcome on in, y'all. Today we are going to be playing a incredibly fun game called Monster Hearts 2. Now, Monster Hearts 2 plays off of the wonderful Powered by the Apocalypse system. This is a series of games that actually can just be played with a pair of D6s. So, if you or anybody you know is ever interested in learning RPGs, any game that is powered by the Apocalypse is one of the best things that you can actually find to grab a game and start off fresh. Because any single person that just has Monopoly, like Yahtzee, anything, they would have the dice that they would need to be able to play the game. You could easily just snatch your dice from that box and be ready to go. So
if you don't have merch that says "Snatch your dice," you are missing.
Snatch your dice.
Snatch your dice.
I'm gonna take a note of that. I'm gonna take a note of that.
Snatch
We're gonna
your
have one.
dice.
Snatch your dice, y'all.
Yes.
So, Powered by the Apocalypse games use 2d6s, and they have some of the easiest rules in the world. So, you each are going to have 4 different stats. In Monster Hearts, your stats are hot, cold, volatile, and dark. And those are going to be the various ways in which you would interact with each other and with the game itself. Sometimes you're going to be doing specific moves like turning someone on, shutting someone down, keeping your cool. Each of these are going to require you to roll with different stats. So you're just going to roll 2d6s. You're going to add whatever your particular stat is, or subtract it if it's something that you're not good at. And then you are going to then be able to find out what your result is. Oftentimes, you're looking for a 10 or higher. If you have a 10 or higher, you immediately get to do whatever it is you set out to do. You get to do it completely. 100%, you are good. Nanite, welcome on in, Raiders. You are just in time as we are getting started with our game of Monster Hearts 2. As you are rolling through, you want to search for a 10 or higher. You get to do that thing that you want to do completely without fail. If you get a 7 to 9, you still get to do what you would like to do, but it likely is going to come at a cost, or something slightly different is going to happen, like a little bit of a complication for that roll. And if you get a 1 to 6, unfortunately, that will be a fail. Now, some of the ways in which you can influence these rolls is with taking forwards. So sometimes whenever you fail a roll, you're going to get to take a forward on a previous or in a future roll. That means that if you have a forward, you're going to get to add 1 to that roll at a future time. So if you mess something up and you later on as you go, you try something again, if you have a forward, you're going to be able to add 1 to whatever you roll later on. One of the other ways in which you can do things is you each are going to have strings. Through the various choices that your characters have made, you might have given strings to players. You might have strings on players. And any of those choices that we have to make, we'll go through that whenever you are introducing your characters, so that if one of you has to give a string to somebody, you'll be able to do so. Now, what that means is whenever you have a string on someone, you can spend that string to try to tempt them to do what you want. You can give them a condition like angry or sad or hurt or turned on. You can add 1 to whatever your roll is against them. So, for instance, if C-Dub is rolling against Lisa for some reason, and they have a string on them, he can easily spend that string, and he will be able to get a +1 to the roll against them. Alternatively, if you are going to hurt somebody and you have a string, you can spend a string to increase that hurt by 1, because you know exactly how to hurt them, because you have that experience with them. Strings are ways to kind of like influence the relationships that we have, and through the actions that you each take, you will be able to gain more strings against people. Does anybody have any questions about any of that at this time?
Yes.
Me.
Oh, go ahead.
Yep. I was like, yeah, I'm good.
Oh.
Good.
I start with 2 sympathetic tokens. And I know that they are connected to strings, but I don't know how.
So, you may use your sympathetic tokens either as strings, or some of your magic specifically deals with having a sympathetic token on somebody. So, some of your magic, if you were to use your hexes, as I believe you are the witch, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
Wonderful. So, as the witch, if you want to use some of your hexes and spells, you either have to have a sympathetic token on somebody, or you must lock eyes and chant at them. So, there are subtle ways for you to use your hexes, or you can use those sympathetic tokens as strings and expend them so that you can use them in the same way that a string would. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Beautiful. C-Dub, are there any questions that you have regarding mechanics for the game?
No, I think that I understand strings now, because they basically ultimately end up being kind of the like untold connections that we already have, and then we tell them. So I got it.
Yes.
I got it now. I get it.
The same ways in which you would pull at somebody's heartstrings or puppet strings. These are the ways in which we have made connections with one another that you are able to lean on and use for your own personal benefits and gains. So, with that in mind, let's go ahead and meet our students this evening. Since we have already spoiled what archetype you will be, Lisa, please introduce us to your student at the Primrose Academy for Troubled Youth.
I am playing Evelyn Evie Datry. I am more of a playful, coyish witch. And as far as my origin backstory type thing, I got started on Tumblr, which is actually accurate to how I got started myself as a witch on Tumblr. So I
Yes.
decided that would work best for me. because I mean, who doesn't love like learning through the internet type of stuff? So, um, yeah, I am pretty friendly, but I am definitely trying to be outwardly friendly while keeping a lot of stuff inside. So,
I feel like Evie absolutely has that like Tumblr, TikTok vibe of being able to like help introduce people to the occult in like in an accessible way. I love that. I'm already loving Evie. Next in line at the Primrose Academy for Troubled Youth. C-Dub, introduce us to your student.
Well, I'd love to introduce you to Cage Graves. Cage is a former, if you could consider somebody to be valedictorian of a troubled school, one of the smarter people in the school. And after what was kind of like a terrible-ish accident, has kind of just shifted their perspective now. So grades are still important, but there's other things that they're out for now. So they are, average attraction, average attractability. You're covering yourself a lot, and I'm loving it. I'm loving it. But there are some like noticeable scars as well.
After the accident, you changed. You changed. You're not the same person that you once were. Look, listen, I'm already here for it. And rounding out our troubled youth at Primrose Academy, Raze, introduce us to your character.
So my name is Oliver, but people call me Ollie. I walk around. Well, my background is pretty much a oiled background. I'd like to make deals with people in order for them to progress or gain some type of award. But in order to get that award, they have to pay a price. So I walk around with a ledger with their names, what they've done, and what they owe me. And if they pay it off, then they're good to go.
a high school bookie.
Yes!
High school bookie.
Oh my god, that person that has like the secret like blackjack game going in like the third floor science classroom. I see it already. This is beautiful. So we have Evie, Cage, and Ollie, our wonderful troubled youths. Well, let's go ahead and let's jump in to the Primrose Academy for Troubled Youth. We find ourselves at a boarding school, deep in the heart of Middle America. There is absolutely nothing else around. It is the most dull of cities. Even its citizens who don't go to the school want nothing to do with this bumfuck town in the middle of nowhere. There are no movie theaters. There are no natural attractions. There are woods, devoid of any true semblance of life. There are mountains, devoid of any waterfalls or natural beauty. There is just nothing here. And it is exactly this reason that the citizens of the varying cities surrounding all send their youth to Primrose Academy, a stodgy little boarding school nestled away next to the mountains and the forests, where they can get proper education. But for those who know where to look, behind closed doors, in dark closets, in secret basements, Primrose Academy hides a few secrets, some of which our students know, and others they will be learning very shortly. We start out on a sleepy Thursday morning. It is chilly, not cold, not hot. It is chilly. That kind of obnoxious weather where you must wear a jacket even if it feels uncomfortably so. And we find ourselves first with Ollie, poring over your books, over your morning coffee, balancing your ledger as you do. Where is Ollie's mind this morning? And before we get started, Ollie, in your character creation, did you have to give strings to anybody?
Yes. So I'm looking in the ledger, and I see in the ledger Cage's name, as well as Evelyn's name, with, little scribbles here and there, but I do have like a little inserts for each of them, just one, and nothing else.
So do you have to give a string to each of them, or do you get a string from each of them?
Looks like I give away a string, but I have one string left over, like, to use, but I have not used that as of yet.
Ooh, okay. So you get a string to on somebody. So we can decide this through the session today. So if there is somebody that it would make sense for them to have made a deal with you, then we can provide you with that string on that person. But due to whatever misgivings you have gotten up to with both Evie and Cage, they each have a string on you. Perhaps knowledge that of what exactly it is that goes on with these deals that you provide.
Got it. So as I'm looking through the ledger, I look like I'm organizing in the morning, because I like to do that just in case any of them have like something to owe, something that they can give to me. But for Evelyn has a secret. Evelyn may have asked me to, let's say, get the attraction or the awareness of maybe a person.
Did we lose
Oh
Ray?
no! I think we froze up.
The suspense. It's the suspense for me.
Right.
There
it goes.
Yes.
Oh, God. All right. Where did I leave off?
Something about a string that regarding me.
Okay, so in my ledger, I have written down Evelyn. Evelyn asked me to get the attraction or of a person in school. They didn't give me a name. They were just like, I want somebody that's on my mind to maybe fall in love with me or something around the matter. So in order for me to do that, I provided her a bottle of perfume to go along with it. But for price of it, they had to provide me some money to make the deal.
As you are preparing this perfume bottle that you will be delivering to Evie today, you are tasked with gathering a lock of hair from the individual in question. Evie, go ahead and describe for me what this individual that has caught your eye looks like.
She is very popular. Not the most popular girl in school, but she's athletic on the cheer team. She is pretty smart, solid B average. But she's just got these deep deep brown eyes that are just like mesmerizing, and that's what attracted me to her.
So not full Heather McNamara, but like one of the other two Heathers.
Right.
Got it. Absolutely. 100%. We didn't go for the full queen bee. We went for like second or third in command. I see, Evie. I see. I understand. Now, Ollie, as you kind of make your way through the like the dormitory side of the boarding school in an attempt to try to locate this individual that Evie has tasked you with finding. You actually hear some students talking about, they're like, yeah, I don't know what happened. They showed up in the middle of the night and they took her away to, they said that the superintendent needed to meet with her. I was so confused. I thought we had a headmistress. I didn't understand. Who's the superintendent? And you see them like kind of like walking through, and you can kind of like look over and see like the head cheerleader is like losing her mind. She is like beside herself completely. She's not here for it. She is like so distraught. She's like, I don't understand. There is a pep rally today, and she's our base. She's our base. She's one of the people that takes care of the flyers. How are we supposed to throw Gretchen 10 feet into the air if we don't have Betty? Where's Betty? I don't know what happened.
Let's see. So I'm going towards the frantic young lady, and I kind of approach her, kind of like, Miss, is there anything I could help you with? Anything that, this is where I just kind of like lower down my shades, and when the shades come off, that's when like a total mood change comes around. So I kind of lower my glasses and just kind of ask the lady, what is it that you desire? And like a slight spark kind of like light up in the eye, in order to just kind of like dive into what she's looking for. But kind of like approach her, not in like a creepy way, but just kind of like, a very curious, like comforting, like, is there anything I can help you with type of way.
Go ahead, Ollie, and roll plus hot for me.
See, that's 2 dice, right?
Yeah, roll 2d6s and then add or subtract whatever your hot score is.
Okay. Let's see. Just double checking. 9.
9. So I am going to say that she is actually going to give a string to you. As she she looks on, she goes, I don't know what happened to my friend. They showed up and they knocked on our we share a dorm room together, and they knocked on the door and they said that Betty needed to go speak to the superintendent, but I thought Headmistress Primrose was she's always been the headmistress. I don't know who the superintendent is. I don't know what happened to my friend.
Okay. So what is your friend's name? I'm kind of inquiring, like kind of digging into her. Try not to like, get into like the idea like I'm gonna creep on her, but I'm just kind of like, what's the name? What does
Betty.
the person look like?
Betty, she's got like a short cropped blonde hair. I keep telling her that she needs to grow it out. Just past the chin is a terrible length. She was last wearing her like baggy like plaid pajama pants and like a simple V-neck t-shirt. That's what she left the room in. It's what she was wearing to bed.
Okay. I will look for your friend Betty. But because this was a request, I need you to get the lock of a hair of somebody, whether it be maybe your best friend. I believe she's on the cheerleading squad. If you can do that for me, I will help you find and locate Betty. Do you understand? Do you agree?
Would you like to either use hot one more time or spend your string that you have on her? So you can bank the string for later or roll.
I will roll for.
Okay. But I'm gonna hold on to these strings. I'm gonna get strings on everyone, all of you.
I rolled a 6.
6. So unfortunately, she kind of looks at. She's like, "What are you talking about? That's no.
Oh. I'm sorry if I came off too fast. You know,
my gosh.
you look rather frantic, and I was going to, as I kind of like slowly put on my shades, and the entire like mood kind of like goes back to normal. Like, all right, well, sucks to be you. Bye.
As you go around the corner, you almost walk directly into Evie, who is rounding the corner. Evie, you 100% heard Ollie like ask for a lock of hair from a cheerleader, while also discussing somebody missing. Like, you heard like a good bit of the conversation, not the whole thing, but like as you started around the corner and realized that like Ollie was there, you like waited a second to listen in. So you almost like Ollie almost runs into you, Evie.
Oh, hi, Evie. Having a good morning?
Oh yeah, it's been great. You know, just listening to you try to get a lock of hair from someone else other than the person that I was supposed to get it from.
Oh, so what you just heard, that was as I'm stumbling over my words, I kind of drop my book just to kind of like distract or just kind of like maybe steer away like the attention from what happened to like, oh no, I dropped my book. Yes.
So I'm actually going to cast a hex.
Just get right on into it. Let's go.
I'm going to cast Ring of Lies. So whenever the person attempts to lie, they hear a piercing ringing noise. Big lies will make their knees buckle and disorient them. Severe lies can cause harm or even brain damage. And because I have a string on Ollie, I'm going to go ahead and just use that.
Oh, okay. So, you're gonna spend the string in order to be able to cast the hex there.
Yes.
So go ahead and roll dark for me.
Okay.
Joe's violence today.
We starting off with violence. I'm here for it.
So that's 9 plus 2 for dark.
11. So it goes off without a hitch. Immediately, 100%. And at any point that you choose, you can drop it. Because you rolled so well, you are basically like, you've done this before. This is not the first time that you have hexed Ollie into speaking the truth. This is like a regular Thursday affair for you. You're like, oh, I was at Thursday afternoon. I'm supposed to go hex Ollie now. It's fine. I'll be back. So as you drop the book, you start to hear that ringing in your ear, Ollie, that you have experienced a time or two before.
So as I'm picking up my book, the pain, like the ringing, all of a sudden just kind of like hits me like not like a truck, but I'm just like it makes me kind of like twitch, like, oh, oh, that's that familiar feeling. Thanks. Thanks. I will refrain from lying from here on out. But hear my words. I will do what you wish for, as long as I can operate in that way. Thanks, Evie. Thanks. As I'm kind of like holding my ear, not in pain, but just
Drop
kind of
it.
like, yeah.
I love the
Consider
idea
that more of a
of
warning shot.
I love the idea of bright and bubbly Evie being like, "Ha, just texting you. Thanks."
Hello.
So with Evie kind of like backing off a second, it gives you a chance to kind of like fill Evie in on Betty's situation.
So, the girl that you see behind me, she's frantically looking for Betty. Apparently, she's missing, and she is one of the key players for this pep rally that's coming up soon. If you have any information of like where Betty could possibly be at, that'd be most appreciated. Especially with how you can cause a little ringing in the ear, as you can say. But yeah, if you can possibly help out in this situation, I might be able to help you out with your situation as well. As I kind of like lower down my shades a little.
I think I have the ability to gaze into the abyss with my sanctuary as a witch move. Is that right?
Yes. So if you are, so you can gaze into the abyss. That is actually one of the like standard moves that you can do, trying to like tap into the darker forces. If you, as a witch, do so from your sanctuary, you get a +1, I believe.
So I'm gonna tell Ollie that I can see what I can do about finding Betty. But he gets me the lock of hair and I don't owe him money.
See if you
All
can get
right.
her a new name. Betty sucks.
How dare you?
Here comes Cage closes his locker. He's heard the entire conversation between these two.
Well,
Betty,
looky here.
Betty.
As you loudly say this, the cheerleaders that were at the end of the hall just kind of like scoff in your direction, Cage. Like clearly offended by what you've said. And they like storm off past you, doing the like, I'm holding books and I have to walk like this because I'm holding books and my shoulder is gonna hit you as I keep walking past you.
Cage is fueled by chaos, and so he just flips both middle fingers up to them as they go by, except putting them down when the head cheerleader walks by, who he has affection for and who has a string upon him.
Ah! Okay, great. I'm gonna note that. Thank you. As you kind of like very quickly place them down, and you feel a rap across your knuckles as you turn, and one of you actually turn and you see Headmistress Primrose herself. This very, very tall woman in this like high lace collar, like looks so out of place among all of these like modern teenagers. But you see this woman like beautiful dress, very long, with like a little bit of lace around like the collars there, white lace gloves, and she has her like long ruler out that she like wrapped across your knuckles and says, "Vulgar displays like that in my academy. Cage, I thought you better than this."
I guess you thought wrong. And he just continues down the hall and away. Very disrespectful.
She kind of like looks over and goes, "Away, children, away. Go. I'm sure you have business." And she kind of like ushers Evie and Ollie down the hallway towards Cage. And you see her kind of like looking off and down towards the three of you. And she makes her way down the hall. And you can see as students like recognize that she's walking down the hall, they like scatter. It's the like, "Oh shit, mom's looking." It's the, "Oh god," and they like scatter and they like keep scurrying really quickly and they like duck into classrooms that aren't even their classrooms just to get the hell away. Like everyone knows it means business when Miss Primrose starts walking through the halls. But the three of you kind of like make your way down the hall a little bit away.
I'm gonna just say, consider my offer to Ollie and then head on down to my next class.
I will agree to that offer. By the end of the day, at least. Can't promise that, and that's telling you the truth.
You're such the wheeling and dealing smarmy. I can't with it. Like, "I'll consider the offer." You little bat. I love it. So the three of you make your way into your respective classes. And Evie, you take time during your next class. I'm going to say it's biology. It's really dull. You managed to convince your lab partner to handle the dissection for you, so you don't have to. And you excuse yourself to the restroom, and you manage to make your way to your private sanctuary. Now, you have found a janitor's closet that has been long out of use. Now that there is a brand new accessible elevator in like the middle of like the school area that goes up to each the second and the third floor. The janitors don't really use the janitor's closet that is on the third floor of the school because they're easily able to just store all of their supplies down on the first floor. And so you actually have your own private little sanctuary in one of the third floor janitor's closets. And as you like enter and close and lock the door, you whisper a few words, and as you turn, you can actually see your own private altar is ahead, having been like hidden away by your own little hex illusion that you have. And so you kind of like stop for a second and you light some incense along the way, and you settle down at your altar. So go ahead and give me that gaze into the abyss roll by rolling plus dark, and you get to add an extra 1 to it because you are gazing into the abyss from your sanctuary.
Okay. Okay. Sorry, I have a die that is little pumpkin instead of a 6, so I had to make sure it was a 6.
I love those dice, but I also understand because you always have to double
Yes.
check if it's a 1 or a 6, and you're like, I don't know what you're trying to be right now.
So that's a 15. I rolled 2 6s, and I have 2 dark, and then plus 1 for sanctuary.
Okay, first of all, ease it the fuck up there. Like, comment that we just had to get 10 or higher, not over 12. It's fine. Second, I'm going to say because you rolled the absolute max that you can, Evie, I'm going to need you to take 1 forward on this particular mystery. So at any point through this mystery, you can spend your forward as you get an extra glimpse into things. And here's what you see. As you gaze into the abyss and you touch upon that connection to that which goes bump in the night, just as you do, just as you have understand that your friends Ollie and Cage do, just as you have understood that there are a number of other students here at Primrose Academy that also have this various connection to that which goes bump in the night. As you gaze into that abyss and reach out, you see Betty. You see her emerge from an office labeled the superintendent. Just the superintendent. And as you do, she appears to be just fine. She appears in the same clothes that she had left that evening. She walks down the hallway. She makes her way to her room. But something feels off, Evie. There is a change to Betty. There isn't the same light, the same spirit. There appears to be something else there. Almost in the same way, well, not same way, but when you finally saw your friend Cage change, there seems to be some type of adjustment to Betty. Maybe not in the same way that affected Cage, but something seems to have fundamentally changed within her. She appears almost dull. The light in her hazel eyes that had found you before is gone. They appear glass-like almost. And with that, you are snatched back from the abyss and are back in your sanctuary in the closet. You hear the ringing of the bell announcing that it is the end of the period.
I'm going to just kind of like shake it off, like the after effects of gazing into the abyss, and just kind of shake it off and take a moment to think about what I saw as I gather my books to head to my next class. Um,
As you head out into the hallway, you do see nearby both Cage and Ollie.
I'm going to keep it to myself for now, and not let them know what I saw.
Wonderful. So you kind of like clock the two of them and you go to like make your way to your next class. The next period makes its way through, and at the conclusion of this one, Cage, you catch sight of your current source of infatuation, the head cheerleader, talking with her friend that she had mentioned before was missing. You see them walking down the hallway together, and the head cheerleader goes, Betty, I don't understand. Are you okay? What happened last night? Is everything all right? You appeared in geometry just now. I had no idea what happened. And the look on Betty's face is just glass-like. Staring ahead, she goes, I'm fine. Everything's okay. There's nothing wrong. Everything will be all right. And something about it just hits. It doesn't feel right.
So as Betty continues just very dully on their way down the hallway, the head cheerleader is just left standing there, and that hunger, that thirst for the cheerleader is just really welling up, and I see my opportunity, so I step up and I put on my best, put on my best sincere face and simply say, is everything okay? That felt really weird.
No, I don't. Betty doesn't feel right. Right? That that's not that's not that's not her.
Yeah,
I know
no, that's
that doesn't make sense. Betty didn't change overnight. That's not something that can happen.
no, that's not her at all. I mean, that you know that she cares about you a lot, and he sees an opportunity to just kind of like lightly touch her hand, and he feels that like hunger just kind of just raging inside. But he's trying to maintain it. Uh, do you have any idea what might have happened? I know what I've kind of heard around the school, but do you think maybe, um, do you think maybe there's something going on, some sort of like trauma or something?
She stops for a second and she kind of like looks down at like you like lightly touching her hand, and she kind of like stops and like takes your hand in hers and kind of like gives it a gentle squeeze. She goes, I I don't know. You would know more than anybody after that poor accident that you were in last summer.
Oh,
I don't believe what the others say about you, Cage. They say that you changed and you're angry, and I mean, anybody would be angry after an accident like that at the quarry.
uh, uh, and he wants to let go, but that hunger keeps him holding onto her hand, and he's like, it just
Just
it,
I don't believe any of it. It's totally fine. Thank you for worrying. I'm sure it's just all in my head. I think maybe they probably caught Betty smoking weed outside again. I keep telling her that I keep telling her just to get a vape pen. Everybody has one these days, and she can just pass it off as just like a vape. It's fine. Everyone does it. I'll talk to her. It's okay. I think she's fine. She's probably just being worried that Primrose is going to be watching.
I think I need to roll keep my cool because I really like feeling that hunger raging. I think I have to roll for that.
Okay. If you are going to roll to keep your cool, I believe that is going to be cold. So go ahead and roll plus cold, please.
Whoa, you keep rising. Yeah.
It's a 5 + 1, so a 6.
So that okay, great. Um, yeah. Um, you absolutely do not, and you kind of start acting out of fear. You feel that hunger well up inside you, and you look down at the object of your affection and your desire, and you turn and run. You feel that like bubbling up in your chest, and you like stifle a bit, and you kind of like go and run. She's like, "Hey, Cage, I'm really sorry." And you see her kind of like left there standing. Ollie, you see Cage run past you and duck into like the closest restroom that Cage can find. You have seen this before.
As I see,
She went.
as I see Cage running by while looking at my ledger, I'm like, ah, what do you know? I guess Cage might need some assistance. So I just kind of like slyly make my way to the bathroom, just kind of like looking left and right, seeing that the hallway's crowded, but they weren't aware of Cage going to the bathroom. So I'm just kind of like slightly open up the door and just kind of like slip in, like any super spy type of agent. As the door closes behind me, though, I see Cage just kind of like going through the emotions of like of like suppressing some type of hunger. And I'm kind of like, hey, Cage, you don't by chance.
And just
need
like
something-
that, Cage whips around and plants a kiss directly on Ollie's lips. This is not the first time these two have made out in this bathroom before.
Cage, can you please roll plus hot for me?
Scribbling in my ledger.
A 6.
Ah! So you whip around and you get, and Ollie, this is not necessarily like you're not mad at it, I would say. But like at the same time you're like, this isn't what I came in here for. So like there's like not necessarily any reciprocity. So I will say that this is not a successful attempt to turn somebody on. But like Ollie, you're just like, this is gay Cage. Cage.
So for my reaction though, I'm going to roll a cold.
Oh, of course, go ahead. Roll plus cold to shut someone down.
Well, I got a 3.
Well, I would just say, like, at this point, there is this moment of just like awkward, like nothing is going the way that it was anticipated here. And at this point, I will actually say, Evie, you were like a couple lockers down at your locker, watching Ollie assume that they were a super spy, and it's like, we literally all can watch you do this. All right. So you like walk into the restroom as like everybody else is starting to disperse and go to class. Evie, you walk into the restroom and you see the awkward sight of Cage desperately trying to kiss Ollie and Ollie failing miserably at just not knowing how to stop this.
So Cage doing that, like, it threw me off guard to where like a hand might have been placed like on my wrist, and I'm just kind of like this against the wall.
Still with the ledger in hand up above.
Yes.
Just like ledger above, like held like this. That's what you walk into, Evie.
It's not remotely a good kiss at all. Like, it's very much just
sloppy teenage kiss.
very bad.
The lips might have missed, so it just kind of like right here.
I'm gonna put my hand on Cage's shoulder and be like, I don't think this is the time.
I'm sorry. Sorry. I just kind of acted out. I'm really sorry about that. Ollie, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry.
Oh, don't worry. No, this is fine. You know, I'm used to this, especially whether it's my hands in the air or my feet up in the air. I'm used to this feeling.
Okay. And Cage just goes back over and starts washing his hands.
The most nondescript, just walk over like, all right. So the three of you are there in the restroom, either with Cage your experience with Betty, or Evie yours. Whoever wants to have a conversation, if you want to have a conversation. I'm not your keeper. I'm just trying to corral this.
So as Cage walked off, and I just kind of like lowered down my ledger and be like, huh, Well, I guess it wouldn't hurt just for that, kind of helping out with the urge. I'm just gonna go ahead and kind of like put maybe a string on my leftover string on Cage, just to kind of like
Okay.
put that on him.
So you have a string on Cage and Cage has a string on you. Got it. Noted. I love that moment of like, well, I let you awkwardly kiss me in the restroom. Gonna mark that one down in the ledger. What column does awkward kiss in the restroom go to? Is that like a 8? Is that like a column 8 in the ledger? That's where we mark that. It's where we mark that debt.
Like, so in my audits, I'm just kind of like claim miscellaneous. All right, miscellaneous.
Not audits. We're not auditing awkward restroom kisses. We're not doing this.
I do have a question. Do I gain an experience point for failing to turn on?
Yes. So every single time y'all have failed a roll, you can actually mark an experience point. This is something that is actually really fantastic of any game that is powered by the apocalypse. Anytime you fail a roll, you get to mark experience points. Whenever you gain 5, at the end of a session, you can spend 5 experience points to like gain a thing. Or like anytime that we would like take a break. So like absolutely go ahead and mark down some experience, and then like as we go, if we end up like taking a little bit of, or perhaps at the end of a break, if you have properly ended at 5 experience, then maybe you'll get to spend that before we go to our lovely little bathroom break for tonight's session. So yeah, so absolutely.
What would be considered as a failed roll?
6 or lower. So I believe you failed twice. Is that correct? Yes, you failed 2 rolls so far. That's I was like, no, there's been a lot of really low rolls. I was like, no, there's been a lot of really low rolls tonight so far. This has been beautiful.
Failed. Okay. I'm gonna just and talk to Ollie. Like, did you consider my offer for Betty?
Look at Evie, just kind of like, with a coy looking look, like, how can I say no?
Okay. At that point, I go ahead and tell Ollie about what I saw when I gazed into the abyss. The shift in Betty's look, the dullness.
Do you divulge the leaving the superintendent's office, or do you just talk about? Okay, so you talk about Betty leaving the office and visibly seeming different. That glimmer in her eyes gone, replaced with this like glassy quality.
As I'm listening to the words, it kind of like sparks like the numerous ideas that I could have in mind. As I'm looking at her, and I'm just kind of like placing my hand on the ledger, it'll be like, with that in mind, I wonder if I can maybe add more names to here. Give other people a helping hand to assist with this endeavor. But I'm kind of curious. It's lighting my it's sparking an interest of mine that we could find something in that office that has caused Betty to differently. What do you say? You, me, the guy that failed to, miss my lips.
Wow.
Yeah, us three, we could totally do this. Between us three, we could find out what's behind those doors. Solve this mystery.
I'm in.
Anything to get past that kiss. Let's go.
Oh, okay. As long as it helps quell your hunger. You're in. Let's do this. Let's do this. So we all put our hands in, like, for like a hurrah type of moment. So on 3, Betty, Got it.
Okay.
1, 2, 3. Ready.
Ready.
I love that you all went with it. I thought you were gonna walk away. I was waiting for it to do it, and the two of you to be like, "We're fucking going." I love that. I love that we got a genuine, like, Saved by the Bell moment. This warms my heart. So the bell rings and everybody has like made their way to class. So the halls are empty. You all do the like duck back into the classroom because you hear, or duck back into the restroom for a second because you hear the telltale click, click, click of Mrs. Primrose's heels on the tiled floors of the school hallway. You like stop for a second, your ears pressed against the bathroom door until the click, click, click makes its way back down the hallway further, rounds the corner, and then the sound disappears, giving you all the in that you need to get out of the restroom and towards those offices. Now, you know that faculty offices are all on the second floor. You can head down the stairs or you can take the elevator.
So, is the elevator or the stairs kind of like close to each other, or is it like left?
There are stairs on either end of it. The actual like school building itself, there are a couple different main buildings that are a part of the Primrose Academy campus. So there is the classroom annex, in which all of the it's like a 3-story building that has all of the classrooms in it. There is the athletics annex that has like the large gymnasium and all of the locker rooms and all of that stuff. And then there is the dormitories that is its own building itself. The faculty offices are all on the second floor of the like school classroom annex. So there are stairs on either end or in the very middle of the building, kind of like in like the little like think of it like a very long drawn out eye. So there's like long hallways, and then there's like a very small hallway in the middle that has like the elevators that go up and down. So those are in the middle, and then the stairwells are on either end.
Ooh, very Phasmophobia high school. Very Phasmophobia.
Also, it was exactly the same layout as my high school that I went to school in. It was fucking weird. So the first time whenever I saw that Phasmophobia high school, I was like, fuck that noise, because I've already been there and it was a nightmare. No, thank you.
So I look to Evie and Cage. I say, as the mistress is just kind of like walking down the hallway, I think she's made her way towards the elevator. So I'll just say we go the opposite direction and take this elevator. But it's like, yeah, we're going to take the elevator. Sound like a plan? Elevator, elevator, elevator. I'm just kind of like looking at them both, kind of like, yes, no, yes, no.
You want us to take the elevator that she literally just took? Don't you think
And
that's going to be a little suspicious?
As I'm kind of like listening to that, I'm just kind of like, we'll take the stairs. Yep, definitely the stairs. Definitely the stairs.
Great choice.
So you make your way over to the stairwell, and y'all literally do the what I call like the Breakfast Club turn on your heels. As you hit the second floor, you like hoof it back over to the stairwell and like hide yourselves for a second as you wait for Miss Primrose to make her way all the way down the hallway and down to the far stairwell to go down to the first floor. As the headmistress loves to peruse or to patrol the hallways during classes, so to find any delinquent students that would be truant in the middle of the class period. But as you all make your way down, you find An office that has never been there before. Past the headmistress's office, at the far end, you see the office of the superintendent. And it takes you a second, and you all stop and you look around. And this office should lead outside. It's at the end of the hallway. There is no building beyond this door.
What?
I'm gonna go ahead and say that's weird.
You
I would
think?
agree with you. And that's not a lie. That's, yeah.
And that's not a lie.
How do we like? How do we go in a door that like doesn't even go anywhere?
I'm kind of like looking around, scanning the place. What if? So I'm just kind of like putting my hand on the door, see whether it's, how one would think, like, is it cold? Is it hot on the other side? So I'm just kind of like, putting my hand on the door, maybe to, get a feel of like what could be on the other side. And as I'm doing that, I'm kind of like, putting my ear against the door as well to kind of see if I or hear anything on the other side.
Go ahead and roll plus dark for me.
I got a 9.
9. As you press your ear to the door, you hear whispers upon whispers upon whispers from beyond. You cannot make out words that they say, but you hear that hush, 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 like constantly pouring over itself. And another thing that you hear, you could swear you hear what sounds like tapping on either ceramic or tile or something. And you think it might be all the way at the far end at the stairs and Mrs. Primrose starting to come up to the second floor one more time.
Okay.
What would you like to do?
So as I'm hearing the whispers and the tapping, and I'm kind of like more focused on the sounds than anything, I kind of like hear take my ear off and just kind of like step away. And I'm kind of like, why does this tapping sound so familiar? It's as if I'm hearing like the headmistress and the sound of kind of like the wind, like a wind sound coming on the other side of this door.
As Ollie says that, Cage, you hear the sound of the headmistress's heels at the far end of the hallway on the stairwell.
Oh no, that is the headmistress. That is her heel. We gotta go through this door.
Oh shit! I'm gonna open the door and shove Ollie in, and then follow.
Cage, you follow closely behind them?
Absolutely. Just pull the door shut behind.
As you pull the door shut behind you, you turn, and Evie actually has like a finger to your lips telling you to like stay quiet. Because Evie, as you have like pushed Ollie forward and are like, you've got like a hand on Ollie's mouth and like a finger on Cage's mouth, you look on and forward and you see what could only be described as a manufacturing warehouse. You see before you, standing still as can be, completely silent, encased in small glass boxes, Betty and a number of other students from Primrose Academy. far at the end, crafting out of what looks to be ceramic, the formation of another one of the students that is encased in glass. You see this incredibly tall, almost spider-like figure with bright, vibrant butterfly wings pouring off of their back. Evie, I would say through your studies of the occult and magic, you understand the figure before you to be one of the Fae, who appears to be crafting a simulacrum of one of your fellow classmates.
I'm gonna like with my arms around Ollie with hand over his mouth and my finger on Cage's mouth. I'm gonna just like kind of motion like to follow me to the closest hiding spot I can find.
Yeah, so you lead your two friends across the way, and you manage to find like a few large. They look almost like the incredibly large like laundry bins that you see, where they're like kind of like pulled up, and folks pile in a bunch of clothes into them. But these are made solely of like ceramic, like doll parts, filled to the brim with them. Legs, arms, torsos. You see featureless faces. And you kind of like duck down behind it, and the door to the superintendent's office opens, and Miss Primrose herself steps forward. And for a split second, you start to figure out, like, you start to try to like figure out what's going on. And Cage and Ollie, as you are kind of like being kept quiet by Evie, you look over and away, and you see in one of the glass boxes is Miss Primrose. The figure of Miss Primrose steps forward and says, "Superintendent." And they kind of like bow their head slightly. And you watch as this large spider-like figure with these long, spindly arms and fingers that end in tiny little needles, like reaches forward and says, "Close the door. Address me in my proper title." And she kind of like nods for a second as she turns and she closes the door and she says, "My maker." The students are beginning to suspect. He looks on and says, "Nonsense. Any that would suspect become our family." And he gestures over to those trapped in the glass cases. Says, "Do you wish for more children to look after, my darling?" She says, "Yes, my liege." Says, "Very well. Bring me more. Those who would question our ways shall join our dear sweet family, and we will send our children out into the world. Soon all shall be with us." She kind of nods once more and goes to make her way out of the office, and he goes back to work on the doll that he is creating. What do you all do?
So I kind of like slowly watch what's happening and kind of like move Eve's hand out of my mouth while clutching my. It's a clutching purse moment to where I'm just kind of like what? Like under my breath, I'm just like, what is going on here? It's like a vessel with no soul being manufactured in this place. And I was just kind of like, I'm not paying attention to what's behind me at all, but I'm just kind of like stepping back. And I'm not feeling like my back's not hitting against the wall or anything like that, but I'm just kind of like slowly just kind of like backing away in shock and surprise of what just transpired here.
At the same time, Cage, as they were being drugged back into their hiding place, having seen all of these different parts, is going through a bunch of traumatic remembrance about the accident and the surgeries and the transplants that had to happen, and is really starting to have like kind of an episode here, trying to like struggle to keep it all together, but really really hitting a point of kind of strong traumatic response to these boxes of parts.
Can I then, with that in mind, can I have all three of you roll to keep your cool? So you're going to roll plus cold. Keep in mind, some of you do have strings. If you are concerned, you can always, after knowing everybody's results, you can choose to spend strings to either help yourself or help others.
So I have a forward. Can I use that to negate my -1 to cold?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
Yeah, because the forward that you have is regarding this mystery. So since this is a specific thing and you have already glimpsed some of this, and so you have that this is going on, that foreknowledge has kind of like helped prepare you. So even though you traditionally are not somebody who like stifles things, because you have that foreknowledge, you're able to use that forward as such.
I had a natural 12 plus 1. So we're good. We're good.
I rolled a 5.
You get another experience point.
So we say that Evie or Cage or you may spend strings on each other to lean on each other to get extra points to that. But that depends on how many strings you have and the ways in which you use those, or how others have it if they don't want you to make a scene.
See, so I have 2 strings on Cage, 1 on
Well,
Evelyn.
so you have a string on Cage and Cage has a string on you.
Yes.
And Evelyn, what did you get for your keep your cool roll?
I got 10.
Oh, yeah, great. Cage, it takes you you take a second and you like stop for a second and you're like, no, I am not them. I am me. I was not made into a doll. Whatever I am, this is not that. I like you like stop yourself and you're like, I feel things. I have hunger. I have drive. There is something about me that is not this construct, this doll. And it almost reaffirms in your mind who you really are. And even though that is not who Cage was before, it is who you are now, and that much reminds you that you are not this. And you like steel yourself with that. And Evie, you have, because you have seen all of this occur, because you gazed into the abyss, you kind of like already had that like, okay, something is going on. Somebody has done something to Betty. So with all of that in mind, Ollie.
Hi, my name's Ollie.
Hi, Ollie. Last we checked, you rolled a 5. Do you want to stick with that 5 or spend strings?
Can I spin my string to take that ledger and shove it in Ollie's mouth so he doesn't let out a gasp or any sort of sound?
That's kind of hot. I'm here for it.
I'll roll a hot just for that too.
That like, listen, I was gonna roll hot. Like I'm just the facilitator, and I was gonna roll hot. I was like, oh, oh, okay.
What is the book?
I was like, I'm just a ledger.
Pleasure, sir.
That's gonna be the running catchphrase for today's episode is I'm just a ledger, sir.
I rolled a.
Oh, you don't have to roll. So if you spend your string, so it would involve spending your string. So now you no longer have a string against them, but that does give them an extra +1. So that is 1. If you would like to, you can spend your string on Cage to make that a 7 and make that a success.
I will use that string that I have on Cage and use it.
Beautiful.
So I have one string on Cage.
So that kind of places you. So that 7 is going to be enough to keep your cool. However, as you keep your cool, that is basically going to leave you vulnerable to Cage's influence. So, if Cage wishes to like tempt you or get you to take an action, Cage is going to get a +1 to that roll moving forward. So you kind of like take the second and you like firmly accept the like ledger in the mouth moment. And you're like, okay, this is what I need to do. Okay, great. Yeah, absolutely. I need to bite down on something. So you snatch onto that ledger there. Evie starts to like beckon the two of you out of the room. Evie, you do the sly thing where you like fully turn the knob completely as slowly as possible and then slowly open the door and hold on to the other end. Like, you do the full, like, I'm a teenager sneaking out of somewhere where I shouldn't be. I know how to not make a sound. So you, like, slowly make your way out and you, like, get the others out of the room and slowly close the door behind you and let the knob slowly go. But at this point, you know that whatever is inside the superintendent's office is some type of fey creature that has taken over and replaced with simulacrums both Mrs. Primrose, your object of affection, Betty, and numerous other classmates, unsure of exactly what they are capable of as simulacrum. But that much you know there. We are going to go ahead and take our 5 to 10 minute break right there as our students make their way out of the superintendent's office and into the rest of the school. So we'll go ahead and pick up there after a short 5 or 10 minute break. Thank y'all so much for joining us for this super silly, absolutely fun game. So far, we have had so many ridiculous moments, and I can't wait to see where this group of ne'er-do-wells end up after this. Go ahead and take a... Plus the ledger. Oh my gosh. Please feel free to take a quick moment to yourselves, grab drinks, grab snacks, take a quick stretch break. We have been going for quite some time today for our RPG. So if you've been joining us for all of this, absolutely take a quick short break for yourself. Please, as you do give a quick short break, please go and find all these wonderful, amazing folks with this lovely information here. Go find them all on all these social medias. Go support all these wonderful folks for taking their time out of their wonderful Saturday evening to play an absolutely silly, ridiculous, hormone-fueled game with us this evening. Of course, All of this is for the effect of Trinity Pride Fort Worth, an incredible nonprofit organization here in DFW, local to me, that helps support our local queer community in putting on a local Pride Festival during June. So thank you all so much. If you can, feel free to donate. If you cannot, always 100%, never put yourself in financial burden for helping support these wonderful causes. There are so many ways that you can support these endeavors without the burden of financial concerns. You can always retweet, share to other folks, let folks know what we're going to be doing. We're going to be back tomorrow, so you can always help spread the word then as well. We're going to go ahead and take a quick, short 5 to 10 minute break, and we will be back with the conclusion of our fun game of Monster Hearts 2. Thank you so much, everybody. We'll be right back. Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome on back to tonight's session of Monster Hearts 2 as a part of our Trinity Pride Fest charity series that we have tonight and tomorrow. Thank you all so much for joining us. Last we left off, our troubled youth of the Primrose Academy have learned that the office of the superintendent is secretly run by the Fae, who have started stealing away students and faculty members in efforts to turn them into simulacrum that are directly adherent to the Fae themselves. As our students made their way quietly back into the hallway out of the office of the superintendent. That is where we pick up now for the back half and conclusion of our game this evening. So, troubled youth, what do we do now?
Okay, so we know that it's not just Betty. Stupid name. We know it's not just Betty. We know that it's the headmistress herself, as well as several of their classmates, and I don't know how we missed the fact that they're just bland and boring. So do we go back in there and figure out who's who? Do we?
It's kind of like, are we in a school that's are we real? I'm kind of like wondering that myself. Like, if Betty is just like soulless, does that make us? Are we real?
Not Ollie
I
having a
am-
full existential crisis at this moment.
I am too young for this.
So I'm just kind of like pacing around. I drop my jacket that I had on and just kind of like, and just kind of like, it's getting hot in here. Is this? Am I having an anxiety attack? Hold on.
Ollie, as you start mildly panicking, one at the existential crisis of maybe I've been a doll this whole time, plus all of the other things. As you like stop for a second and you like strip off your jacket and you kind of like grab onto like a door frame nearby, you look up and you can see reflected in the glass before you. It looks akin to your own face, but you see burned away flesh, charred bone of your skull, that same glimmer in your eyes whenever you offer others deals is now a blazing inferno in the sockets where your eyes once stood.
So as I'm placing my hand on the wall, looking at my reflection, I'm just kind of like looking at it, just kind of like, tilting my head every so often as if, just to get a feel like, is this me? Like in my head, I'm just kind of like with anxiety going through my head. I'm just like, I'm aware of the image that I see, and I'm just kind of like placing my hand that has ledger in it and just kind of like slightly opening it up as the words of the trickster come into play. So the trickster, I kind of like mutter under my breath, like, the trickster. Haven't seen you in a while. And
As you look forward into your own reflection, you don't see the mouth move more than yours does, but you hear within your own mind that voice that you have heard many times before, that you first heard when you looked into the mirror that one day. And you hear it echo back at you saying, "You miserable fool, of course you are real. You are mine, not theirs. Fix this. Make them pay. Make them owe us. Make them owe me."
As I'm kind of like deciphering of what is being said, the behavior within me just kind of like I acknowledge what's happening. I will do as you wish, for that is our deal. And this is where I'm going to roll a dart. That way I get a more connection to this soul death.
Ooh,
bargain of
okay.
mine. Let's see. 11.
Perfect. So as you rolled dark, one, what would you like to do? And two, describe the ways in which you give 2 more strings to the dark power.
So as I'm kind of like making a connection with the trickster, I give them bargain with them. One, I will do my best to get them get whatever is on the other side of the or whatever is being manufactured to supply the trickster's army in every way I can. And I will try to see what would be another bargain. I'll succumb. I'll offer my body to once we get the mission completed. So not only are we going to get an army, but I'm also going to offer my body to.
You offer yourself as a vessel once you have acquired the proper army for the trickster.
Yes.
Interesting.
I'm just a vessel, sir. I'm just
a vessel, and I'm such a ledger. Oh my gosh.
Oh my god, I'm just a ledger, sir.
Oh my gosh. So that absolutely works. As you make these offers to the trickster, you watch as emblazoned across the ledger is your own name, with 2 more points in debt towards the trickster. As you do so, you feel a surge within you. Ollie, if you will take 2 forwards that you may spend towards righting this wrong and combating the Fae. So, at any point, you can spend 1 forward, or you can spend both of them to get additional bonuses towards a roll.
Okay.
All of this occurs, Evie and Cage, within a mere moment of Ollie kind of like catching themselves, looking into the mirror, and both of you can feel a shift in Ollie's physicality and the way that they like were previously panicking and almost immediately done. Back to business as usual.
You all right, bud?
I kind of turn my head, as if, very slowly with and kind of tilting my shades a little. I'm all right. Don't need to worry about me. Merely just a feeling that, what we saw in there could have possibly tell us whether everyone here is real, whether they're whether we are real or they're real. I don't know. I'm so confused, But other than that, I'm totally just fine. As I'm kind of like clenching my ledger ever so closely to my body, as to not like reveal what was written currently on there.
Evie, did you drop your ring of lies, or had you kept it going?
I dropped it.
You did drop it? Okay. I just wanted to double check. I was gonna say, not to like low key give some things away, but also like if you had like not to be like Evie, but also like if you had kept it going, that was gonna be. But if you had already dropped it, you're fine. There's no net from what you can from the things that Ollie is saying. There's nothing that would like ring that like maybe I should. But if you had already kept it going, that would provide something.
Be like,
and out of nowhere, Cage smells the perfume that the head cheerleader wears, like a scent just that just drives them crazy. But something is not right, and as the cheerleaders walk by, they all seem to have taken on that same vibe that Betty had given. Just the hunger's there, but the flavor and the scent of the hunger do not mix.
As they round that corner, all but the head cheerleader. So like she is there, and like her scent itself is isolated. However, it's almost obfuscated by the others, and you realize that at least 3 of the others that were there alongside Betty have also been taken. And you start to realize, whether you internally do or not, you start to realize that it appears that it is isolating individuals who are responsible for the pep rally later today. But you catch that scent, and it is overpowered by the falsity of the others. You catch that scent that just assaults your senses and drives you to that hunger, but you stop for a second because you catch that sense of plastic, that sense of ceramic, that feeling of lifelessness from the others around her, and realize that she is surrounded by the others.
There is this a ton of confusion right now, because there is this acknowledgement that things are wrong. There is this internalized the hunger that's usually there. So like it's almost like when you're starving after vacation, but you cannot eat out again. You have eaten out too many times and everything tastes terrible, right? And so you're like, I just have to have like a peanut butter or jelly sandwich. So there's that kind of like feeling going on where it's just like, I don't know what to do. I do not know what to do with this.
You stand there frozen, and the cheerleaders all turn, beckoning the head cheerleader. What is the head cheerleader's name? We've never given her a name, since she is the object of your affection. And one, you hate the name Betty, which we're gonna turn. It's fine. I'm not gonna fight you on that one. Did I steal it specifically from Riverdale? Yes, I did. But since we hate the name Betty, Cage, what is the name of the object of your affection and the object of your hunger?
Ooh.
What's the head cheerleader's
Veronica.
name? If you say Veronica, I will fight you. I will fight you right here and right now.
Her name's Sabrina.
Okay, like I can't fight you on this regard because one, you're right. Great. So Sabrina is being ushered down the hallway by Betty, Veronica, Heather, and Tracy. Those are the other names of the cheerleaders turned dolls that we'll say. So they start leading her down the hallway towards the superintendent, and Betty looks up and says, "Pardon me, we need to make our way to the superintendent's office if you don't mind."
I think that I'm about to lose it. Like, I really do think that like the sense of danger about the thing that I have the most love and hunger for, and I think that I'm about to just lose control. So I don't know. Should I try to keep my cool, or should I delve into that?
So you can either you can either try to keep your cool, or you can lash out physically.
Oh yes, that's what I want to do. I would like to lash out physically.
Please roll volatile for me.
Ooh, but like a Heather, one of the, not Betty, because we don't want to hurt Betty yet.
Definitely
Good.
Heather.
That's good, because I was going to hex you if you hurt Betty. Even her simulacrum.
Even her simulacrum, you're going to be like, if you fucking touch my future girlfriend.
I mean, I could always react, and you know the familiar feeling that I had.
10.
10. When you lash out physically with a 10, you absolutely do so, and you manage to cause them to stutter. So as you lash out against, you like kind of like stop for a second, and as you reach forward, you grab onto the shoulders of Heather, and your fingers dig in, and they cause splinters across her body. You watch as cracks form in the ceramic and plastic veneer of Heather. This large crack forming up her throat and across her face. And you watch as Sabrina screams for a second and goes, "What the hell?" And you watch as the other two, Tracy and Veronica snatch on to Sabrina's shoulders and kind of like hold her in place. And Betty and the cracked face of Heather look on and say, "We really wish you had not done that." They're going to attempt to get a little physical with you as well.
So this is where seeing the aftermath of the shattering, I raise my ledger and I roll a volatile to attempt to like kind of maybe break, like not break, more like break them up in a way, to where like putting a little distance between the cracked doll and Cage.
Okay, go ahead and roll plus volatile for me, Ollie.
Oh wait, it's good. 7. Yeah, 7.
7.
Yes.
So, whenever you raise the ledger high into the air and you bring it down to block the, you watch as the cracked doll, like unnaturally turns its head, and goes to like lash out at Cage. When you bring your ledger down and the cracked doll's fist connects with it, only you, Ollie, can see this. But you watch as this surge of energy from the ledger pours in to the cracked doll's veneer. And the glassy-like quality of her eyes bursts. And you have given a temporary vessel to the trickster. And it turns and looks at you, Ollie, and says, "Thank you for this gift." And Evie and Cage, you both hear that as this doll, possessed, turns on the others and begins ripping into them, tearing them apart, shattering them into pieces. And as it does, Evie, you especially. Evie, can you roll plus dark for me?
I should have stuck with an iPad. Dang it.
11.
You watch as form after form of these shattered dolls, as they shatter across the ground, you watch this surge of energy that doesn't seem apparent to others, except for Ollie, pour from the ground of these shattered dolls into the one that is fractured. Almost like it is devouring whatever essence was there. And as the final one is shattered, and at this point, Sabrina is like back up against some lockers, like terrified. The final shattered doll turns to Ollie and says, "Thank you for the taste." And it shatters and falls to the ground.
I'm gonna go up to Sabrina and just like make sure that she's okay. Like just rubbing her shoulders and stuff. Like you know how high school girls will like rub their shoulders to make sure that they're okay. Because if they
That's
don't
such
want to
a
actually
specific
hug.
reference, but I know that so well.
Yeah.
It's okay, baby.
I
Like that's such a.
I have never done that after
They're
high
no good.
school or
They're no good for you.
college.
You're lying.
It's okay, baby. It's no. Look, you're so good. You're so great. He doesn't need you at all. Listen, So you do. So I'll actually say you can go ahead and take a string on Sabrina. And Sabrina kind of like stops. Just that's. I don't want to sound rude. I watch your TikToks, but I thought they were bullshit. Is it real?
Yeah.
She's kind of like stops. She's like, fuck. I thought high school was hard enough. What the fuck?
For the next little bit, I would say don't go anywhere near the superintendent's office or headmistress.
Is she just kind of like points to the shattered porcelain figures on the ground?
Yeah.
She kind of like stands up and she goes to like walk away, and she walks over to Cage, and she gets like really close to you. And she like takes your hands in hers, and she looks up and she goes, Thank you. She reaches up and gives you a peck on the cheek.
Oh.
Cage, go ahead and roll to keep your cool.
Is that a cold? That's a cold, right?
That's a cold. That's
Nine.
plus cold.
9.
Oh, okay, great. At this point, so I will say, you are open to the influence that any single action that it would take to protect Sabrina, you're for. If it means keeping Sabrina safe, done. Absolutely. For like the next little bit.
Okay.
So you manage to like quell the hunger inside of you, but it means that that is at the cost of keeping Sabrina safe no matter what. And she kind of looks at you and she goes, "See you at the pep rally?"
Yeah. Yeah. And Cage basically has that tone that teen boys make when they're like dealing with feelings they don't know how to process. So, yeah.
No, yeah. They say yeah like 6 more times than they need to. Yeah. Totally. So she goes like walking down the hallway, and she gets to like the very end, like at the stairwell, and she like turns and catches your eye one more time, Cage, and then walks down the stairwell.
Oh.
I'm gonna go up to Cage and just kind of like, how you doing, sport?
Not how you doing, sport. I
can't. And Cage, in typical fashion, starts to reel around and kiss the person that's touching them, but hesitates. Catches themselves finally. They're like, "Oh, okay. We're not going to do that again today."
I turn around and look at Cage and just kind of like lower down, like take off my shades. And once again, the mood, like the behavior of myself just kind of like changes. And I'm just going to like put my hand on Cage's shoulder, be like, whisper it in his ear. You're right. as I'm understand, like as the previous feeling of what Cage was feeling beforehand came into play.
Great. Ollie, can you please roll to turn Cage on, please? That would be plus hot. You know, just saying.
13.
Ollie, please take a string on Cage.
Take a string on, or like put a string on Cage?
Yeah, so like you can use a string on Cage at some point in the meeting. Yes. Cage, what is your reaction?
So, Cage now hungers in a different way. There's now competing hunger. We've got the hunger of safety for Sabrina, but now we have this new queer sexual hunger surging through that is kind of like the first time you maybe think you're gay. Like you're like, oh, okay. So it's not quite that. It's not that necessarily because
as Pigu said in chat. So it's hunger versus thirst. Got it.
I am turned on.
It is that
sexual hunger is Wes's grinder name.
Look, you're not wrong, but do you have to say it so flagrantly? So things kind of like take a second and they like settle. And so you are left outside of the superintendent's office. You know what lies beyond, and the fact that the other cheerleaders and Miss Primrose lie beyond the door, trapped, alongside whatever force that is beyond. What would you like to do?
I'll be honest. Evie gets a little caught up in what just happened here, and doesn't totally spaces on the whole simulacrum thing.
Evie's over here writing Ollie and Cage fan fiction.
Truly. Lemons.
Truly.
Collie fan fiction. Absolutely.
Ollie,
It's just over here living their best, like, collie / fiction fantasy.
Just to clarify too, Ollie basically activated my what the right hand once, which is basically like the duality of my hungers now. So we've got hunger and thirst going.
No! I can't. I'm done. I love this so much. All of a sudden, Cage was like, "Oh." Here's the more fun question then. Which side of Cage had that specific hunger? Was it pre-accident Cage or was it post-accident Cage?
It's post-accident Cage. It's post-accident Cage.
Cage came back as a ghoul and was like, "Oh,
everything tastes good."
Everything tastes good is also one of my Grindr profile names. As Evie is distracted, immediately writing so many fan fictions in her head, where are Ollie and Cage landing?
So as I step away from Cage after kind of look back, like I look down at my ledger and use one of my infernal moves or my bargains, uncanny voices. That way, with my connection with Cage comes into play, and I put a string on the trickster. Kind of like reveal secret that Cage is long hiding that I'm not aware of.
Ooh. So you give the trickster a third string.
Yes.
So that the trickster will reveal to you secrets about Cage.
Yes, a secret that I'm not aware of. However, it's just kind of like that moment where it's just like I give a string to Cage, and I'm also kind of getting something from Cage by just like with that close contact.
Cage, what is the secret that is divulged to Ollie in this moment?
Let's see. So the secret.
Oh no, this is Cage's. This is Cage's secret to give to you. Yes.
Yeah.
So Cage gets to decide the secret that is divulged to you through the trickster.
What Cage divulges through that connection is that in those moments between life and death during the during the accident at the quarry, during the in that moment where like people typically have those feelings of seeing the light, if you will, what Cage saw was the trickster. So Cage saw this like dark entity with flames in their eyes. And that is what helped bring it wasn't that like don't walk into the light, but it was that like fear of moving on that brought them back, so that there is like this hidden background. And now Ollie is fully aware
that the trickster. There is something about Cage's immortal soul that the trickster wants. Even before Cage became something more, and whatever this form is before you that now is Cage, even before Cage became who they truly are, the trickster wanted them, felt something for their immortal soul. And you sense that level of fear of facing their immortal end from within Cage. Because fear of what it means that they will face afterwards.
Not quite what you thought you were going to get, huh? You were like, wait a minute. I just wanted some, like...
She said, you thought you were going to get thirsty secrets about me. Try again, bitch.
I wanted a PG-13 rated R, and I got...
So as the the slight tremble in my ledger kind of like stops, I kind of like look at the two like, what if we, because the pep rally is going on, we try to check out the office when everyone is all busy watching the pep rally? What do you say?
Well, the superintendent Faye person thing was still going to be there because they're not going to be at the pep rally, right?
I mean, unless a certain event or action, maybe a fire drill or, yeah, fire drill. That will have maybe everyone just kind of like sit out of the building. And by that time, that'll give us a window of opportunity to possibly see what's going on. Or maybe a slight distraction outside, a car on fire, a little slight burning. Yeah, opportunity, like the ideas are endless right now. As long as it keeps people out of the building, we should be good to check it out. Right?
And Cage just kind of mumbles, because they are dealing with some serious H-word hunger and H-word. They are really struggling right now to keep control on all fronts. So they just kind of agree.
The fact that they're like, yes, 100%, we're going to take care of Sabrina, but also whatever you say, because holy shit, whatever you say, yes. Interesting. I love how the person that was the ledgeree immediately wants to become the ledger. That's curious. That's interesting. We love that. How quaint. Evie.
I think I have an idea for how to make a distraction on one end of the school while we're over here. But I'm going to need about 20 minutes.
20 minutes? Okay. Enough for me to make a TikTok and a twit longer of my day.
Or what if we maybe went over here for 20 minutes and he grabs Ollie's hand and pulls him into like a dark classroom. Fade to black.
Evie, you just you take one look as you watch as Cage just like fully gives in. Just like great, and you pulled aside. And so they are, I don't know, Ollie, how you feel about that? Do you give in?
Let's see. I'm going to, because of what's going on right now with the idea of Evie's plan and what just went on, I'm going to go with, I'm going to use my numbing out, or not numbing out, uncanny voice, to just kind of like maybe have what the trickster want. And that is the want of maybe controlling Cage. So I'm going to use a dark. while doing the uncanny voices.
Go ahead and give another string to the dark power. You were at 4. You were at 4
Yeah.
strings given to the dark power of the trickster.
Yes.
And go ahead and roll dark.
Five.
You tap into the dark powers of the trickster, and you hear a voice in your head say, "Well, don't mind if I do." And you watch as your consciousness for a second is kind of like there, but you feel the presence of the trickster urging you on, saying, "Just go for it. He wants it. I want it. Wouldn't it be fun if but for 20 minutes?"
2 and 1. I mean,
And so, to you, Cage, you enjoy a passionate 20 minutes thrust into we'll say biology classroom. Why not? As you study far more than anatomy. Evie, by all means, you have your 20 minutes as the other two are indisposed.
I'm just gonna shake my head because I just see them zoom into the biology classroom, and I'm gonna go find my ex-boyfriend on the team that is supposed to be there for the pep rally.
Of course, and you see them like getting ready for the pep rally. They're a part of, we're going to say lacrosse because that just sounds really like prep schooly. So they're a part of the lacrosse team, and they're getting ready to like storm into the gymnasium and we're going to break through the little paper banner and like do the pep rally thing. So they're like lining up to get ready for that, and they like kind of like catch your eye and they like leave. And he like kind of walks up, he's like, "Yeah, hey, Evelyn, I'm sorry. You like Evie. I'm so sorry. Evie, hey, what's up?"
Just gonna caress his face and be like, "I need a favor."
And he looks, he's like, yeah, I'm, of course, absolutely, yes.
I need you in about 5 minutes to pull the fire alarm.
Oh, Evie, I mean, like, there's the pep rally that we're about to. Yes,
I'm gonna
ma'am.
go ahead.
Do you spend a string on him?
Yes, I'm gonna say that because I started the game with 2 sympathetic tokens. One of them is his.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, so you spin the sympathetic token and you like spin it as a hex, and you like hold a hand behind the crook of your back, and it is like a small keychain that he had given you before. And it is essentially like the entire semblance of the relationship that the two of you had had. And so you just kind of like look over and you're like, "I really would prefer you to do this." And you like crush as this like small plastic keychain crumples in your hand. And you feel that abyss pour out of you. And he's like, "Yeah, no, of course I can do that. Absolutely, yes, totally."
Okay. I'm gonna go ahead and kiss him on the cheek and thank him, and then walk back to where the other two should be possibly done.
As you arrive, Cage and Ollie are stepping out from the classroom. Cage may be wearing Ollie's jacket at this point, and Ollie has absolutely lost their scarf and is now like wearing it as a makeshift belt because maybe something happened to their belt previously while they were inside the biology classroom and it's no longer usable as a belt. And as you kind of like step forward, they're both like, composing
I look back
themselves.
at I look back at Cage. So I'll make sure to put this on my alt Twitter. Yeah, I'll make sure to have it like lots of views on it. Maybe we could do like the
Maybe we
lightning
can
and a feather,
collab. Maybe we
TikTok.
can collab. Get out of here. Stop it. Don't you dare ask to collab.
So now Cage has hunger for Sabrina, safety, hunger for being dominated, and now hunger for being exposed.
As I'm like going through my phone, uploading the video to my alt Twitter, I'm just kind of like,
Not the exposure kink. I can't. I need to stop. No, I can't. I am obsessed. I'm obsessed with Cage. I'm so obsessed with Cage. I'm living for this. So Evie rejoins the duo.
Euphoria could never.
Euphoria could never. Oh my god. So Evie, this is what you arrived to.
A mess.
A met two, at least two, if not 3 or 4.
then I kind of like look at the two of them, like we do a selfie, like this, and I take a picture. Once I'm done taking a picture, like, two Lonely Island boys and reunited, and it feels so good. Then
I'm gonna go ahead and tell them about the. Start to tell them about the fire alarm when it goes off.
oh, that sounds like a fantastic plan. A distraction. Yeah. And I look at Cage like, you good?
And Cage is very good.
Cage is like, I have never been better.
I have this. This is a great day.
As this happens, you actually see the door to the superintendent's office slowly open. And all 3 of you, all of a sudden, a large needle-like claw comes snatching out from the superintendent's office and pulls the 3 of you inside and says, "Good. I was hoping to speak with you alone." And you are held in the grasp of the incredibly large spider-like fae before you.
I think this
Oh.
backfired.
I guess the distraction wasn't really needed if we're just standing outside the office. So are we gonna turn into porcelain dolls, or are we just going to be like one of those, what is it, Russian dolls? Are you gonna place us inside of a doll? And there's gonna be like miniature sizes of us?
As you ask this, you catch the image of the trickster reflected in the many eyes of the fae before you, Ollie. And the trickster says, "Do not forget who you belong to. You are mine. Say it. Say it."
So, as I'm hearing the words, even though my arms are kind of like restraints,
you're like clutched up together, holding the ledger there.
Yep, pretty much. In order for me to kind of like communicate, because like the trickster, like I can see him from like the point of view without looking through the glasses. Like, I understand. and just kind of like I add, like I'll use my soul death once again, and make a bargain with.
You grant
What was it?
you grant strings to the trickster.
Yeah.
As you do so, Evie and Cage, the two of you feel this immeasurable heat pour forth from Ollie. Ollie, you feel yourself not shoved behind, but alongside the trickster, as the trickster claims your body as a temporary vessel. One by one, they are able to use the 5 strings that you have granted them. First, they use one string to free you and your friends. You watch as their hands clutch not the ledger, but the finger before you of the large fey-like creature as it burns away and the 3 of you drop to the ground. And as it does so, the ledger falls open and 1 mark is marked away from your debt. 4 remain. It looks forward and cracks ahead towards your friends that are locked away behind glass. You see Betty, you see the other cheerleaders, you see Miss Primrose. And the trickster inside asks, "Would you free them?"
As I'm hearing the voice in my head, I give a little, like a whisper under my breath. No.
You say no?
Yes.
You hear inside this chuckle as 2 debts are marked off of your personal ledger, removing 2 strings from you from the trickster. As the glass slowly is engulfed in flames and then completely disappears. The forms of Miss Primrose and the other cheerleaders gone. And finally, your body turns towards the large fae before you and says, "And what of this one? Are they of use or an obstacle?"
Yes. They are. As I kind of like slowly kneel as in a respectful bow manner.
As you say yes, 2 more debts are marked off of your ledger as the trickster consumes the final 2 strings upon you, and large chains wrap around the wrists of the fey creature before you that is marked as the superintendent. And you see before you a ledger of debt notating the superintendent. And in memoriam, you watch as the infinity symbol is carved into the ledger along the same line as the superintendent. And once more, the trickster's influence leaves you, and you hear but a deep, bellowing cackle.
As a sigh of relief, I just kind of like, it's gone. I don't need the sneaking ledger anymore. As I kind of like toss it into the darkness.
You toss it into the darkness, and as you turn away, there at your feet once more, the ledger remains.
I stumble back and kind of like hit my back against Evie's legs. What is this thing bound to me?
And Cage, as Cage stands there, Cage is just taking all of this in. He has seen all of his classmates melted away, the headmistress melted away, and the combination of the hunger, seeing seeing Ollie in this dominant state, and somehow the chains on the Fae, and just like a single strand of spaghetti snaps, and the hunger engulfs, and Cage is no longer a free thinking. His only mission is to feed. And he sees a willing subject chained before him and launches himself on the Fae.
As Cage unleashes their true self, going into their true form as a ghoul that must feed to continue to survive and exist in this world. Flesh is rent from this Fae. Wings are torn asunder. Needle-like nails clatter to the ground. And after a gruesome display, you watch as Cage wipes their mouth. Hunger satiated for a good amount of time, but not forever, as it is never forever.
Evie at this point is just gonna go, God damn it, Ollie! And I'm gonna hex Ollie for melting away my crush.
As you start to do so, you actually see this bright flicker of flame past the doorway into the hallway of the school. The doorway lightly opens, and you can see heavy burn marks in the form of fingers turn the door handle and open the door. And within the hallway of the school, you see Miss Primrose and Betty. Ollie, you hear from within say, I may always have you, but there are ways in which we can ensnare the others. Never forget.
I breathe and just kind of like hearing the voices. This entire time, I have my phone in front of me, just recording. As I kind of like press like the next button on it, you can just hear the Lizzo song, In a Minute, I Need a Sentimental Man to Pump You Up. I'm just like, is this the wrong time?
She did not spend this entire moment filming a TikTok. Put it away. I'm so glad that this was the game that we ended our like horror TTRPG night with. We were like, how do we just fully envelop all that is queer thirst and also our love for like, what if we watched what they were like, okay, so hear me out. What if we watched a servant of the devil and a dead man just fuck in the biology room? And this game was like, bet, what if we did? And then also let's make a TikTok starring Lizzo about it. As you click like upload, Ollie, you get like an immediate like, and it's from an account that's just is titled The Trickster 666, as they like the video that you upload to TikTok.
But the I is a 1.
Yeah, no, absolutely.
Yeah,
100%.
yeah.
The I is the 1, the E is a 3. Bet, no, 100%. If we're gonna go full AOL.com chat room with the Trickster, we're doing it. 100%, we're making this a thing. So as you upload this TikTok, just like, get out of here. Get out of here with the fucking X. Get out of here with the X. No, okay, no, I'm so sorry. Hold on, I have to put this in chat. It is... Hold on. No, it's fine. We got this. There we go. Nope, there we go. XX underscore the Trickster underscore XX. Bet, we gotta have the XX up in there. If we're going full.
This gives me like 2007, like Cali Girl vibes.
Yeah.
With the GURL.
Yeah, girl. You know. So as you upload that TikTok, and Evie is reunited with Betty, who Evie, as you come like pouring out of the office of the superintendent's office, Betty looks up and goes, "Oh my gosh, Evie, I had the weirdest dream ever, and I kept seeing you. Are you okay?"
Gonna go ahead and like hug her really tightly. Like, yeah, I'm fine.
So we're not doing the consensual shoulder rub this time.
Not this time.
Got it. Great. 100%.
That was only for Sabrina.
As you heard, Betty goes, "Do you want to walk me to the pep rally? I think I'm late."
Yeah, let's go.
Beautiful. One, go ahead and give a string to Betty. It's not going to matter, but like, absolutely. You absolutely give a string to Betty at this point. You're like, "Yes, Betty, I will absolutely walk wherever you need to go. Thank you." Miss Primrose looks around and says, "Well, children, hurry on. We need to go. There's a pep rally going on. You need to not be here in these halls." She kind of like stops for a second. She like holds her head, and she looks on. And as she looks past you all turn, and the doorway to the superintendent's office is gone. It is just the window where it had appeared before. Whatever realm of the Fae was on the other side has been firmly devoured by the hunger of Cage. Cage, you kind of give a knowing look over to Ollie. Ollie, you give a knowing look over to Cage. Having seen possibly the worst parts of each other, and in some ways, in the biology room, the best parts of each other. As you kind of like give a look over at one another. And at this time, Sabrina actually comes up from the stairwell into the... Who goes, "Oh, Cage, we're about to begin. Do you want to escort me to the pep rally?" If you didn't think I was gonna make you make the awkward choice between your gay love interest and your mortal love interest, guess again, bitch.
I look at Cage real quick. Want to do a TikTok together?
Yeah.
Wink. Rolling a hot.
I'll be there in a second.
Sabrina's like, "Oh,
pulls Ollie into the biology room again."
So, as you make your way into the biology room, and Evie escorts Betty to the pep rally, I'm just saying everyone is feeling the absolute cheer of school spirit deep within them. And everybody, that is where we close off our episode of Monster Hearts 2, as we have seen how truly feral a group of supernatural students really can be, both in the case of hormones and actual supernatural disasters. Thank you all so much for joining us today. This has been absolutely absurd and ridiculous. Deep within them, let me tell you. Thank you all so much for joining us. I am aware that this last game was a little bit more on the comedic and absolutely feral, horny side of horror, but nevertheless, a game of supernatural horror monsters it was. Thank you all so much for joining us for such an incredibly fun day. We will have an update directly from the wonderful folks at Trinity Pride tomorrow afternoon before we start our second day of fundraising for Trinity Pride Fest. Again, once more, all of these wonderful efforts are done in mind of raising money for Trinity Pride Fest with this $2,500 donation goal here, so that we can fully fund and support queer artists and musicians for their Pride Festival. This will mean that none of the artists have to take any kind of pay cut, and that they can actually be paid what they deserve as queer artists in our local community. So we thank you all so much for all of your wonderful support and kindness shown to us today, and we are going to be back tomorrow. Today's sessions were all about fun horror RPGs that you can tell between Vampire the Masquerade, Call of Cthulhu, and Monster Hearts 2. Tomorrow, we are going to take a little bit of a sci-fi bent. So tomorrow, starting at 12 p.m. Central Standard Time, you can see us play one Nova RPG, which is a very fun, fast-paced, action-based RPG in which our heroes are going to tell stories kind of revolving around the same kinds of missions that you would see played out in like Destiny 2 or Halo, where they get to play through very fast-paced, quick action adventures using their special abilities and gain powers as they go. And then at 4 p.m. Central Standard Time, we're going to be playing through Starfinder, the sci-fi fantasy version of Pathfinder, where we're going to be exploring fantastical planets and enduring some very, very fun ship-based combat. Because who doesn't love a little bit of a Kobayashi Maru moment whenever it comes to their sci-fi RPGs? But thank you all so much for joining us. I am going to have our wonderful players tell you a little bit about where you can find them around on the internet. And we are going to, in the meantime, find somebody wonderful to raid on over to and to spread the love. So to start things off, our wonderful mod, our wonderful friend, and our wonderful player, the ever-fantastic Bonita Lisa.
Hello, I am Bonita Lisa on Twitch, and you can find me occasionally streaming. Or if not, I'll be in a lot of other chats, just generally hanging around, sometimes modding. If you want to catch me over on Twitter, it's Bonita Lisa TTV. And yeah, I just put out silly tweets.
Yes! Everybody, please, please, please go give some huge love to Benita and Lisa. We absolutely adore them, and every single chance that I get to actually spend some time hanging out and rolling some dice together and having some fun is an absolute blast. So thank you so, so much, Lisa. Next in line, we have the ever wonderful, and I am so excited, and I hope we get to roll some dice together again in the future, C-Dub Gaming.
Oh my god, this has been on my like bucket. Not bucket. That's a death thing. This has been on my wish list. This has been on my wish list. This has been on my wish list for streaming for the past like 2 years almost. So thank you so much for having me. C-Dub _ gaming. You can find me on. I have been taking a little bit of a hiatus to get moved, but I'm now moved into my new house, so I'll be back starting this week. I'm celebrating my 2-year anniversary, so I'm very excited to get back into the space. So if you're into some life sim kind of games, if you're into a little bit of Fortnite, really just whatever the soup of the day is, come swing by. We'd love to have you. We do a lot of charity streaming as well, so I'm very, very stoked to be able to keep helping participate in charity events throughout Pride Month. So thank you. Thank you again. This was a blast. I had so much fun.
This is such a completely silly game, and I was so, whenever you selected the ghoul, I was like, oh my lord. So we're going full feral. We're just like the more feral, the better. Yes.
I guess it didn't help that I was the Infernal, right? I guess.
You were like, okay, but like, what if we just teased the feral? What if we teased the hunger a little bit more? And I was like, yes. Yes. And of course, rounding out our group as the wonderful Infernal is the absolutely amazing Raise Effect.
Oh my goodness. This was a blast. This was my first tabletop RPG, and I'm probably going to be on the no list for future upcoming RPGs because when it came to this, it was, oh my goodness. Anyways, I'm Raise Effect. Pretty much the same name from all platform, social medias, TikTok, Twitter, Instagram, all such, but mostly active on TikTok. But once again, I play a lot of variety games, mostly like story based. My atmosphere when it comes to stuff is just like enjoying what I see in front of me rather than what is worried or what I have to worry about, like what's popular. But I tend to like try like various like builds, approaches to mini games, as well as games with community that has a lot of people that I can connect with. But yeah, once again, this is my first tabletop RPG, and this, as you can see, I like to put a little bit of comedy to it, just a little, just a little. But yeah, it was a fantastic night. Experience this for the first time.
I am so completely excited that this was your first experience. And Ray, thank you so, so much. One, for trusting both myself and the other players for experiencing this for the very first time. And one thing that I want to give a huge shout out to is every single person in chat. If you ever truly want to try this out, come spend time with us. Come spend time here in the channel. Come spend time in all these different ways. There are so many ways, as you have seen today, that you can experience tabletop RPGs without just Dungeons and Dragons. I love D&D. I love D&D so, so much, and it is such an incredible way that we are able to tell so many stories. But there are so many other ways to tell stories out there. And there are so many ways that you can explore the fun genres that you like to experience in gaming in your own way through tabletop RPGs. Whether that is incredibly thirsty, horny supernatural characters, whether that is eldritch terrors that seek to break your psyche and your sanity, or whether that is power-hungry vampires wanting to explore the terrors of modern day. Today, we have experienced just 3 different RPGs, and we have 2 more on the way tomorrow, and there are so many more on the way. I want to give a huge shout out, one, to all of my amazing Team Spark colleagues that are here with me playing this particular game, and all of the wonderful members of Team Spark that have played alongside me throughout today and will be playing alongside me tomorrow. Team Spark is such a huge passion of mine as a way to showcase that there is something special that makes you uniquely you. And it is that particular instance that I want to champion in tabletop RPGs, because so many people believe that they have to play these games in a specific way, or they have to be a specific person to be able to enjoy these types of things. And you don't. You just have to be everything that you are, so that you can be the hero that you deserve to be, or sometimes the anti-hero that you deserve to be, and that you want to be. So thank you all so much. Please keep your eyes and ears peeled. There will be so many more fun things from Team Spark, especially tabletop RPGs, possibly with a charity bent coming up in June. So, I don't know, maybe just keep eyes and ears peeled as to some fun ideas that are going to be coming up. But please join us tomorrow. Like I said, we are going to be raising money tomorrow again for the wonderful Trinity Pride, for their wonderful festival here coming up in June. We are going to go ahead and we are going to share some love on over to another wonderful Team Spark member who is a huge friend of mine, somebody that I also had the distinct joy of helping experience tabletop RPGs for the very first time. We're going to go give some love on over to the wonderful Trauma Queenie. They are an amazing community member. They are an incredibly supportive of this entire community, and they are currently playing some Fortnite, so please go give them some love. Help convince us to get Queenie to roll some dice with us again soon. And we will be back tomorrow with some sci-fi oriented games. So thank you all so much. I hope you all have a wonderful evening, and we will be back tomorrow very soon. Have a good night, everybody.
Good night.